selalunya indah, langit tak selalu cerah, suram malam tak berbintang. Itulah lukisan alam, begitu aturan Tuhan. Selalunya indah, langit tak selalu cerah, suram malam tak berbintang. Itulah lukisan alam. Jadilah rukunan lemah lembut, tak luruh dipukul ribut, bagai karang di dasar laut. Itulah lukisan alam.
di sini ku berdiri seorang diri tanpa teman seperjuangan di sisi. Ku diajarkan bersatu hati, kita kan saling melengkapi. Itulah ajaran Islam, agama yang suci. Hambanya yang bersaudara, dendam hasad dan sengketa, menyata atau menghina. Binaan teguh berdiri, silaturahim dibateri, kasih kerana ilahi membina negara mulia. Mengapa harus ada sengketa, permusuhan, kezaliman melata, sedangkan kita berpijak di atas bumi yang sama? Di mana kita, di mana semua saat saudara ditindas, dihina? Kasihanilah, hulurkan tangan dalam kesatuan. Hulurkan tangan dalam kesatuan dan hapuslah semua prasangka. Di sisi Tuhan tiada beza, melainkan iman dan takwa. Ada sengketa, permusuhan, kezaliman melata, sedangkan kita berpijak di atas bumi yang sama.
Tercatat sudah dalam sejarah 7 pemuda yang beriman melarikan diri ke dalam gua demi menyelamatkan iman. Disangka tidur hanya sehari, rupanya 309 tahun. أصحاب الكهف ليس في الكون محل عليه إذا آمنا تتجلى قدرة الله على فتية من أصحاب الكهف ليس في الكون محل عليه إذا آمنا واتقينا tercatat sudah dalam sejarah 7 pemuda yang beriman. Tercatat sudah dalam sejarah 7 pemuda yang beriman. Tatajalla qudratullah ala fityatin min ashabil kahfi laisa fil kauni muhallun alaih iza amanna tatajalla qudratullah ala fityatin min ashabil kahfi laisa fil kauni muhallun alaih iza amanna wattaqayna. دنت شمس جديد نور جميل بعد سنين طويلة وأليم ظل ظلها عالم سليم شمس جديد دنا منها نور جميل دنا شمس جديد دنا منها نور جميل
Perhatikanlah gemelut semalam disapu cahaya yang terang menyulam
شمس جديد دنا منها نور جميل
agar niat kunjung setiap yang salam
lahirlah sudah kesucian alam
bergemalah setiap sudut takbir kegembiraan limpahan Al-Malik jelas tersebar riang suci anak-anak dan perempuan sentiasa dalam perlindungan bergemalah setiap sudut takbir kegembiraan limpahan Al-Malik jelas tersebar riang suci anak-anak dari perempuan yang dibesarkan dengan nur iman
Syamsun Jalil Dana minha nurun jamil Dana Syamsun Jalil Dana minha nurun jamil
masih terbayang zaman yang kelam terus menerus kita dijengkam kini lenyap sudah kezaliman bersatunya kita di hati pancarkanlah dengan nur iman Syamsun jadid
Syamsun Jalil Dana minha nurun jamil Dana 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 Syamsun Jalil Dana minha nurun Ya Nabi salamun alaik Ya Rasul salamun alaik Ya Nabi salamun alaik Ya Rasul salamun alaik Ya bersama. Biarlah apapun rahsia dan kelemahanmu, tetap engkau temanku.
Riangnya saat kita ketawa, asyik senda dan bercerita. Walau sesekali pandangan kita berbeza, angannya tetap serupa. Ada kalanya kita juga saling terluka, namun di akhirnya kita tetap bersama.
Dan kini dipisahkan dua benua, saling mengejar cita. Tak pernah ku lupakan detik yang indah bersamamu, temanku. Ketika mula bertemu, terasa bagai telah lama bersua. Kau sambut ulu tanganku, bertegur sapa penuh mesra.
Masa terus berlalu dan kita tetap seiringan berjalan, menempuh liku, lalui semua suka dan duka bersama. Biarlah apapun rahsia dan kelemahanmu, tetap engkau temanku. Riangnya saat kita ketawa, asyik senda dan bercerita. Walau sesekali pandangan kita berbeza, angannya tetap serupa. Ada kalanya kita juga saling terluka, namun di akhirnya kita tetap bersama.
Ku pasti suatu masa engkau dan aku kan bertemu semula.
Kembali menjalinkan detik nan indah untuk kenangan bersama. Tetapkan bersama.
طلع البدر علينا من ثنيات الوداع، وجب الشكر علينا ما دعا لله داع.
أيها المبعوث فينا، جئت بالأمر المطاع. أنت غوثنا جميعا
يا مجمل الطباع.
طلع البدر علينا من ثنيات الوداع،
طلع البدر علينا من ثنية الوداع وجب الشكر علينا ما دعا إلا نداء طلع البدر علينا من ثنيات الوداع وجب الشكر علينا ما دعا لله
أيها المبعوث فينا جئت بالأمر المطاع
أنت غوثنا جميعا يا مجمل الطباع
طلع البدر علينا من ثنيات الوداع وجب الشكر علينا ما دعا لله
كن شفيعا يا حبيبي يوم حشر واجتماع ربنا صل على من هل في الخير البقاع
طلع البدر علينا من ثنيات الوداع وجب الشكر علينا ما دعا لله
فاسبل الستر علينا واكفنا شر النزاع وأغثنا في البلايا يا مغيثا كل داع
طلع البدر علينا
طلع البدر علينا
وجب الشكر
الهجرة رحلة هادينا حمل الإسلام لنا دينا. الهجرة رحلة هادينا حمل الإسلام لنا دينا. فسلام الله على الهادي والكون يردد آمينا. رحل الصديق عن الدار في صحبة خير الأبرار. رحل الصديق عن الدار في صحبة خير الأبرار. صلوات الله تباركه صلوات الله تباركه ملأ الدنيا بالأنوار. الهجرة رحلة هادينا حمل الإسلام لنا دينا. الهجرة رحلة هادينا حمل الإسلام لنا دينا. فسلام الله على الهادي والكون يردد آمينا. الله تكفل يحميه وعلي أصبح يفديه. الله تكفل يحميه وعلي أصبح يفديه. وبسر القوم الأشرار وبسر القوم الأشرار بنت الصديق توافيه. بنت الصديق توافيه. الهجرة رحلة هادينا حمل الإسلام لنا دينا. الهجرة رحلة هادينا حمل الإسلام لنا دينا. فسلام الله على الهادي والكون يردد آمينا. الله تكفل يحميه وعلي أصبح يفديه. الله تكفل يحميه وعلي أصبح يفديه. وبسر القوم الأشرار وبسر.
اللهم صل على النبي ركب البراق محمد عين الوجود طه. اللهم صل على النبي ركب البراق محمد عين الوجود طه. اللهم صل على النبي ركب البراق محمد عين الوجود طه. اللهم صل على النبي ركب البراق محمد عين الوجود طه. هدي طريق الله يا ابن آدم مالك هاين. ما تلقى خير في سوى
والخالق يرزقني. اللهم صل على المصطفى حبيبنا محمد عليه السلام. اللهم صل على المصطفى حبيبنا محمد عليه السلام. لا إله إلا الله، لا إله إلا الله، لا إله إلا الله، كلمة عظيمة. لا إله إلا الله، لا إله إلا الله، لا إله إلا الله، كلمة عظيمة.
تنسوش تشتركوا في القناة وتديروا لايك وكومنت. محمد طارق.
محمد عين الوجود.
I've been waiting for a miracle to get over you. I know it's been a while, but I still think of you. Remember all the things we said, all the promises. I wish that we could start again. Yeah, I know that we called it quits and that's that, but I got to admit I'm having flashbacks. I know that I made mistakes, I backtrack. If it meant another chance with you. Took this long to finally feel up to going out and running into you. Feeling myself, but something's just missing. Don't wanna believe it's you. Yeah, look, I'm thinking maybe we could try it again. I don't wanna spend another night lying in bed, just thinking about all the things we might have been. In my defense, think that I might have been a little young, little dumb for what lies ahead. You the one that I want in my life to death. I don't know how to say it, so I write instead, but I confess I've been waiting for a miracle to get over you. I know it's been a while, but I still think of you. Remember all the things we said, all the promises. I think that we can start again. Ooh. Yeah, so I'm thinking maybe we can start again. What you say about that? Don't wanna be just friends, I don't play like that. Yeah, maybe we could dance and we could hold hands and maybe make amends with a late night chat. So what you doing? I'm thinking about how your head's in the clouds, but I can't deny I like how it sounds. I wanna start again, but I don't know how, so I'm still just reminiscing on the days it was all about us. But it might not be the same, and I don't know what to trust. Yeah, I've been stabbed in the back with a steel knife, so I get it, yeah, I know what it feels like. You and me, that's it, yeah, that feel right. I wanna turn these stars into real life. We had it right, but the timing was wrong. Started to drive when the tires fell off. Don't want regrets when I lie in a coffin, so I've been often just waiting for a miracle to get over you. I know it's been a while, but I still think of you. Remember all the things we said, all the promises. I wish that we could start again. I've been waiting for a miracle to get over you. I know it's been a while, but I still think of you. Remember all the things we said, all the promises. I think that we could start again. Ooh. Yeah. Call my name, I'll be there. Any night and any day. Take my hand, I got you. That'll always stay the same. Less of my time spent with myself, I wouldn't trade it for anything else. You got my eyes, I got your back. You and me ain't nothing better than that. I hope one day that you'll listen to this song, keeping us close when I've been gone. Every word was written for you, yeah, yeah. When I go, just know I'll come back. If traffic's slow, just know I'd run back to you. I know this world can get kinda cold. Summer comes and it goes. Rain turns into snow, but that's the way that it goes. Yeah. Call my name, I'll be there. Any night and any day. Take my hand, I got you. That'll always stay the same. I can't wait till you're old enough when we can sit and have conversations. Tell me all about what you want from life and all of your aspirations. Show you my favorite movies. I make these songs while you sleep. Every word was written for you, yeah, yeah. When you go, I'll be right here. Pick up the phone, I'll be right there for you. I know this world can get kinda cold, yeah. Summer comes and it goes, yeah. Rain turns into snow, but pain turns into hope, yeah. Call my name, I'll be there. Any night and any day. Take my hand, I got you. That'll always stay the same. Yeah.
Wherever you go, wherever you stay, don't you forget that love is always coming your way. No matter how far, how broken you are, don't you forget that love is always coming your way. Hey, yeah. I don't know you, but I know you got tension in your neck. Stressed out, too addicted to your phone to go to bed. If that's you, then take a breath. Yeah. Feel these words inside your chest. You are loved, you are chosen. Your body isn't broken. For every door that closes, a better one gets opened. You got a light inside, too radiant to hide. If you don't think so, let me change your mind. Wherever you go, wherever you stay, don't you forget that love is always coming your way. No matter how far, how broken you are, don't you forget that love is always coming your way. Always. Hey, and you ain't gotta do a thing to get that love. You ain't gotta act nice to get that hug. It don't matter if you stuck inside that mud, the sun's still gonna be shining down on us. If you've ever felt left out, burdened or weak, I promise not to lie straight from the enemy. Coming for your mind, body, soul, and energy. But do not be deceived, cause you are loved, you are chosen. Your body isn't broken. For every door that closes, a better one gets opened. You got a light inside, too radiant to hide. If you don't think so, let me change your mind. Wherever you go, wherever you stay, don't you forget that love is always coming your way. No matter how far, how broken you are, don't you forget that love is always coming your way. Always.
Ramsey made it big, yeah.
Yeah. They talking this and that, but it's easy calling that bluff. They want that gimme, 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 but this isn't ABBA. I show up looking dapper, my mama's favorite rapper. She taught me never let a moment pass you, so I just
run away, and I never look back.
I hope it's what I'm hoping for.
Run away, I got my backpack. Travel light, got my life inside a suitcase. Bought a ticket, I'm just trying to find a new place. What's the occasion, baby? Just another Tuesday. Okay, life feel like a movie. Okay, it's just another Tuesday. Say that you're lonely, then send me your ID. Got nothing to hold me right where I'm at. So come and hit closely, want you to be happy. You're tired of roaming right off the map.
1, 2, 3, go!
She said I'm overzealous, she said I'm all but jealous. I probably would've said the same thing looking back. She said I'm out my melon, I never learned my lesson. I probably would've said the same thing looking back. Day one, yeah, you been my day one. When they hit me for the sauce, I gave them all that A1. Fake love, yeah, they give me fake love. You the only one I wanted with me on my way up. Can we just
Run away, and I never look back.
I hope it's what I'm hoping for.
Run away, I got my backpack. Travel light, got my life inside a suitcase. Bought a ticket, I'm just trying to find a new place. What's the occasion, baby? Just another Tuesday. Okay, life feel like a movie. Okay, it's just another Tuesday. Say that you're lonely, then send me your ID. Got nothing to hold me right where I'm at. So come and hit closely, want you to be happy. You're tired of roaming right off the map.
I told you that I loved you and I meant that. You keep on thinking I might go against that. Why would you ever trust again? Just hold on tight now. Yeah, I need you to hold on. Yeah, promise that you won't let go. Promise that you won't let go. Oh. You and I, that's all we needed, just the two of us. Do it right, couple fights, but we made it right. Every time, that's all that matters when we say goodnight. Late at night, cause you my everything. Don't wanna move too fast, hoping that it's right here might last. Don't wanna move too slow, what's the point if you know you know? Took the leap and we jumped, free fall deep into love. Hold on tight. I'll be calling every day for you. Need some time away, I promise that I'll wait for you. Change your mind, I'll turn around and hit the brakes for you. Ain't a bullet in this world I wouldn't take for you. I told you that I loved you and I meant that. You keep on thinking I might go against that. Why would you ever trust again? Just hold on tight now. Yeah, I need you to hold on. Yeah, promise that you won't let go. Promise that you won't let go. Oh.
Oh wait, what a waste, don't want the drama, baby. Heavy heart, hold the weight, I need a spotter, baby. Grown apart, different ways, I'm underwater, baby. Burn it down, been a blaze, just getting hotter, baby. Darling, what you doing, got me acting like a fool. She said she got a fetish for breaking all the rules. Don't know what she minded in school, but I know she majored in cool. I said obey, that's a move, Life get a little bit easier when you don't got anybody left to impress. So I placed my bets and I gave my best, and I sent that text and I meant what I said when I
told you that I loved you and I meant that. You keep on thinking I might go against that. Why would you ever trust again? Just hold on tight now. Yeah, I need you to hold on. Yeah, promise that you won't let go. Promise that you won't let go. Oh. I told you that I loved you and I meant that. You keep on thinking I might go against that. Why would you ever trust again? Just hold on tight now.
I don't know how to hype to go. Like,
It's a party you invited, baby, let's go. Looking like Sabrina, so I gave her that espresso. Please look at me, I got potential. I always stay on beat, I don't need no instrumental.
Didn't finish college, but my resume next question. Yeah, what's the move, baby? Gotta pull up. Everybody getting wild, 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 wild. Yeah, I clean up good, look at what I become. I bet I made my mama proud, proud, proud. Yeah, I know I'm not the one that you thought you'd fall in love with. Yeah, but I'm a smooth operator. Pull up, I'm in the mirror going wow, 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 wow.
1-800 die on me, wrote letters in her diary. We'll be together for forever. She be like, don't die on me.
Girl, I'm in the driver's seat. Hop inside my time machine. I wanna relive how it felt when you first laid your eyes on me.
Nah, this ain't Monopoly, but I'll still buy you property and take you on a shopping spree. It really ain't a lot to me.
Girl, I had to just flex. I won't bounce like my checks.
My phone is on do not disturb, but I'll respond to your text.
And I can play the guitar, so you don't gotta fret.
I'll treat you like that MTV show, girl. You know that you next.
Next, yeah. What's the move, baby? Gotta pull up. Everybody getting wild, 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 wild. Yeah, I clean up good, look at what I become. I bet I made my mama proud, proud, proud. Yeah, I know I'm not the one that you thought you'd fall in love with. Yeah, but I'm a smooth operator. Pull up, I'm in the mirror going wow, 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 wow.
This night feel like my birthday. I've been working so hard Monday to Thursday. It's time for the weekend, just to begin. I'm saying here we go again, here we go again. This night feel like my birthday. I've been working so hard Monday to Thursday. It's time for the weekend, just to begin. I'm saying here we go again, here we go again.
What's the move, baby? Gotta pull up. Everybody getting wild, 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 wild. Yeah, I clean up good, look at what I become. I bet I made my mama proud, proud, proud. Yeah, I know I'm not the one that you thought you'd fall in love with. Yeah, but I'm a smooth operator. Pull up, I'm in the mirror going wow, 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 wow.
Full up. Hi, buddy.
I want all that smoke, turn me into ashes. Want you on my skin, nicotine patches. I just wanna take you like a deep breath. Ain't gonna have one single cigarette. Give me that smoke, all them flames, all that heat, keep it calm. And I want my emergency is my woman, but just let me burn. I should've learned, but no. I want all that smoke.
Give me the smoke, give me the heat, you my wildfire. Give me a toe, breathing deep, you what I desire. Get too close to you, I might get burned. Well, that's okay, because I like how it hurts. So
I want all that smoke.
put on my heart in this, set ablaze my arsonist. Cupid got 2 hits, guess you and me got targeted. I got the hardest hit, straight down to my cartilage. Can't think about life and you ain't part of it.
I don't need no lighter, baby, cause you fire. Check me in the rehab, I know you gon' be bad. For me like my favorite, habits keeping me high. Need a surgeon, gentle warning on them Levi's. I want all that smoke, turn me into ashes. Want you on my skin, nicotine patches. I just wanna take you like a deep breath. Ain't gonna have one single cigarette. Give me that smoke, all them flames, all that heat, keep it calm. And I want my emergency is my woman, but just let me burn. I should've learned, but no. I want all that smoke.
Feeling impatient, got me sweating you hotter than Vegas. Breathing heavy, my heart has been racing. Need a second, I gotta embrace it. Okay, cause you don't know what you do, my love. I still walk through flames for you just because.
I want all that smoke.
Little bit of heat never hurt no one. Taking all the shine like the word no sun. Heating up quick like a fur coat does. Try to inhale this and the inferno comes. Burn those lungs, keep going, I'ma turn those up. All night long till the sun rises and the birds show up. Let's go.
I'ma love you like I just got out of jail. Let my hands read that body like braille. Look at you blush. Ain't gon' beat around the George W. Bush like I didn't have. I want all that smoke, turn me into ashes. Want you on my skin, nicotine patches. I just wanna take you like a deep breath. Ain't gon' have one single cigarette. Give me that smoke, all them flames, all that heat, keep it calm. And I want my emergency is my woman, but just let me burn. I should've learned, but no. I want all that smoke.
The city that I'm from, it was fun. We were young and dumb, now we're all grown up. The city that I'm from, I miss the city.
Markham, Ontario, the first place I call home. 905, that's what I dial when I call home. My dad picking up the phone, ask him how it's going. Same old, no complaints, he's just glad it's not snowing. That means the golf course is open, that's his home. Memories on fairways with him, I really miss those. Canadian boy got letters in the zip code. Winter cold, no watch needed to keep the wrist frozen. Got me thinking about the early days. First time I learned to skate. First funeral when Uncle Charlie met the pearly gates. Days we don't worry things. Time moves so slow, months felt way longer than 30 days. Instead of scrolling phones, I was turning pages. Instead of burning bridges, I was burning daylight. When late nights were great nights. That was way before I left the nest and had to take flight. Is home where you start, or is home where you are right now? Is home a place, or is home a state of mind? Only one way to find out, so I had to fly out.
The city that I'm from, it was fun. We were young and dumb, now we're all grown up. The city that I'm from, I miss the city that I'm from.
Los Angeles, my second home. First time I visited as a kid, I was like 10 or so. Child actor working, hoping maybe I was next to blow. Knowing that one day I'll have to make the move to get it going. Cause back home, there's only so far that I could take it to. Fast forward a few years and then we make the move. New room, new house, new school, new route. Same old feelings of nostalgia about my hometown. But new memories will soon compete with old ones. Palm trees, calm seas, basking in the gold sun. First kiss, first sip, cracking open cold ones. Burbank was great, there's worse places I could grow up. But everything would change as soon as you showed up. Those same feelings of nostalgia start to show up. Damn, got me flustered, I'm repeating myself. I see our future, you and me, a family in a house. Is home where we start, or is home where we are right now? Is home a place, or is home a state of mind? Only one way to know, so we had to make our own home.
The city that I'm from, it was fun. We were young and dumb, now we're all grown up. The city that I'm from, I miss the city that I'm from.
Married for a couple years, time to put our roots down. California living nowadays, feeling too crowded. Overpriced apartments, paper walls, feeling too loud. Damn, feel like an old man, I think it's time to move out. Every month we would drive to see a family out in Vegas. Loved it so it turned into a weekly basis. I knew it was a problem when the thought of driving back home to Los Angeles would make us anxious. That's when I knew we had to change the address. Pack the couch, pack the rugs, bed frame and mattress. It was a risky thing to do, but as long as I'm with you, then there's nothing I could lose. So let's go ahead and make it happen. Put the roots down, planted the seeds, build a firm foundation for the family tree. Can't wait to teach our kids to skate, take them golfing. Wasn't sure where home was, I think I finally solved it. Home is not where the roofs are. Home is not a driveway with new cars. Home is not a new start. Home is when I'm too far from everything I know and still feel at home, cause home is where you are. I'm going mad, sometimes I hate you when I'm around you, but I miss you when you're gone.
It's the desire when we're together, but I miss you when
Want this
you're
to end, I'm getting tired, just need a break, but I miss you when
That's
you're
the
gone.
thing, I think I love you, don't wanna lose you, cause I miss you when you're gone.
Yeah. Miss you when you not here, argue when you are here, about how you ain't always here. Not fair that I'm not there to console you when you so sad, and you got scared when you thought there was a small chance that you come back and I'm not there. Nope, that ain't gonna happen, never gonna move on, never gonna leave you. We too good together, I need to treat you good, cause baby I need you, yeah. Why do we fight and we fuss, cry and we cuss, driving me nuts, but every time, why do I love it? Can't picture anyone else but us. I'm going mad, sometimes I hate you when I'm around you, but I miss you when
It's
you're
only
gone.
pain, it's the desire when we're together, but I miss you when
Want this
you're
to end, I'm getting tired, just need a break, but I miss you when
That's
you're
the
gone.
thing, I think I love you, don't wanna lose you, cause I miss you when you're gone.
Yeah. Have haven't seen you in a couple days. Feeling like a couple hundred days. Missing you, well, that's an understatement. Thinking that you gotta come and stay with me, or maybe we could run away, cause this ain't never gonna work. Knowing you on earth and you not the one I lay with. Why do you push me away? Next thing you tell me to stay. Why do you leave? But tell me that being with me is everything you'll ever need. Make up your mind, I don't understand. Are you on mine? Cause I've been all in. I played the cards that was dealt from the start, cause I knew in my heart that this wasn't gonna end.
I'm going mad.
I can't
Sometimes
stand
I hate
how I feel
when
now.
I'm around you.
So I walk out, but I miss you
It's
when
only
you're gone.
pain.
It's not
It's
fair
the desire
what I feel
when
here.
we're together.
So I can't stay, but I miss you when you're gone. I'm all done.
Getting tired.
I don't need this.
I need a break.
I can't be this, but I miss you when you're gone. And I can't stop,
I think I love you.
cause I love
Don't
you.
wanna lose
I
you.
can't lose you,
Cause I miss you.
cause I miss you when you're gone.
When you're gone. Cause I miss you when you're gone. When you're gone. Cause I miss you when you're
Kato on the track, damn.
Said you don't got time to waste, but I hope maybe that your mind can change it. Private jet gon' fly away. Said you got taste for the finer things, yeah. Thinking you can be my summer secret, summer secret. Surface level won't get underneath it, underneath it. Short turn, just 100 meters, 100 meters. Shoot my shot, you my buzzer beater, buzzer beater. Ayy, yeah. C to the O to the double N-O-R. Spell it right, baby, yeah, this price going so far. Tired of flying coach and you tired of being co-star. Stick with me and we can be Bergman and Bogart. Feeling like Drake in 09, yes, I'm so far gone in the pond, getting small, I'm a whole shark. Poison in the pan, when I spit it, it's a blow dart. Said you got drive, what's a rocket to a go-kart? Oh, yeah, you got the moves, let me tell you where we about to go. Take it to the moon, ain't nobody ever gotta know. It's just me and you, we can really do this on our own. Let's just keep it moving, ayy. Oh, look, now you tryna tell me this timing is not right yet. Acting like if we was on apps and you might swipe left. Really, you just don't want this to be another side quest. Well, let me remind you. Said you don't got time to waste, but I hope maybe that your mind can change it. Private jet gon' fly away. Said you got taste for the finer things, yeah. Thinking you can be my summer secret, summer secret. Surface level won't get underneath it, underneath it. Short turn, just 100 meters, 100 meters. Shoot my shot, you my buzzer beater, buzzer beater. Yeah, nothing like a summer in Chicago up on Michigan Ave. You took my heart for the summer, ain't no giving it back. There's a part of me that's hoping maybe this would've crashed, so I can have a good excuse to just leave this in the past. Cause I'm too scared, maybe we getting in too deep. Lifetime spent up inside of these 2 weeks. Top of the world, you took me to new peaks. When I'm not with you lately, I notice I lose sleep. So, whoa, let's redefine the terms of this agreement. Cause this could be more than just some flirting on the weekend. This perfect little secret is hurting just to keep in. And not saying that it's something certain I would regret. Italy for spring, Toronto for the fall. Winters in Japan, yeah, we can have it all. Look, seasons change, but we don't have to. That's why I asked you, yeah, I know. You said you don't got time to waste, but I hope maybe that your mind can change it. Private jet gon' fly away. Said you got taste for the finer taste, yeah. Don't want you to be my summer secret, summer secret. Surface level, let's get underneath it. Let's get underneath it. Long term, not 100 meters. No, it's 100 meters. Shoot my shot, you my buzzer beater, buzzer beater. Yeah, head spinning, don't know what to do. It's a lot to be in love with you. I know I need to see it through, me and you, something I can never lose. Whoa, yeah, got me on my toes, we be going through the motions. I cannot control when I'm feeling these emotions. Keeps growing, so when we talk, I just need you to know this.
Don't wanna talk about you. Don't wanna talk about me. I wanna talk about us. I wanna talk about we. Yeah, I don't want you to go. I don't want you to leave. So we should talk about trust. Yeah, we should talk about peace.
Yeah, lately you been saying how we moving too quickly, but when we slow it down and you say you miss me. Yeah, hey, make up your mind. Do you want me? Am I wasting your time? Which one is it? I don't wanna be between this and that. Wondering if one day you gon' end up leaving me flat. You're the only one I need, that's a fact. But the rest is up to you, I guess I'll leave it at that. You've been on the fence so much, I'm going mental. I don't understand how you cannot see this potential. But before you walk away and wanna let go, I just need you to know.
Don't wanna talk about you. Don't wanna talk about me. I wanna talk about us. I wanna talk about we. Yeah, I don't want you to go. I don't want you to leave. So we should talk about trust. Yeah, we should talk about peace.
Yeah, I remember getting red flags, but I saw right through them. Couple holes in your story, but I fall right through them. I was blinded by the lust, you were diamond in the rough. Lot of shade thrown my way, but you shine right through it. I don't know what to say, I've been searching for words. Cause if it all goes left, that's a turn for the worse. Put my whole heart in it and I do it again. Cause even if the spark dies, I ain't losing a friend. So if we turn the page, doesn't mean the book's over. Just another chapter, I had to look closer. Read the fine print. Yeah, story only ends when our life ends. That's why I tell you.
Don't wanna talk about you. Don't wanna talk about me. I wanna talk about us. I wanna talk about we. Yeah, I don't want you to go. I don't want you to leave. So we should talk about trust. Yeah, we should talk about peace.
Me and my buddy, we making all of this money. Yeah, I know it's rude to be bragging. They never catching us lacking. Me and my buddy, we working hard for this money. Whoa, you know I've been in my bag, yeah. Buddy, I got it like that, yeah. Y'all better stop. Me and my boy gon' climb to the top. Sidekick game like Calvin and Hobbes. Batman and Rob. Y'all know me, I'm down for the cause.
Y'all know us, we start the party. Go way back like Doc and Marty. Either die legend like John Lennon or end up solo like Paul McCartney. Let's go.
W's only, there's obvious signs.
Looking around me, it's hard to deny.
I mean, just look at the audience size.
Well, robbing you blind like Bonnie and Clyde.
Y'all do too much just to fit in.
Zach and Cody, we stay twinning.
Sweet life only, we stay winning.
Been this way since the beginning.
Me and my buddy, we making all of this money. Yeah, I know it's rude to be bragging. They never catching us lacking. Me and my buddy, we working hard for this money. Whoa, you know I've been in my bag. Yeah. Buddy, I got it like that.
Yo, my greatest idols are all-time rivals. I'm talking Biggie and Pac.
Yeah, every room that I walk into, it's like all I hear is applause.
Hey, I don't need to just roll solo. I got a buddy like Han Solo. I'm in the money, I rock polo.
I never bomb sets, I just bomb photos. Like boom, lights, camera, action. Do it big boy, I'm talking Miss Jackson.
Right? Bury those beats, yeah, I'm feeling like Braxton. Good Jewish boy, cause I always pay taxes.
I've been on a mission, got a blast.
Feel like Jimmy Neutron with the raps.
Why you always living in the past?
Let me give you something that'll last.
Me and my buddy, we making all of this money. Yeah, I know it's rude to be bragging. They never catching us lacking. Me and my buddy, we working hard for this money. Whoa, you know I've been in my bag, yeah. Buddy, I got it like that. Look, me and my buddy, yeah, we never need an understudy. Did it independent, we don't ever need nobody's money. Everybody calling me, they said they wanted something from me. Put me on a song, all of a sudden they be running from me.
Running from me like we playing good cop, bad cop. Crowd going crazy like it's Woodstock, can't stop. Every show I'm playing be like new girl, pants drop. Working way too hard, you're never gonna see the man flow.
Stupid. Yes.
Dad, are you sure you know what you're doing?
Yeah. Uh-huh. Come on. Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah. Whoa, last time I checked, I'm still hot. Real hot. Kept it dope without a pill pop. Bill Cobb, steady climbing to the hilltop. Tip top, did it all off of a TikTok. Yeah, last time I checked, I still that guy that did it on my own. Stay independent. For you to get what I'm getting, it will probably take a village. Just give me a minute, turn a snippet to a hit, and now they all want a percentage, but I'm only paying visits. Big dog, hit 'em with thick thumbs and a quick draw. Pit boss, if they ain't playing, they getting kicked off. Jigsaw, I got 'em puzzled, got 'em a bit lost. It's a feeding frenzy, I put a beat in a pig trough. Got it on lock, got the password. Type of thing you couldn't manufacture. 10,000 hours got it mastered. Can't you see the patterns? Last time I checked, I'm still hot. real hot. Kept it dope without a pill pop. Bill cars, steady climbing to the hilltop. Tip top, did it all off of a TikTok. Yeah, last time I checked, I was still hot, real hot. Kept it dope without a pill pop. Bill cars, steady climbing to the hilltop. Tip top, did it all off of a TikTok. Yeah, last time I checked, still the man in my town, they had to crown me. What I used to make in a day, I make it hourly. Told Grand, send me a beat and make it bouncy. When they hear the tag, they know it's about to be big scene, catching us on the big screen. 16, bar slicker is pristine. Listerine, everything that we spit clean. Big jeans, pockets are looking mint green. Pen game, bulletproof. Look at all the levels that we took it to. Sticking out like a crooked tooth. Staring at the mirror, liar, look at you. Damn, I'm still hot, real hot. Kept it dope without a pill pop. Bill cars, steady climbing to the hilltop. Tip top, did it all off of a TikTok. Yeah, last time I checked, I was
Grab a partner. It's the buddy system, baby. Let's go. From LA to New York, out to London. Everywhere we go, we get the people jumping. Whoa, I said I'm all about my Benjamins like Button. Yeah, I'm all about my Benjamins.
Call your mom, call your dad, call your cousins. Everybody know we get the people jumping. Yeah, I said I'm all about my Benjamins like Button. Yeah, I'm all about my Benjamins. Look, two things that I can't do. Can't stop being damn cute, and the other thing is I can't lose. Studio is my office, I'm about to beast on my man Shrewd. I'm head and shoulders above them, they washed up like shampoo.
Brand new, but my fit be staying vintage. So many tickets out in London that they probably think I'm British. Catch me in a Nando's eating chicken, I'm so Olympic. Cause every time I'm on the track, I go the
distance. So pass me the baton, and then poof, I'm gone. Always hit me up with what they want, I do not respond. I leave them on red, shoot them off, that's a Louboutin. So when they ask me where I'm moving, I said moving on.
Damn, from LA to New York, out to London. Everywhere we go, we get the people jumping. Whoa, I said I'm all about my Benjamins like Button. Yeah, I'm all about my Benjamins.
Call your mom, call your dad, call your cousins. Everybody know we get the people jumping. Yeah, I said I'm all about my Benjamins like Button. Yeah, I'm all about my Benjamins.
Word, look, I don't mean to be out of pocket. I fly first class so much they put me in a cockpit.
And I can't walk in the mall cause I'm a hot topic. And I can't walk in a hot topic, I'm not gothic.
You'll never catch me at an Arab style. I'm from a city where people actually care about style.
They think they making moves, really they just merry-go-round. You know I'm always taking flights, that's why my head's in the clouds.
From LA to New York, out to London. Everywhere we go, we get the people jumping. Whoa, I said I'm all about my Benjamins like Button. Yeah, I'm all about my Benjamins.
Call your mom, call your dad, call your cousins. Everybody know we get the people jumping. Yeah, I said I'm all about my Benjamins like Button. Yeah, I'm all about my Benjamins.
Been to Florida, been to France, Minnesota, met the fans. It don't matter anywhere I go, you know I've been the man.
Been to Florence in Japan, been to Spain, muy bien. It don't matter anywhere I go, you know I've been the man.
Been to Florida, been to France, Minnesota, met the fans. It don't matter anywhere I go, you know I've been the man.
Been to Florence in Japan, been to Spain, muy bien. It don't matter anywhere I go, you know I've been the man.
Tell your cousins.
Tell your sister, tell your husband, what?
Hi, buddy.
New here?
Yeah. Just moved here, actually.
You know help with that?
Yeah.
Follow me.
Wait, what? Are you gonna pay for that?
Don't forget your book.
Shoot.
It's going down, you can feel it in the crowd. Type of thing you wanna be around. It's going down, try to tell us pipe down. Speakers got a little too loud. You know the sound, got enough to go around. We about to get it, no doubt. Feet to the ground, 10 toes down. Know we about to get it right now.
Yeah, me and my crew come through, y'all better get back.
Bass hit way too big, it got a kickback.
Scuffed up boots and tools, my hair slick back.
This is how we do where I come from.
Yeah, drag my name through dirt, I'm still shining. Dodging rocks, I'm not gonna stop climbing. Landslide surfing that, I'm nose riding.
This is how we do where I come from. Yeah, big wheels, pull up, parking, close big deals, big deal. Y'all just bark, keep those lips sealed. It's going down, you can feel it in the crowd. Type of thing you wanna be around. It's going down, try to tell us pipe down. Speakers got a little too loud. You know the sound, got enough to go around. We about to get it, no doubt. Feet to the ground, 10 toes down. Know we about to get it right now. Trying to fight this like a southpaw. Swagger like this should be outlaw.
Built this all up from the ground floor. Hope you don't pray on my downfall. Yeah, how can I be missing nice guy with all these mini-me's?
Feeling like a dog off leash and I just let it eat.
I just gotta trust my feet, move like a centipede.
Move out the way, these lanes protect my energy. I still got dirt on my diamonds, yeah, that's just how it's gonna be. It's going down, you can feel it in the crowd. Type of thing you wanna be around. It's going down, try to tell us pipe down. Speakers got a little too loud. You know the sound, got enough to go around. We about to get it, no doubt. Feet to the ground, 10 toes down. Know we about to get it right now.
Repeat after me.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a smooth, confident country boy.
I'm a smooth, confident country boy.
Doesn't sound right when you say it.
Damn.
Look alive.
Chapter 8.
I was down. But now moving so quick, it's like they stuck in park. They see the numbers, but I see the heart.
Moved here, actually.
Need help with that?
Yeah. Follow me. Just, yeah. Wait. Are you gonna pay for that? Don't forget your book. Shoot.
It's going down, you can feel it in the crowd. Type of thing you wanna be around. It's going down, try to tell us pipe down. Speakers got a little too loud. You know the sound, got enough to go around. We about to get it, no doubt. Feet to the ground, 10 toes down. Know we about to get it right now.
Yeah, me and my crew come through, y'all better get back.
Bass hit way too big, it got a kickback.
Scuffed up boots.
Warriors, Into the Wild, Chapter 4. Shocked yowls rose from the clan cats and echoed through the forest. Ravenpaw staggered slightly. His right foreleg glistened, wet with blood that flowed from a deep gash on his shoulder.
We met 5 River Clan warriors beside the stream, not far from the Sunning Rocks. Oakhart was among them.
Oakhart?
Greypaw gasped beside Firepaw.
He is the deputy of River Clan. He's one of the greatest warriors in the forest. Lucky Ravenpaw. Wish it could have been me. I'd have really clawed.
Greypaw was silenced by a fierce glance from the old grey Tom who had first sensed Ravenpaw's return. Firepaw turned his attention back to Ravenpaw.
Redtail warned Oakhart to keep his hunting parties out of ThunderClan territory. He said the next River Clan warrior to be caught in ThunderClan territory would be killed. But Oakhart would not back down. He said his clan had to be fed. Whatever we threatened.
Ravenpaw paused to breathe for breath. His wound was still bleeding heavily, and he stood awkwardly to keep the weight off his shoulder.
Thence, when the River Clan cats attacked, it was hard to see what was happening. The fighting was vicious. I saw Oakheart at Redtail pinned to the ground, but then Redtail... Redtail...
Suddenly, Ravenpaw's eyes rolled in his head and he lurched sideways. Half scrambling, half falling, he slithered off the high rock and collapsed on the ground below. The Ginger Queen bounded toward him and crouched at his side. She licked his cheek briefly and called out,
"Spotted Leaf! Spotted Leaf!"
On the fern-shaded corner trotted the pretty tortoiseshell Firepaw had noticed sitting beside Greypaw earlier. She hurried over to Ravenpaw and mewed for the Queen to stand back. Then she used her small pink nose to roll the apprentice over so that she could take a good look at the wound. She glanced up and meowed.
"It's all right, Goldenflower. His wounds aren't fatal. But I'll need to fetch some cobwebs to stop the bleeding."
As Spotted Leaf sprinted back to her den, the hushed silence in the clearing was broken by a mournful howl. All eyes turned into the direction it had come from. A massive, dark brown tabby staggered through the gorse tunnel. Between his sharp teeth, the warrior held not prey, but the lifeless body of another cat. He dragged the tattered creature into the center of the clearing. Firepaw craned his neck and glimpsed a flash of bright ginger tail hanging limply in the dust. Shock rippled through the clan like a chill breeze. Beside Firepaw, Greypaw dropped into a crouch as grief swept over him.
"Redtail?
"How did this happen, Tigerclaw?"
demanded Bluestar from her position on the high rock. Tigerclaw let the scruff of Redtail's neck fall from his mouth. He looked steadily back at Bluestar.
"He died with honor, struck down by Oakheart. I couldn't save him, but I managed to take Oakheart's life while he was still gloating over his victory."
Tigerclaw's voice was strong and deep.
"Redtail's death was not in vain, for I doubt we'll see River Clan hunters in our territory again."
Firepaw glanced at Greypaw. The apprentice's eyes were dark with sadness. After a moment's pause, several of the cats moved forward to lick Redtail's bedraggled fur. As they groomed, they purred hushed phrases to the dead warrior. Firepaw whispered into Greypaw's ear.
"What are they doing?"
Greypaw didn't take his eyes off the dead cat as he replied.
"His spirit may have left to join StarClan, but the clan will share tongues with Redtail one last time." "StarClan?" "It's the tribe of heavenly warriors that watches over all clan cats. You can see them in Silverpelt."
Firepaw looked confused, so Greypaw explained.
"Silverpelt is that thick band of stars you see each night, stretching across the sky. Each star is a StarClan warrior. Redtail will be among them tonight."
Firepaw nodded, and Greypaw stepped forward to share tongues with his dead deputy. Bluestar had remained silent while the first cats came to pay their respects to Redtail. Now she leapt down from the high rock and walked slowly toward Redtail's body. The other cats retreated and watched as the leader crouched down to share tongues with her old comrade one last time. When she had finished, she raised her head and spoke. Her voice was low and thick with grief, and the clan listened in silence.
"Redtail was a brave warrior. His loyalty to ThunderClan could never be doubted. I always relied on his judgment, for it bore witness to the needs of the clan. It was never swayed by self-interest or pride. He would have made a fine leader."
Then she lowered herself onto her belly, her head bowed, her paws stretched neatly before her, and silently she grieved for her lost friend. Several other cats came and lay down beside her, their bowed heads and haunched backs echoing her mournful pose. Firepaw watched. He had not known Redtail, but he couldn't help feeling moved as he witnessed the clan mourn. Greypaw came and stood beside him again.
"Dustpaw will be sad."
"Dustpaw?"
"Redtail's apprentice. That brown-striped tabby over there? I wonder who his new mentor will be."
Firepaw glanced over at the small Tom who squatted near Redtail's body, staring unseeing at the ground. Firepaw looked past him to the clan leader.
Some tools, my hands stink bang. This is how we do where I come from. Yeah, drag my name through dirt, I'm still shining. Dodging rocks, I'm not gonna stop climbing. Landslide surfing that, I'm nose riding. This is how we do where I come from. Yeah, big wheels, pull up, parking, close big deals, big deal. Y'all just bark, keep those lips sealed. feel it in the crowd, type of thing you wanna be around. It's going down, try to tell us pipe down, speakers got a little too loud. You know the sound, got enough to go around, we about to get it, no doubt. Feet to the ground, 10 toes down, know we about to get it right now. Trying to fight this like a southpaw, swagger like this should be outlaw. Built this all up from the ground floor, hope you don't pray on my downfall. Yeah, how can I be missing nice guy with all these mini-me's? Feeling like a dog off leash and I just let it eat. I just gotta trust my feet, move like a centipede. Move out the way, these lanes protect my energy. I still got dirt on my diamonds, yeah, that's just how it's gonna be. It's going down, you can feel it in the crowd, type of thing you wanna be around. It's going down, try to tell us pipe down, speakers got a little too loud. You know the sound, got enough to go around, we about to get it, no doubt. Feet to the ground, 10 toes down, know we about to get it right now.
Repeat after me. I'm a smooth, confident country boy.
I'm a smooth, confident country boy.
Doesn't sound right when you say it.
Damn.
Look alive.
Chapter 8.
I was down, but now I'm up. Yeah, this all God, this ain't no luck. Yeah, I used to be stuck in that mud. Whoa. Yeah, I was down, but now I'm up. I was down, but now I'm up. Yeah, this all God, this ain't no luck. Yeah, I used to be stuck in that mud. Yeah, I was down, but now I'm up. I was down, but now I'm up like my name Lazarus. No Satan gon' be mad at this. I had to ask my dad if it's okay to swing my bat at this. He said, boy, if I picture this out of the park, moving so quick it's like they stuck in park. They see the numbers, but I see the heart. 10,000 hours you spit in the dark, putting in good work, even though you didn't even know that it would work. Talking about a man who grew up in woodwork, do it for the love of it, that's the way it should work. Yeah, yeah. I know some people gon' look at me crazy and I'm like, for what? Man, I was stuck, I was down, but now I'm up. Yeah. This all God, this ain't no love. Yeah, I used to be stuck in that mud. Yeah, I was down, but now I'm up. I was down, but now I'm
Down, now I'm up like a seesaw. When I'm on a beat like an old man's lawn, better keep off. From the ground to the treetops, got clouds on my feet like Jack in the beanstalk. Jumped off quick, went straight in a free fall. Cowboy hat and a mic singing yeehaw. Landed on my feet like a feline, put him back in the seat like a recline. Ay, what you mean I'm not worthy? Did it with a purpose, didn't need a permit. Digging from the bottom and I brought it to the surface. Mind your business, now who I worship. Who the little guy making big moves. Tick-tock, turn it to a tick, boom. Yeah, I talk a lot of stuff, probably thought it was a bluff, till I went and turned it where?
I was down, but now I'm up. Let's go. Yeah. This all God, this ain't no love. Yeah, I used to be stuck in that mud. Yeah, I was down, but now I'm up. I was down, but now I'm up.
Turn that up, Briggy.
I said forever on the very first day. I fell for you and landed right on my face. Boom, splat, stab me in the back, I'm bruised, bash. Threw me to the curb like loose trash. Left me in the past like who's that?
Who's that?
Damn, wish you would've told me that you felt this way. You been stringing me along with every word you say. You hanging me out to dry, happened 1,000 times. I guess I should've seen it coming any day. Now look, I thought we had it, loving the magic. You had the gasoline and the matches, lit me on fire, spark up the passion. But I guess it really just wasn't what I imagined. Whoa, guess I gotta live with that, huh? Chest got a hole that could fit a Mack truck. Splat on the ground, I ain't getting back up. But I should've known better, cause I said forever on the very first day. I fell for you and landed right on my face. Boom, splat, right out of the blue like news flash. thought I had control, but you crashed. Left me in the past like, who is that?
No, seriously, who is that?
Splat hit the ground, but I'll bounce right back. Trust me, I ain't going down like that. Custom shirts, I had to dust the dirt off. Adjusted myself, put the crown right back. Ding! Okay, I'm shining now. Had to get lost with you to find myself. And I find it kinda funny how the moment that I'm over this is, can I come over quick? No. You had your chance, but you blew it. You had me in the palm of your hand and threw it away. Now you say that you think we can do this again. Second chance, okay, do I look stupid? I don't need you here in my life. Please do not text me, I made up my mind. I do not want you here wasting my time. And next time around, I'll be taking my time. Cause I said forever on the very first day. I fell for you and landed right on my splat.
Okay, Molly. You ready?
Bucket of pink paint, cover the walls. Picked out a rug for whenever you fall. Baby steps, honey, just take it slow. Don't wanna blink, one day you'll be all on your own. And they said wave goodbye to your precious time, but as long as you're with me, that's all the time I'll need. So I said, I'm all good right here when you're with you. I'm all good, baby, I'm all good. My whole world's right here when you're with you. Wouldn't change it if I could. I had a few friends who told me to wait. Everything I want, it'll get in the way. Told them I already know what I would choose. Traded all for a couple more minutes with you. And they said wave goodbye to your precious time, but as long as you're with me, that's all the time I'll need. So I said, I'm all good right here when I'm with you. I'm all good, baby, I'm all good. My whole world's right here when I'm with you. Wouldn't change it if I could. Tossing, I turn now, can't get to sleep. Thinking that I do everything that you need. Every couple nights praying I'll be enough. Thinking how I'm the first man you'll ever love. And they said wave goodbye to your precious time, but as long as I'm with you, I'll never lose. And I said, yeah, I'm all good right here when I'm with you. When I'm with you, yeah, when I'm with you, I'm all good, baby, I'm all good. I'm all good, baby, I'm all good now. My whole world's right here when I'm with you. When I'm with you, yeah, when I'm with you, wouldn't change it if I could. One day when I go and it's all said and done, and you sitting alone and the darkness is won, just know that I'm still here in this song. Just know that I'm still here in this song. One day when I go and it's all said and done, and you sitting alone and the darkness is won, just know that I'm still here. Just know that I'm still here. Anything you want to say to your sister?
I love you, baby Molly.
You're so sweet.
Ain't nobody smooth like me. I don't flash C notes, that's too high key. Keep it all down low, that's who I be. Levitating on the stage when I move my feet. Alright, look, good guy, didn't know that he can move, huh? Been in my shell, popped out like Cooper. And she look good, body rocking like Medusa. Calm like a Buddha, still popping off like bazooka. Smooth like butter in a pan. Love her when she dance. Got me all stuck inside a trance. Hoping she don't have some other plans. Said you got a man?
Yeah.
Damn. Smooth like ice and that's a fact. Michael Jackson, nice with it. I'm moonwalking. She got hoops with the ice and that's a bad chick. The matching jacket with it, you on 10. Yeah. So smooth when you walk in. Slow-mo hair flip. Caught my eye from the jump, Thigh high socks and the legs don't quit. Good guy, girl. girl, go ahead and flaunt what you got. I know that you gotta leave, but I got just what you need. So please tell me what you want, what you want. Said that she was tired of the rap, so I came back, new style, hit him with the funk, with the funk. Whoa, 5'7", so you know I gotta lay up. I ain't even tripping, look at Tom and Zendaya. Feeling real tall at the top, I'm way up. If you want a spot, better pay up. Slick rhymes, I'ma keep it groovy. We could do it quick time, maybe shoot a movie. I don't ever switch sides, I be where the crew be. Hit 'em with a quick slide like I do the 2C. Said that you were seeing somebody, think you should dead it. Yeah, I'm sorry, I thought it and went and said it. If I didn't, then I probably would regret it. And I meant it, think you got it good, I promise it get better. Cause I told you I'm smooth like ice and that's a fact. Michael Jackson, nice with it, I'm moonwalking. She got hoops with the ice and that's a bad chick. The matching jacket with it, you on 10, yeah. So smooth when you walked in, slow-mo hair flip, caught my eye from the jump. Got high socks and the legs don't quit. God, girl, go ahead and flaunt what you got. I know that you gotta leave, but I got just what you need. So please tell me what you want, what you want. Said that she was tired of the rap, so I came back, new style, hit him with the funk.
Try to leave that empty. I'm still dancing with two left feet. I can get it. I can get it. Yeah. Now I'm still dancing with two left feet, yeah. But with a little help, I can move on beat. Now I can moonwalk in two socks and groove all week. But I can't seem to two-step, I lose my feet. Now I can shake it, I can shimmy, I can shuffle, I can gritty.
You can gritty?
I can gritty, it just don't look that pretty. And I can do this little walk too, it goes like this. It goes toe, 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 cross, yeah, that's it. Tell me, baby, what you mean by that? They don't even got it, it just seem like that. Where you think you're going with them jeans like that? Hey, start a little fire, gasoline on that. My boo.
Who said I can never move? I just do it through the music. Make the crowd just to check on the acoustics. I can never lose, I ain't never get a goose egg. But I'm still hit a groove with a two-step. Yeah, she know I'm gon' get it there.
The way she move her body,
yeah, she know just what she doing
she
here.
Don't mess with anybody,
nah, not a single person here. Whoa, got a bill, baby, why'd you bring your person here? Keep it on the low, talk to me, yeah. If you wanna go, walk to me, yeah. If so, let's shimmy, 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 yeah. Back it up slow like
Good. It's the craziest thing I've ever seen.
Tell me, baby, what you mean by that? They don't even got it, it just seem like that. Where you think you're going with them jeans like that? Hey, start a little fire, gasoline on that. My boo. My boo. My boo. My boo.
Let's do another one.
yeah, whoa. I think I did it again. Damn. Couple messages I shouldn't have sent. Said you love me, but we better as friends. And I don't know what to say, don't know what to say.
I think we headed for a fallout. If it isn't me, then who you gonna call now? Thinking we could last forever, but it all just went away, all just went away.
Cut off circulation to my brain, I ain't thinking much. Had it going good right at the start, that's beginner's luck. You deserve the world, and babe, I promise I ain't giving up. I ain't giving up.
I might just lose my head. I can't get out of bed, 'cause all I'm dreaming about is all the time we spend. Want it back, I wish I could, but I can't now. Got attached, you got me looking like a friend now. Oh, and I don't want.
Turn that up, Briggy.
I said forever on the very first day. I fell for you and landed right on my face. Boom, splat, stab me in the back, I'm bruised, bash. Threw me to the curb like loose trash. Left me in the past like who's that?
Who's that?
Damn, wish you would've told me that you felt this way. You been stringing me along with every word you say. You hanging me out to dry, happened 1,000 times. I guess I should've seen it coming any day. Now look, I thought we had it, loving the magic. You had the gasoline and the match. matches. Lit me on fire, spark up the passion. But I guess it really just wasn't what I imagined. Whoa, guess I gotta live with that, huh? Chest got a hole that could fit a Mack truck. Splat on the ground, I ain't getting back up. But I should've known better, cause I said forever on the very first day. I fell for you and landed right on my face. Boom, splat, right out of the blue like news flash. Thought I had control, but you crashed. Left me in the past like, who is that?
No, seriously, who is that?
Splat hit the ground, but I'll bounce right back. Trust me, I ain't going down like that. Custom shirts, I had to dust the dirt off. Adjusted myself, put the crown right back. Ding. Okay, I'm shining now. Had to get lost with you to find myself. And I find it kinda funny how the moment that I'm over this is, can I come over quick? No. You had your chance, but you blew it. You had me in the palm of your hand and threw it away. Now you say that you think we can do this again. Second chance, okay, do I look stupid? I don't need you here in my life. Please do not text me, I made up my mind. I do not want you here wasting my time. And next time around, I'll be taking my time. Cause I said forever on the very first day. I fell for you and landed right on my splat.
Okay, Molly. You ready?
Bucket of pink paint, cover the walls. Picked out a rug for whenever you fall. Baby steps, honey, just take it slow. Don't wanna blink, one day you'll be all on your own. And they said wave goodbye to your precious time, but as long as you're with me, that's all the time I'll need. So I said, I'm all good right here when with you. I'm all good, baby, I'm all good. My whole world's right here when with you. Wouldn't change it if I could. I had a few friends who told me to wait. Everything I want, it'll get in the way. Told them I already know what I would choose. Traded all for a couple more minutes with you. And they said wave goodbye to your precious time, but as long as you're with me, that's all the time I'll need. So I said, I'm all good right here when with you. I'm all good, baby, I'm all good. My whole world's right here when with you. Wouldn't change it if I could. Toss and I turn now, I can't get to sleep. Thinking did I do everything that you need? Every couple nights praying I'll be enough. Thinking how I'm the first man you'll ever love. And they said wave goodbye to your precious time, but as long as I'm with you, I'll never lose. And I said, yeah, I'm all good right here when with you. And I'm with you, yeah, when I'm with you. I'm all good, baby, I'm all good. I'm all good, baby, I'm all good now. My whole world's right here when I'm with you. And I'm with you, yeah, when I'm with you. Wouldn't change it if I could. One day when I go and it's all said and done, and you sitting alone and the darkness is one, just know that I'm still here in this song. Just know that I'm still here in this song. One day when I go and it's all said and done, and you sitting alone and the darkness is one, just know that I'm still here. Just know that I'm still here. Anything you want to say to your sister?
I love you, baby Molly.
You're so sweet.
Ain't Ain't nobody smooth like me. I don't flash C notes, that's too high key. Keep it all down low, that's who I be. Levitating on the stage when I move my feet. Alright, look, good guy, didn't know that he can move, huh? Been in my shell, popped out like Cooper. And she look good, body rocking like Medusa. Calm like a Buddha, still popping off like bazooka. Smooth like butter in a pan. Love her when she dance. Got me all stuck inside a trance. Hoping she don't have some other plans. Said you got a man?
Yeah.
Damn. Smooth like ice and that's a fact. Michael Jackson, nice with it. I'm moonwalking. She got hoops with the ice and that's a bad chick. The matching jacket with it, you on 10. Yeah. So smooth when you walked in. Slow-mo hair flip. Caught my eye from the jump, from the jump. Thigh-high socks and them legs don't quit. Good guy, girl. Go ahead and fly on what you got. I know that you gotta leave, but I got just what you need. So please tell me what you want, what you want. Said that she was tired of the rap, so I came back. New style, hit him with the funk, with the funk. Whoa, 5'7", so you know I gotta lay up. I ain't even tripping, look at Tom and Zendaya. Feeling real tall at the top, I'm way up. If you want a spot, better pay up. Slick rhymes, I'ma keep it groovy. We could do it quick time, maybe shoot a movie. I don't ever switch sides, I be where the crew be. Hit 'em with a quick slide like I do the 2C. Said that you were seeing somebody, think you should dead it. Yeah, I'm sorry, I thought it and went and said it. If I didn't, then I probably would regret it. And I meant it, think you got it good, I promise it get better. Cause I told you I'm smooth like ice and that's a fact. Michael Jackson, nice with it, I'm moonwalking. She got hoops with the ice and that's a bad chick. The matching jacket with it, you on 10, yeah. So smooth when you walked in. Slow-mo hair flip, caught my eye from the jump, from the jump. Thigh-high socks and them legs don't quit. Good guy, girl, go ahead and fly on what you got. I know that you gotta leave, but I got just what you need. So please tell me what you want, what you want. Said that she was tired of the rap, so I came back. New style, hit him with the funk.
Try to leave that empty. I'm still dancing with two left feet. I can get it. I can get it. Yeah. Now I'm still dancing with two left feet, yeah. But with a little help, I can move on beat. Now I can moonwalk in two socks and groove all week. But I can't seem to two-step, I lose my feet. Now I can shake it, I can shimmy, I can shuffle, I can gritty.
You can gritty?
I can gritty, it just don't look that pretty. And I can do this little walk too, it goes like this. It goes toe, 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 cross, yeah, that's it. Tell me, baby, what you mean by that? They don't even got it, it just seem like that. Where you think you're going with them jeans like that? Hey, start a little fire, gasoline on that. My boo. My boo. My boo.
Hey, who said I can never move? I just do it through the music. Make the crowd just to check on the acoustics. I can never lose, I ain't never get a goose egg. But I'm still hit a groove with a two-step. Yeah, she know I'm gon' get it there.
The way she move her body,
yeah, she know just what she doing
she
here.
Don't mess with anybody,
nah, not a single person here. Whoa, got a bill, baby, why'd you bring your person here? Keep it on the low, talk to me, yeah. If you wanna go, walk to me, yeah. If so, let's shimmy, 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 yeah. Back it up slow like
Good. It's the craziest thing I've ever seen.
Tell me, baby, what you mean by that? They don't even got it, it just seem like that. Where you think you're going with them jeans like that? Hey, start a little fire, gasoline on that. My boo. My boo. My boo. My boo.
Let's do another one.
yeah, whoa. I think I did it again. Damn. Couple messages I shouldn't have sent. Said you love me, but we better as friends. And I don't know what to say, don't know what to say.
I think we headed for a fallout. If it isn't me, then who you gonna call now? Thinking we could last forever, but it all just went away, all just went away.
Cut off circulation to my brain, I ain't thinking much. Had it going good right at the start, that's beginner's luck. You deserve the world, and babe, I promise I ain't giving up. I ain't giving up.
I might just lose my head. I can't get out of bed, 'cause all I'm dreaming about is all the time we spend. Want it back, I wish I could, but I can't now. Got attached, you got me looking like a friend now. Oh, and I don't wanna be the one who had you in my arms and let it slip.
Yeah,
want it back, I wish I could, but I can't now. Got attached, you got me looking like a friend now. But when I don't wanna be the one who let you in my arms, I might just lose my head. I can't get out of bed, 'cause all I'm dreaming about is all the time we spend. Want it back, I wish I could, but I can't now. Got attached, you got me looking like a friend now. But when I don't wanna be the one who had you in my arms and letting it slip. Oh, I'm letting it slip. Why you letting it slip? Well, we could have had it.
Hello, buddy.
I've been here again and again. Broke my heart last year, and maybe we're better as friends. Just like the holidays, you'll do it over again. You're coming over again. Oh no, you're a gift and a curse. And all I want for Christmas now is you, and it hurts. And all I want for Christmas now is you, is the worst. And all I want for Christmas now is you, and it hurts. You're a gift and a curse. Whoa, yeah. Maybe under the tree you'll find somebody, but if you want someone like me, I know somebody, so I hope you wishing for me. Yeah, I'm falling for you. Same old tricks up your sleeve, keep on falling for them. Cold as the shoulders you giving me, we got some history, don't wanna break what we built. I brought you roses and holly and told you I'm sorry, but you let them wither and wilt. I would walk 1,000 miles till you through the snow. It's just funny that your hair's up in a bow, 'cause you're a gift and a curse. And all I want for Christmas now is you, and it hurts. And all I want for Christmas now is you, is the worst. And all I want for Christmas now is you, and it hurts. You're a gift and a curse. Yeah, maybe under the tree you'll find some happiness. I thought you'd find it with me, but it ain't happening. You told me we shouldn't be, but I fought for that the moment that I would leave. Now you want me back. Lights on a house, how you stringing me along? Heart full of black ice, didn't mean to fall. Every year, holiday trip back home, I should've known, 'cause you never bringing me along. But I would walk 1,000 miles till you through the snow. It's just funny that your hair's up in a bow, 'cause you're a gift and a curse. And all I want for Christmas now is you, and it hurts. And all I want for Christmas now is you, is the worst. And all I want for Christmas now is you, and it hurts. You're a gift and a curse. All I want for Christmas is your love. Is that too much to ask? All I want for Christmas is your love. Is all I need. You're a gift and a curse. And all I want for Christmas now is you, and it hurts. And all I want for Christmas now is you, is the worst. And all I want for Christmas now is you, and it hurts. You're a gift and a curse. Whoa, yeah. Da 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 dum dum da 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 Yeah.
Hi, buddy.
Run away, run away, run away, run away. You don't gotta look back no more. Anytime, any day, any place. If you want it, girl, anything's possible. You could be my Cinderella. I can make this last forever. Run away, run away, run away, run away. Come with me, let's hit the road. I got an S on my chest. You deserve it, so you getting nothing less than the best. Can't believe it all started with an innocent text. I swear I'm in it for love. I'm never in it for what? Wait a second, I intercepted the vibe. I'm like Deion Sanders, baby. I'm never leaving my prime. I'm an independent rapper who way ahead of his time. You an independent woman, that's everything that I like saying. You don't need your small time, leave it all behind for me. I ain't talking Nelly when I'm saying you could ride with me. Come on, run away, run away, run away, run away. You don't gotta look back no more. Anytime, any day, any place. If you want it, girl, anything's possible. You could be my Cinderella. I can make this last forever. Run away, run away, run away, run away. Come with me, let's hit the road.
Feeling like I'm Timberlake in 2000. 2002. Trying to make my body rock in sync with you. Big dreams, late night, that's what we do. Hard work, I pay my dues off. I got the drive, I'm back in my element. Even when times are tough, we kept pedaling. Wanted to hop inside, but got hesitant. Holding you back, the past is not relevant. You ain't doing this alone, said you needed company. I ain't talking Nelly when I'm saying you could ride with me. Come on, run away, run away, run away, run away. You don't gotta look back no more. Anytime, any day, any place. If you want a girl, anything's possible. You can be my Cinderella. I can make this last forever. Run away, run away, run away, run away. Come with me, let's hit the road. Run away, run away, yeah. Run away, run away, yeah. I've been told I'm lazy, I've been told I'm crazy. I feel like I may be all of the above. I've been called a waste, well, never to my face. Hell, I've been told I'm great and I'll never be enough. Yeah. I just woke up hoping that this would be a much better day. I just spent the morning up trying to learn how to meditate. Anything that could get me right back into this old better state. But that ain't working, maybe I just gotta go get away. No, that ain't it, no, that's not what I needed. Swear I knew this before, so I do. I keep on repeating, expecting different results, like something's going to change. Guess I did this to myself, I think I'm going insane. Okay, look, one side telling me to go all out, other side telling me stop. One side telling me to focus on the work and the job, other side keep telling me nah, keep telling me I need a second just to breathe, need a minute just to rest. But part of me telling me I cannot do that, I'll get all the sleep that I need when I'm dead. Feeling like I'm at the edge, tiptoeing on the ledge. Quit throwing in the towel, that's not how I'm going out. Rain now, not yet, but I confess, I've been upset. Every morning I've been laying in bed, scrolling through feeds, knowing it means nothing to me, I'm not my best. I've been told I'm lazy, I've been told I'm crazy. I feel like I may be all of the above. I've been called a waste, well, never to my face. Hell, I've been told I'm great and I'll never be enough. I heard I'm successful, I just let them guess though. They ask is it stressful, doing what you love. I feel like I'm still lost, maybe that's the real job. I pray that you're real, God and everything above. I was counting mistakes, rounding up to be safe. Down and out but like roundabouts, I went back around, now we straight. I went back around like 20 times, or like 22, or like 29. Thought I cracked the code like a dozen times, hope it pans out like it's sunny side. But I know all the circles have a role, ay. Flowers die when the showers dry, but that doesn't mean they didn't grow, ay. Even if it doesn't show, ay. Even if I never know, ay. I see stars in the darkest night, so I'll find light in this whole
I've been told
thing.
I'm lazy, I've been told I'm crazy. I feel like I may be all of the above. I've been called a waste, well, never to my face. Hell, I've been told I'm great and I'll never be enough. I heard I'm successful, I just let them guess though. They ask is it stressful, doing what you love. I feel like I'm still lost, maybe that's the real job. I pray that you're real, God, and everything above.
Day in, day out, not settling. Cause I know that nothing's ever free. Can't say I'm not where I'm supposed to be. Cause I know that I gave everything. I gave everything. I gave everything.
On the move and I can't stop, won't slow down, gotta keep going. Storm coming, these waves crash on me, but I just keep rowing. I just go where the wind takes, never wanna have been safe. Can't make a new way, find a new lane if you don't risk take. And I ain't slowing down for no one. Only way I fail if I don't try and never show up. That ain't never gonna happen, never gonna pack it up and quit. Got a big bag I need to get, telling me to relax, I can never sit because
Day in, day out, not settling. Cause I know that nothing's ever free. Can't say I'm not where I'm supposed to be. Cause I know that I gave everything. I gave everything. I sacrifice. Everything I do, I have to shine. I'm trying to get it in faster time. That's why I put in the after time. Mastermind, making a hit just to pass the time. Easy as ABC, Jackson 5. I want enough of the moment, a little bit more for the afterlife. Yeah.
I'm either restless or I'm productive, and it's so destructive, but it made me me. If I rerun it, I won't change nothing, cause I fell in love with pursuing my dream. Day in, day out, not settling, cause I know that nothing's ever free. Can't say I'm not where I'm supposed to be, cause I know that I gave everything. I miss driving in the HOV, just you and me, no hurry. I miss dinners that we wouldn't eat, cause it wasn't cheap, no worries. I miss all the little things that we did but didn't notice. You never know a good thing until it's gone. I miss driving in a HOV, now life moves somewhat slowly.
Yeah. Thinking back on the day when we packed the Jetta. Drove to the unknown, we don't know no better. You and me against the world, it's a new vendetta. Was the only thing sane to do. Type of mood swings that could change the weather. Hot, cold, sweating through my sweater. Back and forth, how tie gets severed. Was the only way to cut you loose. No U-turns, my fault that I put you first. Broken heart, you took 2/3. Guess that makes me the loser. Yeah, mileage, brand new speakers driving. Still I sit in silence, thinking about you.
I miss driving in the HOV, just you and me, no hurry. I miss dinners that we wouldn't eat, cause it wasn't cheap, no worries. I miss all the little things that we did but didn't notice. You never know a good thing until it's gone. I miss driving in a HOV, now life moves somewhat slowly.
I remember the day I said I love you and you said it back. Guess you happy now, could I be upset with that? Go from talking every day to no message back. How we go from letting me pay to a separate tab. You even met my parents before you flew the coop. You made me think of marriage, just like the movies do. My mama said I had a good one, my pop said it too. I told him about the one that got away, but never told him it was you. All that time, yeah, it was you.
I miss driving in the HOV, just you and me, no hurry. I miss dinners that we wouldn't eat, cause it wasn't cheap, no worries. I miss all the little things that we did but didn't notice. You never know a good thing until it's gone. I miss driving in a HOV, now life moves somewhat slowly.
Heard you got a man, that's too bad.
Yeah, back in the picture like, oh damn, who's that?
Cause I got what you need.
Hey, keep that shit low key.
Whoa, don't tell all your friends.
Why? Everybody want a piece. Whoa,
Damn,
look,
I'm smooth, yeah, no crashing.
vroom vroom,
Yeah.
can't catch this.
I'm smooth, no crashing.
Vroom vroom, can't catch this. Speed it up.
Go, something like gadget. Big check straight to my address. E-class, yes, I live lavish. Talk is cheap except when I'm rapping. Give them all the blueprint, now they tryna dupe this. My shoes too big to fit in, stupid. Now I'm living ruthless, Uber Eastwood Chris. I make moves, y'all making excuses.
New Porsche, I don't gotta switch lanes. Got wrist, I don't need a wrist train. Drop hits, even on a mixtape. Cal rip, you know I don't ever miss games. Tank so full, y'all running on empty. Y'all burn quick, I'm here for longevity. Still pull dimes even when I'm 70. On my grind, you think there was 10 of me?
Heard you got a man, that's too bad.
Yeah, back in the picture like, oh damn, who's that?
Cause I got what you need.
Hey, keep that shit low key.
Whoa, don't tell all your friends.
Why? Everybody want a piece. been realer. I move heavyweight like Ben Stiller. Nah, I don't wanna meet your parents. I ain't thinking about no marriage. That you wanna move where it's safe upstate. Tell her I ain't trying to live with no Karens.
Back to back, but this is not the sequel. Masterpiece, I'm vicious with the easel. Action packed and faster than Vin Diesel. Gasoline, my tank is full of diesel. Whoa, heard your new track and it's last ring muted. She love what I say, yeah, my pen game Cupid. Shoot for the stars like my name George Lucas. Last name Price and I'm living up to it. Heard you got a man, that's too bad.
Back in the picture like, oh damn, who's that?
Cause I got what you need.
Hey, keep that shit low key.
Whoa, don't tell all your friends.
Why? Everybody want a piece. Whoa,
damn,
look,
I'm smooth, yeah, no crashing.
Whoa. Vroom vroom, yeah. Can't catch this.
Go. I'm smooth, no crashing.
Yeah. Vroom vroom, can't catch this.
Speed it up. I'm the underdog, put it all on me, undercover boss, it all fall on me. I ain't one to talk, nah, but they call on me. What you running from, Let me talk my piece. Yeah, ain't nobody outdoing me on my own thing except that. Took a couple years, had a setback, went back to the drawing board, put the pen back, left that out by the bed where I slept at, just in case I might forget that, and they don't get that, hitting me up like you don't text back. Real friends get it, I don't sweat that, too busy trying to turn Jetta to an S-Class, get lab, turn a backpack to a jetpack, then I went past them. Funny how I went from plateau to platinum, funny how I skipped my class and outclassed them, funny how I'm last out but I outlast them. But they ain't laughing now, put them in the ring, won't last around, pack a punch like a Pacquiao, you to cast me out, but me, I'm the underdog, put it all on me, undercover boss, it all fall on me. I ain't one to talk, nah, but they call on me. What you running from, Let me talk my piece. Look, one day to Sunday, never skip one day. Do this for my family and my son's sake. I never complain, I just go uptain. Give me a shot and I took it, no pump fake. Listen close, what's it gonna be? You can sink or flow. We gon' find out when they miss the bow. Switch up the beat like a sicko mode. Hard drive full of these bullets, they know that it's loaded. They dealt me some bullets, you know I ain't folding. They see what I read and they know when I wrote it. I mean what I said and they know when I spoke it. I still got a ways to go. Learn from the grace, I'm taking some notes. Promise I got it, I'm taking an oath. Bread popping up like I'm making some toast, yeah. Do it my own way. Ain't no one telling me how I can move, okay? Move it my own pace. I got a lot on my list to do, okay? No one in my lane. I'm 101 and there'll never be two, okay? I just keep making the rules, okay? Won't lose, okay? Look, I'm the underdog. Put it all on me. Undercover boss. It all fall on me. I ain't one to talk, nah, but they call on me. What you running from, Let me talk my piece. Hey, look, I got her moving in tandem, militant how I'm advancing, hold the baton, salary look like a ransom, she said it's making me handsome, showing me off, they said I've been getting cocky, this is my modesty anthem, hold the applause, slippers of ruby, I'm dancing, feel like I've been out in Kansas, Wizard of Oz, I'm bounce, bounce, they want my soul, I don't rent it out, posting a ticket for headliner shows, it's the only time I'm ever selling out, knocking me down in the second round, good under pressure, they never doubt, still gonna hit it right out of the park at the bottom of ninth with a second out, back against the wall, had to get them off, never let them all get to me, bombs will set them off, don't upset the boss, I'ma get them all eventually, yeah, but for now I'm just chilling, hometown hero but the beast so villain, got it on lock and the key code hidden, straight to the top, we don't need no ceiling, I got them moving in tandem, militant how I'm advancing, hold the baton, salary look like a ransom, she said it's making me handsome, showing me off, they said I've been getting cocky, this is my modesty anthem, hold the applause, slippers of ruby, I'm dancing, feel like I've been out in Kansas, Wizard of Oz,
Look at me, I'm on the TV, I make a hit, double back, then I repeat, got your favorite rapper try to meet me, phone buzzing, labels calling, they need me, I get it, you want the sauce, me and Connor ain't giving no freebies, they all say that I'm cocky, it's confidence, baby, I'm sorry, I make it look easy, I feel like the Wizard of Oz, Sydney to Bono, we spinning the gold, don't need your round of applause, save it for later, I'm back on my zone, that's hard, I'm back to my ways, I'm stepping on toes, moving in tandem, militant how I'm advancing. Yeah, salary look like a mansion, something about me being handsome. How's it go again?
I got her moving in tandem, militant how I'm advancing. Hold the baton, salary look like a ransom. She said it's making me handsome, showing me off. They said I've been getting cocky, this is my modesty anthem. Hold the applause, slippers of ruby, I'm dancing. Feel like I've been out in Kansas, Wizard of Oz, I'm Yeah, thinking that it happened overnight, it didn't. In it for the long haul flight, committed. Wanted me to fail out of spite, I didn't. All bark, but they don't bite, they timid. Thinking that it happened overnight, but it didn't. In it for the long haul flight, I'm committed. Wanted me to fail out of spite, but I didn't. All bark, but they don't bite, cause I'm timid. Look, wait. I got people trying to wish and pray that I'ma fall about it, all about it till we spoke in person. Don't wanna talk about it now, huh? Oh, you sound tough, toying with them, don't get wound up. How you wound up? Another number in the round up. Put the town up, I built this thing up from the ground up. And if I bounce up, I get my crown stuck. Green light go, got the east side flow. I'm a giant in the space like FIFA 4. All the kids sing along like EIO. Every time when they see my show, thinking that it happened overnight, yeah, it didn't. In it for the long haul flight, committed. Wanted me to fail out of spite, I didn't. All bark, but they don't bite, they timid. Thinking that it happened overnight, but it didn't. In it for the long haul flight, I'm committed. Wanted me to fail out of spite, but I didn't. All bark, but they don't bite, cause I'm timid. Look,
Esto es talento, we favor and you got no skill. I got drive, baby, ustedes son roadkill. Yeah, ya te dije, no están en mi carta perder. De pequeño estoy ungido, baby, ese es mi flex. No me dieron nada por lo mío, José. 360 is your deal, man, I couldn't be me. Pa' mi frequency, te frequently. Matando esto con sabor y efficiency. No gasto tiempo, waste no time, not my money. Boss, baby, CEO del LLC. Lo tengo en un pánico. Dale rápido, quiero crecer y dar más fruto, algo botánico. Lo hice bien orgánico. Tomé el maquinón. Voy subiendo como espuma y tú bajando bien titánico. Out my way, I ain't built this in a day. But you know I'm here now to stay. I'm hungry, boy, I'm not here to play.
thinking that it happened overnight, it didn't. In it for the long haul flight, committed. Wanted me to fail out of spite, I didn't. All bark, but they don't bite, they timid. Thinking that it happened overnight, but it didn't. In it for the long haul flight, I'm committed. Wanted me to fail out of spite, but I didn't. All bark, but they don't bite, cause they timid. Look, wait. Yeah, look, every day that they see me, they like, what's up, dude? I tell them not much, but we know it's not true. Got a to-do list that every day I gotta run through. I don't wanna small talk about it, let the work talk for me, yo. I don't tell nobody about my secrets. Keep it to myself, cause nowadays they wanna leak it. I don't even share it with my family as a reason. Not cause I don't trust them, I would rather let them see it for themselves. I got insecurities, I don't wear them on my sleeve, so you know I gotta keep them on the shelf. Like awards I don't have yet. And every second that I wasted talking about it is a second I can have back. Look, I don't wanna tell them everything I'm gonna do. I would rather show them everything that I achieved. I don't wanna tell them that I got it with no proof. I would rather show them the receipts. I find it funny how they say you gotta talk less and do more. When I rap, I talk more and do less. Already had a blue check before I made the music, and now I'm making verified hits every stew session. I got ways to go, I know I never stop. Opportunities are coming to me, I'ma let them knock. Open up the door and let them in, how could I ever not? Better pop off any second, head spinning like a helicopter. Let it breathe, then I'm back in it. You could give me any beat and I'm attacking it. 400 at bat, what I'm averaging. 4 clubs on the cap, the establishment. At the show and the crowd get loud to it. Lyrics stay slick, but it still got a bounce to it. First round pick if they ever get around to it. First round KO, I don't got around to it. I don't wanna tell them everything I'm gonna do. What? I would rather show them everything that I achieved. I don't wanna tell them that I got it with no proof. I would rather show them the receipts.
The receipts? I don't wanna tell them how much money I'ma blow. I would rather show them when I pull up in that beam. I don't wanna tell them not to fuck one with the goat. I would rather pull up with the banger on the seats. Fixating these cats biting my place like every week. Quit playing for I'm aiming and spraying at your teeth. Lame as they can't play with this human, I'm elite. What I'm saying is you my pet in this game, that was your least. Big bang on my pen, staying on jet flame. Feel the pain whenever I start orangutan in the beat. Get paid for a quick 8, was just laid. Man, I ate so many verses, I think it's standing on my teeth. Hold on, let me check that. Got a mask of where his legs at. Best rap, got him pressed back. What you say, cat? Maddie beats, like some kind of P, gon' get your neck snapped. Yeah.
I don't wanna tell them everything I'm gonna do. I would rather show them everything that I achieved. I don't wanna tell them that I got it with no proof. I would rather show them the receipts. Yeah, straight A student, but I'm friends with the cool kids. Following the rules and the rubric. Freestyle on the bus and it's too lit. Everybody like, oh damn, who's this? Raising the stakes like Roos Chris. Clockwork, how I shine like Kubrick. Yeah, I heard what you got with the music. Think that it's hot, but it's not like mucus. Pick a side, never switch, get a backbone. Girl, the only one that hit me on the bat phone. Hey, turn the rap flow to a cash flow. Cash cow, got the game in the lasso. 5 figures this week, no show yet. Yeah, I do it all from my home setup. Whoa, turn a TikTok to a Rolex. And I got more views than a Coachella. Make money off streams cause I own it. Can't exploit me cause I know better. Work smarter, not harder, I know this. But I still do both, I'm a go-getter. Scroll back on the gram, you can see just how I did it, ayy. This ain't overnight, I've been at it for a minute, ayy. World gave me lemons and I turned it into lemonade. Got a juice and I made a brand off of it like a Minute Maid. Yeah, straight A student, but I'm friends with the cool kids. Following the rules and the rubric. Freestyle on the bus and it's too lit. Everybody like, oh damn, who's this? Ship don't sink, no loose lips. What's a rowboat to a cruise ship? What's a penny stock to a blue chip? What's an NPC to a blue tick? Whole life felt protagonist, like Bilbo Baggins is. Name got weight, no dragoness. Too big for the scale like dragon skin. Now I'm just headed to the top, go kill it. Said he gonna pop, no kidding. I can never stop, no chilling. Way too attached, yeah, I caught those feelings. Shot through the roof, I ain't got no ceiling. Boom, hit him with a hook, reel him in like a fishing line. Hit the ground running and I'm blowing through the finish line. Everybody in the crowd bounce when I finish lines. Make them all dance like the Finnish prime minister. Face so innocent, flow so sinister. Pay those dividends, hold no prisoners. Try to put it all in a verse, phone D&D, so please no visitors. Yeah, straight A student, but I'm friends with the cool kids. Following the rules and the rubric. Freestyle on the bus and it's too lit. Everybody like, oh damn, who's this? Raising the stakes like Roos Chris. Clockwork, how I shine like Kubrick. Yeah, I heard what you got with the music. Think that it's hot, but it's not like mucus.
100 gram.
I've been told I'm lazy, I've been told I'm crazy. I feel like I may be all of the. Try to leave that empty. I'm still dancing with 2 left feet. I can get it, I can get it. Yeah. Now I'm still dancing with 2 left feet, yeah. But with a little help, I can move on beat. Now I can moonwalk in 2 socks and groove all week. But I can't seem to 2-step, I lose my feet. Now I can shake it, I can shimmy, I can shuffle, I can gritty. You can gritty? I can gritty, it just don't look that pretty. And I can do this little walk too, it goes like this. It goes toe, 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 cross, yeah, that's it.
Tell me, baby, what you mean by that? They don't even got it, it just seem like that. Where you think you're going with them jeans like that? Hey, start a little fire, gasoline on that. My boo. My boo. My boo. My boo.
Hey, who said I can never move? I just do it through the music. Make the crowd just to check on the acoustics. I can never lose, I ain't never get a goose egg. But I'm still hit a groove with a 2-step. Yeah, she know I'm gon' get it there.
The way she move her body,
yeah, she know just what she doing
she
here.
don't mess with anybody,
nah, not a single person here. Whoa, got a bill, baby, why'd you bring your person here? Keep it on the low, talk to me, yeah. If you wanna go, walk to me, yeah. If so, let's shimmy, 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 yeah. Back it up slow like
Good. It's the craziest thing I've ever seen.
Tell me, baby, what you mean by that? They don't even got it, it just seem like that. Where you think you're going with them jeans like that? Hey, start a little fire, gasoline on that. My boo. My boo. My boo. My boo.
Let's do another one.
Yeah, whoa. I think I did it again. Damn. Couple messages I shouldn't have sent. Said you love me, but we better as friends. And I don't know what to say, don't know what to say.
I think we headed for a fallout. If it isn't me, then who you gonna call now? Thinking we could last forever, but it all just went away, all just went away.
Cut off circulation to my brain, I ain't thinking much. Had it going good right at the start, that's beginner's luck. You deserve the world, and babe, I promise I ain't giving up. I ain't giving up.
I might just lose my head. I can't get out of bed, 'cause all I'm dreaming about is all the time we spend. Want it back, I wish I could, but I can't now. Got attached, you got me looking like a friend now. Oh, and I don't wanna be the one who had you in my arms and let it slip.
Yeah, I'ma never let it slip. Thinking we can roll together, I could take you on a trip. If we end up down in Vegas, put your name up on the strip. Day I take it all for granted, it's the day that you can. Yeah, you got something to say. Pack up, hop in the range, cooking, light up the flame. Private, but nothing is plain. And what we got is picture perfect, so why did it change? Wait, I'm out of the frame, damn.
I might just lose my head. I can't get out of bed, 'cause all I'm dreaming about is all the time we spend. Want it back, I wish I could, but I can't now. Got attached, you got me looking like a friend now. Oh, and I don't wanna be the one who let you in my arms. I might just lose my head. I can't get out of bed, 'cause all I'm dreaming about is all the time we spend. Want it back, I wish I could, but I can't now. Got attached, you got me looking like a friend now. Oh, and I don't wanna be the one who had you in my arms and let it slip. Home, let it slip. Why you letting it slip? Well, we could've had it.
Hello, buddy.
I've been here again and again. Broke my heart last year, and maybe we're better as friends. Just like the holidays, you'll do it over again. You're coming over again. Oh no, you're a gift and a curse. And all I want for Christmas now is you, and it hurts. And all I want for Christmas now is you, is the worst. And all I want for Christmas now is you, and it hurts. You're a gift and a curse. Whoa, yeah. Maybe under the tree you'll find somebody, but if you want someone like me, I know somebody, so I hope you wishing for me. Yeah, I'm falling for you. Same old tricks up your sleeve. Keep on falling for them.
Cold as the shoulders you giving me. We got some history, don't wanna break what we built. I brought you roses and holly and told you I'm sorry, but you let them wither and wilt. I would walk 1,000 miles till you through the snow. It's just funny that your hair's up in a bow, cause
you're a gift and a curse. And all I want for Christmas now is you, and it hurts. And all I want for Christmas now is you, is the worst. And all I want for Christmas now is you, and it hurts. You're a gift and a curse. Yeah, maybe under the tree you'll find some happiness. I thought you'd find it with me, but it ain't happening. You told me we shouldn't be, but I fought for that the moment that I would leave. Now you want me back.
Lights on the house, how you stringing me along? Heart full of black ice, didn't mean to fall. Every year, holiday trip back home. I should've known, cause you never bringing me along. But I would walk 1,000 miles till you through the snow. It's just funny that your hair's up in a bow, cause
you're a gift and a curse. And all I want for Christmas now is you, and it hurts. And all I want for Christmas now is you, is the worst. And all I want for Christmas now is you, and it hurts. You're a gift and a curse. All I want for Christmas is your love. Is that too much to ask? All I want for Christmas is your love. Is all I need. You're a gift and a curse. And all I want for Christmas now is you, and it hurts. And all I want for Christmas now is you, is the worst. And all I want for Christmas now is you, and it hurts. You're a gift and a curse. Oh yeah.
Hi, buddy.
Run away, run away, run away, run away. You don't gotta look back no more. Anytime, any day, any place. If you want a girl, anything's possible. You could be my Cinderella. I can make this last forever. Run away, run away, run away, run away. Come with me, let's hit the road.
I got an S on my chest. You deserve it, so you getting nothing less than the best. Can't believe it all started with an innocent text. I swear I'm in it for love. I'm never in it for what? Wait a second, I intercepted the vibe. I'm like Deion Sanders, baby. I'm never leaving my prime. I'm an independent rapper who way ahead of his time. You an independent woman. That's everything that I like saying. You don't need your small time. Leave it all behind for me. I ain't talking Nelly when I'm saying you could ride with me. Come on.
Run away, run away, run away, run away. You don't gotta look back no more. Anytime, any day, any place. If you want a girl, anything's possible. You could be my Cinderella. I can make this last forever. Run away, run away, run away, run away. Come with me, let's hit the road.
feeling like I'm Timberlake in 2002. Trying to make my body rock in sync with you. Big dreams, late night, that's what we do. Hard work, I pay my dues off. I got the drive, I'm back in my element. Even when times are tough, we kept pedaling. Wanted to hop inside, but got hesitant. Holding you back, the past is not relevant. You ain't doing this alone, said you needed company. I ain't talking Nelly when I'm saying you could ride with me. Come on,
Run away, run away, run away, run away. You don't gotta look back no more. Anytime, any day, any place. If you want a girl, anything's possible. You could be my Cinderella. I can make this last forever. Run away, run away, run away, run away. Come with me, let's hit the road. Run away, run away, yeah. Run away, run away, yeah. I've been told I'm lazy, I've been told I'm crazy. I feel like I may be all of the above. I've been called a waste, well, never to my face. Hell, I've been told I'm great and I'll never be enough.
yeah. I just woke up hoping that this would be a much better day. I just spent the morning up trying to learn how to meditate. Anything that could get me right back into this old better state. But that ain't working, maybe I just gotta go get away. No
that ain't it. No, that's not what I needed. Swear I knew this before, so I do. I keep on repeating, expecting different results, like something's going to change. Guess I did this to myself, I think I'm going insane. Okay, look, one side telling me to go all out, other side telling me stop. One side telling me to focus on the work and the job, other side keep telling me nah, keep telling me I need a second just to breathe, need a minute just to rest. But part of me telling me I cannot do that, I'll get all the sleep that I need when I'm dead. Feeling like I'm at the edge, tiptoeing on the ledge. Quit throwing in the towel, that's not how I'm going out. Rain now, not yet, but I confess, I've been upset. Every morning I've been laying in bed, scrolling through feeds, knowing it means nothing to me, I'm not my best.
I've been told I'm lazy, I've been told I'm crazy. I feel like I may be all of the above. I've been called a waste, well, never to my face. Hell, I've been told I'm great and I'll never be enough.
I heard I'm successful, I just let them guess though. They ask is it stressful, doing what you love. I feel like I'm still lost, maybe that's the real job. I pray that you're real, God and everything above. I was counting mistakes, rounding up to be safe. Down and out, but like roundabouts, I went back around, now we straight. I went back around like 20 times, or like 22, or like 29. Thought I cracked the code like a dozen times, hope it pans out like it's sunny side. But I know all the circles have a role, ay. Flowers die when the showers dry, but that doesn't mean they didn't grow, ay. Even if it doesn't show, ay. Even if I never know, ay. I see stars in the darkest night, so I'll find light in this whole
I've been told
thing.
I'm lazy, I've been told I'm crazy. I feel like I may be all of the above. I've been called a waste, well, never to my face. Hell, I've been told I'm great and I'll never be enough. I heard I'm successful, I just let them guess though. They ask is it stressful, doing what you love. I feel like I'm still lost, maybe that's the real job. I pray that you're real, God, and everything above.
Day in, day out, not settling. Cause I know that nothing's ever free. Can't say I'm not where I'm supposed to be. Cause I know that I gave everything. I gave everything. I gave everything. On the move and I can't stop, won't slow down, gotta keep going. Storm coming, these waves crash on me, but I just keep rowing. I just go where the wind takes, never wanna have been safe. Can't make a new way, find a new lane if you don't risk take. And I ain't slowing down for no one. Only way I fail if I don't try and never show up. That ain't never gonna happen, never gonna pack it up and quit. Got a big bag I need to get, telling me to relax, I can never sit because day in, day out, not settling. Cause I know that nothing's ever free. Can't say I'm not where I'm supposed to be. Cause I know that I gave everything. I gave everything. I gave everything. Making a sacrifice, everything I do I have to shine. I'm trying to get it in faster time, that's why I put in the after time. Mastermind, making a hit just to pass the time. Easy as ABC, Jackson 5. I want enough of the moment, a little bit more for the afterlife. Yeah. I'm either restless or I'm productive, and it's so destructive, but it made me me. Yeah. If I rerun it, I won't change nothing, cause I fell in love with pursuing my dream. Day in, day out, not settling, cause I know that nothing's ever free. Can't say I'm not where I'm supposed to be, cause I know that I gave everything. Cause I know that I gave everything. Cause I know that I gave everything. I miss driving in the HOV, just you and me, no hurry. I miss dinners that we wouldn't eat, cause it wasn't cheap, no worries. I miss all the little things that we didn't notice. You never know a good thing until it's gone. I miss driving in a HOV, now life moves somewhat slow.
Thinking back on the day when we packed the Jetta. Drove to the unknown, we don't know no better. You and me against the world, it's a new vendetta. Was the only thing sane to do. Type of mood swings that could change the weather. Hot, cold, sweating through my sweater. Back and forth, hot tie gets severed. Was the only way to cut you loose. No U-turns, my fault that I put you first. Broken heart, you took 2/3. Guess that makes me the loser. Yeah, mileage, brand new speakers driving. Still I sit in silence, thinking about you.
I miss driving in the HOV, just you and me, no hurry. I miss dinners that we wouldn't eat, cause it wasn't cheap, no worries. I miss all the little things that we did, but didn't notice. You never know a good thing until it's gone. I miss driving in the HOV, now life moves somewhat slowly.
I remember the day I said I love you and you said it back. Guess you happy now, could I be upset with that? Go from talking every day to no message back. How we go from letting me pay to a separate tab. You even met my parents before you flew the coop. You made me think of marriage, just like the movies do. My mama said I had a good one, my pop said it too. I told him about the one that got away, but never told him it was you. All that time, yeah, it was you.
I miss driving in the HOV, just you and me, no hurry. I miss dinners that we wouldn't eat, cause it wasn't cheap, no worries. I miss all the little things that we did, but didn't notice. You never know a good thing until it's gone. I miss driving in the HOV, now life moves somewhat slowly.
Heard you got a man, that's too bad.
Yeah, back in the picture like, oh damn, who's that?
Cause I got what you need.
Hey, keep that shit low key.
Whoa, don't tell all your friends.
Why? Everybody want a piece. Whoa,
Damn,
look,
I'm smooth, no crashing.
vroom vroom, can't catch this.
I'm smooth, no crashing.
Vroom vroom, can't catch this. Speed it up.
Go, something like gadget. Big check straight to my address. E-class, yes, I live lavish. Talk is cheap, except when I'm rapping. Give them all the blueprint, now they tryna dupe this. My shoes too big to fit in, stupid. Now I'm living ruthless, Uber Eastwood Chris. I make moves, y'all making excuses.
New Porsche, I don't gotta switch lanes. Got wrist, I don't need a restraint. Drop hits, even on a mixtape. Cal rip, you know I don't ever miss games. Tank so full, y'all running on empty. Y'all burn quick, I'm here for longevity. Still pull dimes even when I'm 70. On my grind, you think there was 10 of me?
Heard you got a man, that's too bad.
Yeah, back in the picture like, oh damn, who's that?
Cause I got what you need.
Hey, keep that shit low key.
Whoa, don't tell all your friends.
Why? Everybody want a piece. Whoa,
Damn,
look,
I'm smooth, no crashing.
vroom vroom, can't catch this.
I'm smooth, no crashing.
Vroom vroom, can't catch this. Speed it up. All songs hard, no skips and no filler. Got a new girl like Schmidt and Nick Miller. Big like BBLs, I've been Rilla. I move heavyweight like Ben Stiller. Nah, I don't wanna meet your parents. I ain't thinking about no marriage. That you wanna move where it's safe upstate. Tell her I ain't trying to live with no Karens.
Back to back, but this is not the sequel. Masterpiece, I'm vicious with the easel. Action packed and faster than Vin Diesel. Gasoline, my tank is full of diesel. Whoa, heard your new track and it's last when muted. She love what I say, yeah, my pen game Cupid. Shoot for the stars like my name George Lucas. Last name Price and I'm living up to it. Heard you got a man, that's too bad.
Back in the picture like, oh damn, who's that?
Cause I got what you need.
Hey, keep that shit low key.
Whoa, don't tell all your friends.
Why? Everybody want a piece. Whoa,
Damn,
look,
I'm smooth, no crashing.
vroom vroom, can't catch this.
I'm smooth, no crashing.
Vroom vroom, can't catch this.
Speed it up. I'm the underdog, put it all on me, undercover boss.
it'll fall on me. I ain't one to talk, nah, but they call on me. What you running from, Let me talk my piece. Yeah, ain't nobody outdoing me on my own thing except that. Took a couple years, had a setback. Went back to the drawing board, put the pen back. Left that out by the bed where I slept at. Just in case I might forget that, and they don't get that. Hitting me up like you don't text back. Real friends get it, I don't sweat that. Too busy trying to turn Jetta to a S-Class. Get lab, turn a backpack to a jetpack. Then I went past them. Funny how I went from plateau to platinum. Funny how I skipped my class and outclassed them. Funny how I'm last out, but I outlast them. But they ain't laughing now. Put them in the ring, won't last around. Pack a punch like a Pacquiao. You to catch me out, but me, I'm the underdog. Put it all on me, undercover boss. It'll fall on me. I ain't one to talk, nah, but they call on me. What you running from, Let me talk my piece. Look, Monday to Sunday, never skip one day. Do this for my family and my son's sake. I never complain, I just go uptake. Give me a shot and I took it, no pump fake. Listen close, what's it gonna be? You can sink or flow. We gon' find out when they miss the bow. Switch up the beat like a sicko mode. Hard drive full of these bullets, they know that it's loaded. They down me some bullets, you know I ain't folding. They see what I read and they know when I wrote it. I mean what I said and they know when I spoke it. I still got a ways to go. Learn from the grace, I'm taking some notes. Promise I got it, I'm taking an oath. Bread popping up like I'm making some toast. Yeah, do it my own way. Ain't no one telling me how I can move, okay? Move it my own pace. I got a lot on my list to do, okay? No one in my lane. I'm one of one and there'll never be two, okay? I just keep making the rules, okay? Won't lose, okay? Look, I'm the underdog. Put it all on me, undercover boss. It'll fall on me. I ain't one to talk, nah, but they call on me. What you running from, Let me talk my piece. Hey, look, I got her moving in tandem, militant how I'm advancing, hold the baton, salary look like a ransom, she said it's making me handsome, showing me off, they said I've been getting cocky, this is my modesty anthem, hold the applause, slippers of ruby, I'm dancing, feel like I've been out in Kansas, Wizard of Oz, I'm bounce, bounce, they want my soul, I don't rent it out, posting a ticket for headliner shows, it's the only time I'm ever selling out, knocking me down in the second round, good under pressure, they never doubt, still gonna hit it right out of the park at the bottom of ninth with a second out, back against the wall, had to get them off, never let them all get to me, bombs will set them off, don't upset the boss, I'ma get them all eventually, yeah.
How long will Blue Star sit with him? Probably the whole night. Redtail was her deputy for many, many moons. She won't want to let him go too quickly. He was one of the best warriors. Not as big and powerful as Tiger Claw or Lionheart, but quick and clever.
Firepaw looked at Tiger Claw, admiring the strength that swelled in his powerful muscles and broad head. His massive body showed signs of his warrior life. One of his ears was split into a deep V shape, and a in his powerful muscles and
not as big and powerful as Tiger. Redtail was her deputy for many, many moons. She won't want to let him go too quickly. He was one of the best warriors. Not as big and powerful as Tiger Claw or Lionheart, but quick and clever.
Firepaw looked at Tiger Claw, admiring the strength that swelled in his powerful muscles and broad head. His massive body showed signs of his warrior life. One of his ears was split into a deep V shape, of his in his powerful muscles and broad head. His massive body showed
He was one of the best warriors. Not as big and powerful as Tiger Claw or Lionheart, but quick and clever.
Firepaw looked at Tiger Claw, admiring the strength that swelled in his powerful muscles and broad head. His massive body showed signs of his warrior life. One of his ears was split into a deep V shape, and a fixed scar sliced the bridge of his nose. Suddenly, Tiger Claw stood up and stalked over to Ravenpaw. Spotted Leaf was crouching beside Tiger Claw's wounded apprentice, using her teeth and front paws to press wads of cobweb onto his shoulder wound. Firepaw leaned toward Greypaw and asked,
"What's Spotted Leaf doing?"
Stopping the bleeding. It looked like a nasty cut, and Ravenpaw seemed really shaken up. He's always been a bit jumpy, but I've never seen him this bad before. Let's go and see if he's woken up yet.
They made their way through the grieving cats toward the spot where Ravenpaw lay, and settled themselves a respectful distance away to wait until Tigerclaw had finished speaking.
So, Spotted Leaf. How is he? Do you think you can save him? I've spent a lot of time training him, and I don't want my efforts to be wasted at the first battle.
Spotted Leaf didn't look up from her patient as she replied.
Yes, a pity if, after all your valuable training, he dies in his first fight, eh?
Firepaw could hear a teasing purr in her soft mew.
Will he live?
Yes, a pity if, after all...
Respectful distance away to wait until Tigerclaw had finished speaking.
So, Spotted Leaf. How is he? Do you think you can save him? I've spent a lot of time training him, and I don't want my efforts to be wasted at the first battle.
Spotted Leaf didn't look up from her patient as she replied.
Yes, a pity if, after all your valuable training, he dies in his first fight, eh?
Firepaw could hear a teasing purr in her soft mew.
Will he live?
Of course. He just needs to rest.
Tigerclaw snorted and looked down at the motionless black shape. He jabbed Ravenpaw with one of his front claws.
Come on then! Get up!
Ravenpaw didn't move.
Look at the length of that claw! Too right. I know I wouldn't want to get into a fight with him.
Not so fast, Tigerclaw.
Spotted Leaf placed her paw over Tigerclaw's sharp talon and gently moved it away.
This apprentice needs to keep as still as possible until the cut has healed. We don't want him opening his wound by jumping about trying to please you. Leave him alone.
Firepaw found himself holding his breath as he waited for Tigerclaw's reaction. He guessed that few cats dared to give orders to a warrior like that. The big tabby stiffened and seemed about to speak when Spotted Leaf mewed teasingly.
Even you know better than to argue with a medicine cat, Tigerclaw.
Tigerclaw's eyes flashed at the little tortoiseshell's words.
Oh, I wouldn't dare argue with you, dear Spotted Leaf.
He purred. He turned to leave and caught sight of Greypaw and Firepaw.
Who's this?
He asked Greypaw, towering above them.
He's the new apprentice.
He smells like a kitty pet.
I was a house cat, but I'm going to train to be a warrior.
Tigerclaw looked at him with sudden interest.
Ah, yes. Now I remember. Blue Star mentioned that she had stumbled across some stray kitty pet. So she's actually going to try you out, is she?
Firepaw sat up very straight, anxious to impress this distinguished warrior.
That's right,
he mewed respectfully. Tigerclaw eyed him thoughtfully.
Then I shall watch your progress with interest.
Firepaw puffed his chest out proudly as Tigerclaw stalked away.
Do you think he liked me?
I don't think Tigerclaw likes any apprentices.
Just then, Ravenpaw stirred and twitched his ears.
Has he gone?
Who, Tigerclaw? Yep, he's gone,
replied Greypaw, trotting toward him.
Hi there.
Firepaw began, about to introduce himself.
Go away, both of you. How am I meant to help this cat with all these interruptions?
She impatiently flicked her tail at Greypaw and Firepaw and pushed her way between them and her patient. Firepaw realized she was serious, despite the lively glimmer in her warm amber eyes.
Come on then, Firepaw. I'll show you around. See you later, Ravenpaw.
The two cats left Spotted Leaf with Ravenpaw and walked across the clearing. Greypaw looked thoughtful. He was clearly taking his duties as a guide very seriously.
You know the high rock already.
He began flicking his tail toward the big, smooth rock.
Blue Star always addresses the clan from there. Her den is down there.
He lifted his nose toward a hollow inside of a high rock.
Her den was carved out many moons ago by an ancient stream.
Hanging lichen draped the entrance, sheltering the leader's nest from wind and rain.
The warriors sleep over here.
Firepaw followed him to a large bush a few paces away from the high rock. There was a clear view from here right down to the gorse entrance into the camp. The branches of a bush hung low, but Firepaw could see a sheltered space inside where the warriors made their nests.
The senior warriors sleep nearest the center, where it's warmest. They usually share their fresh kill together over by that clump of nettles. The younger warriors eat nearby. Sometimes they are invited to join the senior warriors for eating, which is a big honor.
What about the other clan cats?
Firepaw asked, fascinated, but feeling rather overwhelmed by all the traditions and rituals of clan life.
Well, the queens share warrior quarters when they work as warriors, but when they are expecting kits or nursing them, they stay in a nest near the nursery. The elders have their own place on the other side of the clearing. Come on, I'll show you.
Firepaw trotted after Greypaw, across the clearing and past the shadowy corner where Spotted Leaf had her den. They stopped beside a fallen tree that sheltered a patch of lush grass. Crouched among the soft greenery were 4 elderly cats, tucking into a plump young rabbit.
Dustpaw and Sandpaw would have brought them that. One of the apprentice's duties is catching fresh kill for the elders.
Hello, youngster.
One of the elders greeted Greypaw.
Hello, Small Ear.
Mewed Greypaw, nodding respectfully.
This must be our new apprentice. Firepaw, isn't it?
Meowed a second Tom. His patchy fur was dark brown, and there was only a stump where his tail should have been.
That's right.
Firepaw replied, copying Greypaw's polite nod.
I'm Halftail. Welcome to the clan.
Have you two eaten?
Meowed Small Ear. Firepaw and Greypaw both shook their heads.
Well, there's enough here. Dustpaw and Sandpaw are turning into fine hunters. Would you mind if these youngsters shared a mouse, One Eye?
The pale grey queen who lay beside him shook her head. Firepaw noticed one of her eyes was clouded and sightless.
What about you, Dappletail?
The other elder, a tortoiseshell she-cat with a grey muzzle, meowed in a voice cracked with age.
Of course not.
Thank you,
mewed Greypaw eagerly. He stepped forward and took a large mouse from the pile of prey, then dropped it at Firepaw's feet.
So, you still not tasted mouse?
He asked.
No,
Firepaw admitted. He suddenly felt excited by the warm smells that were rising from this piece of fresh kill. His whole body quivered at the thought of sharing his first real food as a clan member.
In that case, you can have first bite. Just save me some.
Greypaw dipped his head and stood back to give Firepaw room. Firepaw crouched down and took a large bite from the mouse. It was juicy and tender, and sang with the flavors of the forest.
So, what do you think?
Fantastic,
mumbled Firepaw, his mouth still full.
Move over then,
mewed Greypaw, stepping forward and bending his head to take a bite. As the 2 apprentices shared the mouse, they listened to the elders talk among themselves.
How long before Blue Star appoints a new deputy?
What did you say, Small Ear?
Mewed One Eye.
I think your hearing has become as poor as your eyesight. I said, how long before Blue Star appoints a new deputy?
One Eye ignored Small Ear's irritated reply and spoke instead to the tortoiseshell queen.
Dappletail, do you remember the day many moons ago when Blue Star herself was appointed deputy?
Oh, yes. It was not long after she lost her kids.
She'll not be happy to be appointing a new deputy. Redtail served her long and well, but she'll need to make up her mind quickly. According to clan custom, the choice has to be made before Moon High, after the death of the old deputy.
At least this time the choice is obvious,
meowed Halftail. Firepaw raised his head and looked around the clearing. Who could Halftail mean? To Firepaw, all the warriors looked worthy of becoming deputy. Perhaps he meant Tigerclaw. After all, he had avenged Redtail's death. Tigerclaw was sitting not far off, his ears angled toward the elder's conversation. As Firepaw stretched with his tongue to lick the last traces of mouse from his whiskers, Blue Star's voice called from the high rock. Redtail's body still lay in the clearing below, pale gray in the fading light.
A new deputy must be appointed. But first, let us give thanks to Star Clan for the life of Redtail. Tonight he sits with his fellow warriors among the stars.
Silence fell as all the cats looked up into the sky, which was beginning to darken as evening crept over the forest.
And now I shall name ThunderClan's new deputy. I say these words before the body of Redtail, so that his spirit may hear and approve
but for now I'm just chillin'. Hometown hero, but the beat so villain. Got it on lock and the key code hidden. Straight to the top, we don't need no ceiling. I got her moving in tandem, militant how I'm advancing. Hold the baton, salary look like a ransom. She said it's making me handsome, showing me off. They said I've been getting cocky, this is my modesty anthem. Hold the applause, slippers of ruby, I'm dancing. Feel like I've been out in Kansas, Wizard of Oz.
Look at me, I'm on the TV. I make a hit, double back, then I repeat. Got your favorite rapper trying to meet me. Phone buzzing, labels calling, they need me. I get it. You want the sauce, me and Connor ain't giving no freebies. They all say that I'm cocky, it's confidence, baby. I'm sorry, I make it look easy. I feel like the Wizard of Oz. Sydney to Bono, we spinning the gold. Don't need your round of applause. Save it for later, I'm back on my zone. That's hard. I'm back to my ways, I'm stepping on toes. Oh, what a shame, I bet they gon' choke. You think that I changed, you don't wanna know. Oh, that's hard. I got 'em moving in tandem, militant how I'm advancing. Yeah, salary look like a mansion, something about me being handsome. How's it go again?
I got her moving in tandem, militant how I'm advancing. Hold the baton, salary look like a ransom. She said it's making me handsome, showing me off. They said I've been getting cocky, this is my modesty anthem. Hold the applause, slippers of ruby, I'm dancing. Feel like I've been out in Kansas, Wizard of Oz. I'm Yeah, thinking that it happened overnight, it didn't. In it for the long haul flight, committed. Wanted me to fail out of spite, I didn't. All bark, but they don't bite, they timid. Thinking that it happened overnight, but it didn't. In it for the long haul flight, I'm committed. Wanted me to fail out of spite, but I didn't. All bark, but they don't bite, cause I'm timid. Look, wait. I got people trying to wish and pray that I'ma fall about it, all about it till we spoke in person. Don't wanna talk about it now, huh? Oh, you sound tough, toying with them, don't get wound up. How you wound up? Another number in the round up. Put the town up, I built this thing up from the ground up. And if I bounce up, I get my crown stuck. Green light go, got the east side flow. I'm a giant in the space like FIFA4. All the kids sing along like EIO. Every time when they see my show, thinking that it happened overnight, yeah, it didn't. In it for the long haul flight, committed. Wanted me to fail out of spite, I didn't. All bark, but they don't bite, they timid. Thinking that it happened overnight, but it didn't. In it for the long haul flight, I'm committed. Wanted me to fail out of spite, but I didn't. All bark, but they don't bite, cause I'm timid. Look,
Esto es talento y favor and you got no skill. I got drive, baby, ustedes son roadkill. Yeah, ya te dije, no están en mi carta perder. De pequeño estoy ungido, baby, y ese es mi flex. No me dieron nada por lo mío, José. 360 is your deal, man, I couldn't be me. Pa' mi frequency, te frequently. Matando esto con sabor y efficiency. No gasto tiempo, waste no time, not my money. Boss, baby, CEO del LLC. Lo tengo en un pánico. Dale rápido, quiero crecer y dar más fruto, algo botánico. Lo hice bien orgánico. Tomé el maquinón. Voy subiendo como espuma y tú bajando bien titánico. Out my way, I built this in a day. But you know I'm here now to stay. I'm hungry, boy, I'm not here to play.
thinking that it happened overnight, it didn't. In it for the long haul flight, committed. Wanted me to fail out of spite, I didn't. All bark, but they don't bite, they timid. Thinking that it happened overnight, but it didn't. In it for the long haul flight, I'm committed. Wanted me to fail out of spite, but I didn't. All bark, but they don't bite, cause they timid. Look, wait. Yeah, look, every day that they see me, they like, what's up, dude? I tell them not much, but we know it's not true. Got a to-do list that every day I gotta run through. I don't wanna small talk about it, let the work talk for me. I don't tell nobody about my secrets. Keep it to myself, cause nowadays they wanna leak it. I don't even share it with my family as of recent. Not cause I don't trust them, I would rather let them see it for themselves. I got insecurities, I don't wear them on my sleeve, so you know I gotta keep them on the shelf. Like awards I don't have yet. And every second that I wasted talking about it is a second I can have back. Look, I don't wanna tell them everything I'm gonna do. I would rather show them everything that I achieved. I don't wanna tell them that I got it with no proof. I would rather show them the receipts. I find it funny how they say you gotta talk less and do more. When I rap, I talk more and do less. Already had a blue check before I made the music, and now I'm making verified hits every stew session. Go, I got ways to go, I know I never stop. Opportunities are coming to me, I'ma let them knock. Open up the door and let them in, how could I ever not? Better pop off any second, head spinning like a helicopter. Let it breathe, then I'm back in it. You could give me any beat and I'm attacking it. Yeah. 400 at bat, what I'm averaging. 4 clubs on the cap, the establishment. At the show when the crowd get loud to it. Lyrics stay slick, but it still gotta bounce to it. First round pick, if they ever get around to it. First round KO, I don't got around to it. I don't wanna tell them everything I'm gonna do. What? I would rather show them everything that I achieve. I don't wanna tell them that I got it with no proof. I would rather show them the receipts.
The receipts? I don't wanna tell them how much money I'ma blow. I would rather show them when I pull up in that beam. I don't wanna tell them not to fuck one with the goat. I would rather pull up with the banger on the seats. Dictating these cats biting my place like every week. Quit playing for I'm aiming and spraying at your teeth. Lame as they
Of my choice.
Firepaw looked at Tiger Claw. He couldn't help noticing the hunger in the big warrior's amber eyes as he stared up at the high rock.
Lionheart will be the new deputy of ThunderClan.
Firepaw was curious to see Tiger Claw's reaction, but the Dark Warrior's face revealed nothing as he moved to congratulate Lionheart with a nudge so hearty that it almost pushed the golden tabby off balance.
Why didn't she make Tiger Claw deputy? Probably because Lionheart has been a warrior longer, so he has a lot more experience.
Greypaw murmured back, still looking up at Bluestar.
Redtail was also a mentor to young Dustpaw. Since there must be no delay in the training of our apprentices, I shall appoint Dustpaw's new mentor immediately. Darkstripe, you are ready for your first apprentice. So you will continue Dustpaw's training. You have a fine mentor in Tigerclaw, and I expect you to pass on some of the excellent skills you were taught.
The tabby warrior swelled with pride as he showed his acceptance with a solemn nod. He strode over to Dustpaw, bent his head, and rather awkwardly touched noses with his new apprentice. Dustpaw flicked his tail respectfully, but his eyes were still dull with grief for his lost mentor. Bluestar raised her voice.
I shall keep a vigil with Redtail's body tonight, before we bury him at sunrise.
She jumped down from the high rock and walked over to lie beside Redtail's body once more. Many of the other cats joined her, Dustpaw and Small Ear among them.
Should we sit with them too?
He had to admit the idea didn't appeal to him much. It had been a busy day, and he was beginning to feel tired. All he wanted to do was to find somewhere warm and dry, to curl up and sleep. Greypaw shook his head.
No, only those who are closest to Redtail will share his final night. I'll show you where we sleep. The apprentice's den is over here.
Firepaw followed Greypaw to a thick bush of ferns that lay beside the mossy tree stump.
All the apprentices share their fresh kill by the stump.
How many apprentices are there?
Not as many as usual. Just me, you, Ravenpaw, Dustpaw, and Sandpaw.
As Greypaw and Firepaw settled themselves beside the tree stump, a young she-cat crawled out from beneath the ferns. Her coat was ginger, like Firepaw's, but much paler, with barely visible stripes of darker fur.
So here comes the new apprentice.
She meowed, narrowing her eyes.
Hello.
The young cat sniffed rudely.
He smells like a kitty pet. Don't tell me I'm gonna have to share my nest with that revolting stench.
Firepaw felt rather taken aback. Since his fight with Longtail, all the cats had been quite friendly. Maybe they had just been distracted by Ravenpaw's narrowing her eyes.
Hello.
The young cat sniffed rudely.
He smells like a kitty pet. Don't tell me I'm gonna have to share my nest with that revolting stench.
Firepaw felt rather taken aback. Since his fight with Longtail, all the cats had been quite friendly. Maybe they had just been distracted by Ravenpaw's news, he thought.
You'll have to excuse Sandpaw. I think she must have a furball stuck somewhere. She's not usually this bad-tempered.
The deep voice of Lionheart sounded behind the apprentices.
Hold on, youngsters. Sandpaw, as the oldest apprentice, I expected you to be a little bit more welcoming to this newcomer.
Sandpaw held up her head and looked defiant.
I'm sorry, Lionheart. I just didn't expect to be training with a kitty pet, that's all.
She purred, not sounding sorry at all.
I'm sure you'll get used to it, Sandpaw. Now, it's getting late, and training starts early tomorrow. You three should get some sleep.
He gave Sandpaw a stern look, and she nodded obediently. As he walked off, she spun around and vanished into a clump of ferns, sniffing once more as she brushed past Firepaw. With a flick of his tail, Greypaw invited Firepaw to follow him, and led the way after Sandpaw. Inside the sleeping area, the ground was lined with soft moss, and the pale moonlight turned everything a delicate shade of green. The air was fragrant with fern scent, and warmer than outside.
Where do I sleep?
Anywhere. Just so long as it's not near me.
Snarled Sandpaw, who was prodding some moss with her paw. Greypaw and Firepaw exchanged glances, but said nothing. Firepaw raked together a pile of moss with his claws. When he had gathered his bed into a cozy nest, he circled until it was comfortable and settled down. His whole body felt drowsy with contentment. This was his home now. He was a member of ThunderClan. But said nothing. Firepaw raked together a pile of moss with his claws. When he had gathered his bed into a cozy nest, he circled until it was comfortable and settled down. His whole body felt drowsy with contentment. This was his home now. He was a member of ThunderClan. Warriors, Into the Wild, Chapter 5.
Hey, Firepaw, wake up!
Greypaw's meow broke into Firepaw's dream. He had been chasing a squirrel up and up into the topmost branches of a tall oak.
Training begins at sunrise. Dustpaw and Sandbar are already up.
Firepaw stretched sleepily, then remembered. Today was his first day of training. He leapt to his paws. His drowsiness evaporated as excitement surged through his veins. Greypaw was giving himself a hasty wash. Between licks, he meowed.
I've just spoken to Lionheart. Ravenpaw won't be training with us till his wound is better. He'll probably stay at Spotted Leaf's den for another day or two. Dustpaw and Sandpaw are on hunting duty, so Lionheart thought you and I could train with him in Tigerclaw this morning. We'd better hurry, though. They'll be waiting.
Greypaw led Firepaw quickly through the gorse entrance of the camp and up the side of a rock-strewn valley. As they climbed over the crest of the ravine, a cool breeze ruffled their fur. Fat white clouds raced across the blue sky overhead. Firepaw felt fierce joy well up inside him as he followed Greypaw down the tree-shaded slope and into the sandy hollow. Tigerclaw and Lionheart were indeed waiting, sitting a few tail lengths apart in the sun-warmed sand.
In the future, I expect you both to be punctual,
growled Tigerclaw.
Don't be too severe, Tigerclaw. It was a busy night last night. I expect they were tired,
meowed Lionheart gently.
You have not been assigned a mentor, Firepaw. For now, Tigerclaw and I will share your training.
Firepaw nodded enthusiastically, his tail held high, unable to disguise his delight at having two such great warriors as his mentors.
Come. Today we're going to show you the edges of our territory, so that you know where you will be hunting and what boundaries you need to protect. Greypaw, it won't do you any harm to remind yourself of the clan's outer limits.
Without another word, Tigerclaw leapt up and bounded out of the sandy hollow. Lionheart nodded to Greypaw and they took off with equal speed. Firepaw scrambled after them, his paws slipping on the soft sand. The trees were thick in this part of the forest, birch and ash trees overshadowed by mighty oaks. The ground was carpeted with crisp dead leaves that rustled beneath their paws. Tigerclaw paused to spray his scent on a thick clump of ferns. The other cat stopped beside him.
There is a two-leg path here. Use your nose, Firepaw. Can you smell anything?
Firepaw sniffed. There was a faint scent of a two-leg and a stronger smell of a dog, familiar to him from his old home.
A two-leg has walked his dog along here, but they are gone now.
Good. Do you think it's safe to cross?
Firepaw sniffed again. The odors were weak and seemed overlaid with fresher forest smells.
Yes.
Tigerclaw nodded, and the four cats stalked out from beneath the ferns and crossed the sharp stones of a narrow two-leg path. The trees beyond were pine. They grew tall and straight, row after row. It was easy to walk silently here. The ground was thick with layers of dead needles, which prickled against Firepaw's pads but felt spongy underneath. There was no undergrowth here to hide in, and Firepaw sensed the tension in the other cats as they stalked unprotected between the tree trunks.
Two Legs put these trees here. They cut them down with foul-smelling creatures, which spew enough fumes to make a kit go blind. Then they take the fallen trees to the tree-cut place that lies near here.
Firepaw stopped and listened for the roar of the tree-eater, which he had heard before.
The tree-cut place will be silent for a few moons more, until the time of Greenleaf,
explained Greypaw, noticing his pause. The cats padded on through the pine forest.
Two-Leg Place lies in that direction. No doubt you can smell it, Firepaw. Today, however, we will head the other way.
Eventually, They reached another two-leg path that marked the far edge of the pine forest. They quickly crossed over into the safe bushes of the oak woods beyond. But Firepaw still sensed anxiety in the other cats.
We're approaching RiverClan territory. The Sunning Rocks are over there,
whispered Greypaw. He pointed with his soft muzzle to a treeless mound of boulders. Firepaw felt his fur stand on end. This was where Redtail had been slain. Lionheart stopped by a flat grey rock.
This is the boundary between ThunderClan and RiverClan territory. RiverClan rules the hunting grounds beside the river. Breathe deeply, Firepaw.
The pungent smell of unfamiliar cats hit the roof of Firepaw's mouth. He was surprised how different it smelled from the warm cat scents of the ThunderClan camp. And he was also surprised to realize just how familiar and comforting the ThunderClan scent seemed to him already.
That is the smell of RiverClan. Remember it well. It will be strongest at the boundary, because their warriors will have scent marked the trees along here.
With these words, the dark tabby lifted his tail and sprayed his own mark on the flat rock.
We will follow this boundary line, as it leads straight to Fortrees.
He set off quickly, away from the Sunning Rocks, followed by Tigerclaw. Greypaw and Firepaw trotted after them.
What is Fortrees?
It is where the territory of all 4 clans meet. There are 4 great oaks there, as old as the clans themselves.
Be quiet! Don't forget how close we are to enemy territory.
The 2 apprentices fell silent, and Firepaw concentrated on walking stealthily. They crossed a shallow stream, keeping their paws dry by leaping from boulder to boulder across the pebbly riverbed. By the time they reached Fortrees, Firepaw was feeling completely out of breath and his paws ached. He wasn't used to traveling so far, and so fast. He was quite relieved when Lionheart and Tigerclaw led them out of the thick woods and stopped at the brow of a bush-covered slope. It was sun-high now. The clouds had cleared and the wind had dropped. Below, in the dazzling sunlight, stood 4 enormous oaks, their dark green crowns reaching almost to the top of the boulder across the set off quickly away from the sunning rocks, followed by Tiger Claw. Greypaw and Firepaw trotted after them.
What is Fortress?
It is where the territory of all 4 clans meet. There are 4 great oaks there, as old as the clans themselves.
Be quiet! Don't forget how close we are to enemy territory.
The 2 apprentices fell silent, and Firepaw concentrated on walking stealthily. They crossed a shallow stream, keeping their paws dry by leaping from boulder to boulder across the pebbly riverbed. By the time they reached Fortress, Firepaw was feeling completely out of breath and his paws ached. He wasn't used to traveling so far, and so fast. He was quite relieved when Lionheart and Tiger Claw led them out of the thick woods and stopped at the brow of a bush-covered slope. It was sun-high now. The clouds had cleared and the wind had dropped. Below, in the dazzling sunlight, stood 4 enormous oaks, their dark green crowns reaching almost to the top of the steep slope.
As Greypaw told you, this is Fortress, where the territories of all 4 clans meet. Wind Clan governs the high ground ahead of us, where the sun sets. You won't be able to catch their scent today. The wind is blowing towards them, but you'll learn it soon enough.
And Shadow Clan holds power over there, in the darkest part of the forest. The elders say that the cold winds from the north blow over the Shadow Clan cats and chill their hearts.
So many clans, and so well organized.
He added to himself, remembering Smudge's lurid tales of wildcats wreaking terror in the forest.
You see now why prey is so precious. Why we must fight to protect what little we have.
But that seems foolish. Why can't the clans work together and share their hunting grounds instead of fighting each other?
Firepaw suggested boldly. A shocked silence greeted his words. Tiger Claw was the first to reply.
That is treacherous thinking, kitty pet.
Don't be too fierce, Tiger Claw. The ways of the clans are new to this apprentice.
He looked at Firepaw.
You speak from your heart, young Firepaw. This will make you a stronger warrior one day.
Or it might make him give in to kitty pet weakness right at the moment of attack.
Lionheart glanced briefly at Tiger Claw before he continued.
The 4 clans do come together peacefully, in a gathering each moon. Here,
he bent his head toward the 4 mighty oaks below,
is where they meet. The truce lasts for as long as the moon is at its fullest.
Then there must be a meeting very soon?
Firepaw suggested, remembering how bright the moonlight had been the night before.
Indeed, there is,
answered Lionheart, sounding impressed.
Tonight, in fact. The gatherings are very important because they allow the clans to come together in peace for one night. But you must understand that longer alliances bring more trouble than they are worth.
It is our clan loyalty that makes us strong. If you weaken that loyalty, you weaken our chances of survival.
Tiger Claw meowed in agreement. Firepaw nodded.
I understand.
Come now. Let's keep moving,
meowed Lionheart, standing up. They paced along the ridge of the valley where Fortress stood. Now they were heading away from the sun as it began to sink in the afternoon sky. They crossed the stream at the place where it was narrow enough to leap over in one jump. Firepaw sniffed the air. A new cat scent touched his mouth glands, strong and sour.
Which clan is that?
Shadow Clan. We are traveling along their border. Keep your wits about you, Firepaw. Fresher scents mean that a Shadow Clan patrol is in the area.
As Firepaw nodded, he heard a new noise. He stiffened, but a new cat scent began to sink in the afternoon sky. They crossed the stream at the place where it was narrow enough to leap over in one jump. Firepaw sniffed the air. A new cat scent touched his mouth glands, strong and sour.
Which clan is that?
Shadow Clan. We are traveling along their border. Keep your wits about you, Firepaw. Fresher scents mean that a Shadow Clan patrol is in the area.
As Firepaw nodded, he heard a new noise. He stiffened, but the other cats kept up their pace, heading straight for the ominous rumbling.
What's that?
He called, trotting to catch up with them.
You will see in a moment.
Firepaw peered through the trees ahead. They seemed to be getting thinner, letting in a broad band of sunlight.
Are we at the edge of the woods?
Then he stopped and took a deep breath. The green forest scents were overlaid with other strange dark smells. This time, it was not cat scent. with an odor that reminded him of his old two-leg home, and the rumbling was getting louder, a ceaseless roar that made the ground tremble and ached in Firepaw's ears.
This is the Thunder Path.
Firepaw followed as Lionheart led them through the edge of the forest. Then he sat down, and all four cats looked out. Firepaw could see a great path like a river cutting its way through the forest. The hard gray stone stretched ahead of him so far that the trees on the other side seemed blurred and tiny. Firepaw shuddered at the bitter smell that rose from the path. Next moment, he leapt back, his fur bristling, as a gigantic monster roared past. The branches of the trees on either side flattened. madly in the wind that chased the speeding monster. Firepaw stared around at the other cats, his eyes wide, unable to speak. He had seen paths like this before near his old two-leg home, but never this wide, nor with monsters so swift and fierce.
Scared me too the first time. But at least it helps to keep Shadow Clan warriors from crossing into our territory. The Thunderpath runs for many paw steps along our boundary line. And don't worry, those monsters never seem to leave the Thunderpath. You'll be fine as long as you don't go too near.
It's time we return to camp. You have seen most of our boundaries now. We'll avoid snake rocks, even though the way around is longer. An untrained apprentice would be easy prey for an adder. And I expect you're getting tired, Firepaw.
Firepaw couldn't help but feeling relieved at the thought of returning to the camp. His head was spinning with all the new smells and sights, and Lionheart was right. He was tired and hungry. He fell in behind Greypaw as the cats turned away from the Thunderpath and headed back into the forest. The dewy sense of evening filled the air as Firepaw made his way through the gorse entrance into the ThunderClan camp. Fresh kill was waiting for them. Firepaw and Greypaw took their share from the pile that lay in the shady part of the clearing and carried it to the tree stump outside their quarters. Dustpaw and Sandpaw were already there, munching hungrily.
Hi there, kitty pet. Enjoy the food we caught for you,
mewed Dustpaw, narrowing his eyes scornfully at Firepaw.
Who knows? You might even learn to catch your own one day,
sneered Sandpaw.
Are you two still on hunting duty? Never mind. We've been patrolling our territory borders. You'll be glad to know all is safe.
I'm sure the other clans were terrified when they smelled you two coming.
They didn't even dare show their faces.
Well, we'll ask them tonight when we see them at the clan gathering.
Are you going?
Firepaw blurted out, impressed in spite of the apprentice's hostility.
Of course. It's a great honor, you know. But don't worry, we'll tell you all about it in the morning.
Greypaw ignored Dustpaw's gloating and started eating his fresh kill. Firepaw was hungry too, and crouched down to eat. He couldn't help feeling a twinge of envy that Dustpaw and Sandpaw were actually going to meet the other clans tonight. The loud call from Bluestar made Firepaw look up. He watched several of the clan warriors and elders gather in the clearing. It was time for the clan party to leave for the gathering. Dustpaw and Sandpaw leapt to their feet and trotted off to join the other cats.
Bye-bye, you two. Have a nice, quiet evening,
called Sandpaw over her shoulder. The assembled cats stalked out of the camp entrance in a single file, with Bluestar at the head. Her fur glowed like silver in the moonlight, and she looked calm and confident as she led her clan to the brief truce between old enemies.
Have you ever been to a gathering?
Not yet,
replied Greypaw, crunching loudly on a mouse bone.
More wolf long now. Just you wait. All the apprentices get to go sometime.
The two apprentices ate the rest of their meal in silence. When they had finished, Greypaw wandered off to Firepaw and began to groom his head. Together they washed, sharing tongues as Firepaw had seen the other cats do when he first arrived. Then, tired after their long trek, they pushed their way into their den. They settled down in their nest and quickly fell asleep. The following morning, Greypaw and Firepaw arrived early at the sandy hollow. They had crept out before Sandpaw and Dustpaw woke. Firepaw had been eager to hear about the gathering, but Greypaw had dragged him away.
You'll hear all about it later, if I know those two.
It promised to be another warm day, and this time Ravenpaw came to join them. Thanks to Spotted Leaf, his wound was healing well. Greypaw played around, scooping leaves into the air and leaping after them. Firepaw watched, his tail twitching with amusement. Ravenpaw sat quietly at one side of the hollow, looking tense and unhappy.
Cheer up, Ravenpaw. I know you don't like training, but you're not usually this miserable.
The scents of Lionheart and Tigerclaw warned the apprentices of their approach. At that moment, Tigerclaw emerged from the bushes, closely followed by Lionheart.
Warriors should suffer their pain silently.
He looked Ravenpaw straight in the eye. Ravenpaw flinched and dropped his eyes to the ground.
Tigerclaw's a bit grumpy today,
Greypaw whispered into Firepaw's ear. Lionheart glanced at his apprentice sternly and announced,
Today we are going to practice stalking. Now, there is a big difference between creeping up on a rabbit and creeping up on a mouse. Can any of you tell me why?
Firepaw had no idea. and Ravenpaw seemed to have taken Tiger Claw's comment to heart and was holding his tongue.
Come on!
It was Greypaw who answered.
Because a rabbit will smell you before he sees you, but a mouse will feel your paw steps through the ground before he even smells you.
Exactly, Greypaw. So what must you bear in mind when you're hunting mice?
Step lightly?
Lionheart looked approvingly at him.
Quite right, Firepaw. You must put all your weight into your haunches so that your paws make no impact on the forest floor. Let's try it.
Firepaw watched as Greypaw and Ravenpaw immediately dropped into a stalking crouch.
Nicely done, Greypaw,
meowed Lionheart, as the two apprentices began to move forward stealthily.
Keep your rear down, Ravenpaw. You look like a duck. Now you try it, Firepaw.
Firepaw crouched down and began to creep across the forest floor. He felt himself fall instinctively into the right position, and as he stepped forward, as silently and as lightly as he could, he felt a glow of pride that his muscles responded so smoothly.
Well, it's obvious you've known nothing but softness. You stalk like a lumbering kitty pet. Do you think dinner is going to come and lie down in your food dish and wait to be eaten?
Firepaw sat up quickly as Tiger Claw spoke, a little taken aback by his harsh words. He listened carefully to the warrior, determined to get everything right.
His pace and forward movement will come later, but his crouch is perfectly balanced.
Which is better than Ravenpaw, I suppose.
He cast a scornful look at the black cat.
Even after 2 moons of training, you're still putting all your weight on your left side.
Ravenpaw looked even more dejected, and Firepaw couldn't stop himself from blurting out.
His injury is bothering him, that's all.
Tiger Claw whipped his head around and glared at Firepaw.
Injuries are a fact of life. He should be able to adapt. Even you, Firepaw, have learned something this morning. If Ravenpaw picked up things as quickly as you, he'd be a credit to me instead of an embarrassment. Imagine being shown up by a kitty pet.
He spat angrily at his apprentice. Firepaw felt his fur prickle with discomfort. He couldn't meet Ravenpaw's eyes, so he looked down at his paws.
Well, I'm more lopsided than a one-legged badger,
mewed Greypaw, breaking off from his careful stalking to stagger comically across the clearing.
I think I'll have to settle for hunting stupid mice. They won't stand a chance. I shall just wander up to them and sit on them till they surrender.
Concentrate, young Greypaw. This is no time for your jokes. Perhaps you might focus your mind better if you try out your stalking for real.
All 3 apprentices looked up brightly.
I want each of you to try catching real prey. Ravenpaw, you look beside the owl tree. Greypaw, there might be something in that big bramble patch over there. And you, Firepaw, follow the rabbit track over that rise. You'll find the dry bed of a winter stream. You may find something there.
The 3 apprentices bounded away, even Ravenpaw finding some extra energy for this challenge. With the blood pounding in his ears, Firepaw crept slowly up over the rise. Sure enough, a stream bed cut through the trees ahead of him. In Leafball, he guessed it would carry the rainwater away from the forest and into the great river that cut through River Clan territory. Now it was dry. Firepaw crept quietly down the bank and crouched on its sandy floor. Every sense felt on fire with tension. Silently, he scanned the empty stream for signs of life. He watched for any tiny movement. His mouth opened so he could pick up the smallest scent. His ears twisted forward. Then he smelled mouse. He recognized the odor instantly, remembering his first taste at the night before. Wild energy surged through him, but he remained motionless, trying desperately to pinpoint the prey. He strained his ears forward until he picked up the rapid pulsing of a tiny mouse heart. Then a flash of brown caught his eye. The creature was scrambling through the long grass that draped the edges of a stream. Firepaw shifted closer, remembering to keep his weight on his haunches until he was within striking distance. Then he pushed back hard on his hind paws and sprang, kicking up sand as he rose. The mouse raced away, but Firepaw was quicker. He scooped it into the air with one paw, threw it onto the sandy stream bed, and lunged on top of it. He killed it quickly with one sharp bite. Firepaw carefully lifted the warm body between his teeth and returned with his tail held high to the hollow where Tiger Claw and Lionheart waited. He had made his first kill. He was a true ThunderClan apprentice now.
It's unfortunate that Greypaw is
lunged on top of it. He killed it quickly with one sharp bite. Firepaw carefully lifted the warm body between his teeth and returned with his tail held high to the hollow where Tiger Claw and Lionheart waited. He had made his first kill. He was a true ThunderClan apprentice now.
It's unfortunate that Greypaw is straight.
Warriors Into the Wild, Chapter 6. Early morning sunlight streamed down onto the forest floor as Firepaw roamed in search of prey. 2 moons had passed since he had begun his training. He felt at ease in this environment now. His senses had been awoken and educated in the ways of the woods. Firepaw paused to sniff the earth and the cold, blind things that moved within it. He caught the scent of a two-leg that had wandered the forest recently. Now that Greenleaf was fully here, leaves were thick on the branches and tiny creatures were busy beneath the carpet of leaf mold. Firepaw made a lean, strong shape as he moved silently through the trees, all his senses alert for the scent trail that would end in a swift kill. Today, he had been set his first solo task. He was determined to do well. Even if his task was only to bring back fresh kill for the clan, he headed for the stream that he had crossed on the first trek through the ThunderClan hunting grounds. It gurgled and spattered as it ran downhill over smooth, round pebbles. Firepaw paused briefly to lap at the cold, clear water, then lifted his head and tested the air again for any scent of prey. The stench of fox lay heavy in the air here. The smell was stale, so the fox must have drunk here earlier in the day. Firepaw recognized the odor. He had smelt it on his first visit into the forest. Since then, Lionheart had taught him it was fox scent, but apart from the glimpse of the fox bush he had caught on the first outing, Firepaw had still never seen one properly. He struggled to screen out the fox stench and concentrate on prey scent. Suddenly, his whiskers prickled as he homed in on the warm bloodbeat of prey. A water vole busy about its nest. A moment later, he saw the vole. The fat brown body was darting back and forth along the bank as it gathered grass stalks. Firepaw's mouth watered in anticipation. His last meal had been many hours ago, but he dared not hunt for himself until the clan had been fed. He remembered the words repeated by Lionheart and Tigerclaw time and time again.
The clan must be fed first.
Dropping into a crouch, Firepaw began to stalk the little creature. His orange belly fur brushed against the damp grass. He crept closer, his eyes go. Body was startled as he homed in on the warm bloodbeat of prey. A water vole busy about its nest. A moment later, he saw the vole. The fat brown body was darting back and forth along the bank as it gathered grass stalks. Firepaw's mouth watered in anticipation. His last meal had been many hours ago, but he dared not hunt for himself until the clan had been fed. He remembered the words repeated by Lionheart and Tigerclaw time and time again.
The clan must be fed first.
Dropping into a crouch, Firepaw began to stalk the little creature. His orange belly fur brushed against the damp grass. He crept closer, his eyes never leaving his prey. Almost there. Another moment, and he would be near enough to spring. Suddenly, there was a loud rustle in the ferns behind him. The water vole's ears twitched, and it disappeared down in a hole in the bank. Firepaw felt the hackles rising along his spine. Whatever had ruined his first good chance at catching prey would have to pay. He sniffed the air. You could tell it was a cat, but he realized with a jolt that he couldn't identify which clan it belonged to. The stale stench of fox still confused his smell sense. A growl rose in his throat as he began doubling back in a wide circle. He pricked up his ears and opened his eyes wide, seeking out any movement. He heard the undergrowth rustle again. It was louder now, off to one side. Firepaw edged closer. He could see the ferns moving, but the front still hid the enemy from view. A twig snapped with a sharp cracking noise. It must be big, Fireheart thought, preparing himself for a fierce battle. He leapt for the trunk of an ash and climbed swiftly and silently up to an overhanging branch. Below him, the invisible warrior came closer and closer still. Firepaw held his breath, judging his moment as the ferns were pushed aside and a large, grayish shape emerged. Claws unsheathed, he launched himself at the enemy and landed squarely on a set of furry, muscular shoulders. He dug in hard, gripping with 4 sharp claws, ready to deal out a powerful warning bite.
What?
Ah! What's that?
The body below him shot straight up in the air, carrying him with it.
Ugh! Graypaw?
Firepaw recognized the astonished voice and caught his friend's familiar smell, but he was too fired up to loosen his grip.
Ambush!
Spat Graypaw, not realizing that the cat gripping onto his back was Firepaw. He rolled over and over in an attempt to dislodge his attacker.
Ugh!
Firepaw rolled with him, squashed and flattened beneath the heavy body.
It's me, Firepaw!
He yowled as he struggled to pull free and sheath his claws. Rolling away, he sprang to his feet and gave himself a shake, which rippled all the way along his body to the end of his tail.
Graypaw! It's me! I thought you were an enemy warrior.
Graypaw rose to his feet. He winced and shook himself.
It felt like it. You've raked me to shreds.
He grumbled, twisting his head around to lick his sore shoulders.
Sorry, but what was I supposed to think with you creeping up on me like that?
Creeping up? That was my best stealth crouch.
Stealth? You still stalk like a lopsided badger.
I'll show you lopsided.
The two cats leapt at each other and began rolling over and over in a play fight. Graypaw swiped at Firepaw with a hefty paw, and the young apprentice's head buzzed with stars. Firepaw shook his head to clear it and then launched a counterattack. He managed to get a couple paw strikes before Graypaw overpowered him and held him down. Firepaw let his body go limp.
You give up too easily,
mewed Graypaw, loosening his grip. As he did so, Firepaw sprang to his feet, firing Graypaw off his back and into the undergrowth. Firepaw leaped after him and pinned him to the ground.
Surprise is the warrior's greatest weapon,
he crowed, quoting one of Lionheart's favorite phrases. He jumped nimbly off Graypaw and began to squirm around in the leaf litter, enjoying his easy victory and the warmth of the earth against his back. Graypaw seemed unbothered by his second defeat of the morning. It was too fine of a day for bad temper.
So, how are you getting on with your task?
I was doing just fine till you came along. I was about to catch a vole when your noisy trampling frightened it off.
Oh, sorry.
Firepaw looked at his crestfallen friend.
That's okay. You didn't know. Anyway, shouldn't you be heading to meet the patrol on the Wind Clan border? I thought you had to give them a message from Blue Star.
Yeah, but there's plenty of time. I was going to do a little hunting first. I'm starving.
Me too, but I've got to hunt for the clan before I can hunt for myself.
I bet Dustpaw and Sandpaw used to swallow a shrew or two when they were on hunting duty.
I wouldn't be surprised if they did, but this is my first solo assignment.
And you want to do it right. I know.
What is the message from Blue Star anyway?
She wants the patrol to wait at the Great Sycamore until she joins them at Sunhigh. Seems that some Shadow Clan cats have been prowling around. Blue Star wants to check things out.
You'd best get going then.
The Wind Clan hunting grounds aren't too far from here. There's plenty of time. And I suppose I should help you out after losing you that foal.
It doesn't matter. I'll find another. It's such a warm day. There should be quite a few out and about.
True, but you still have to catch them. You know, that could take you until way past Sunhigh. Maybe even until sunset.
Firepaw nodded without enthusiasm as his belly gave a rumble. He would probably have to make 3 or 4 hunting trips before he had caught enough prey. Silverpelt would be in the sky before he had got the chance to eat.
Come on, I'll help you get started. I owe you that, at least. We should be able to catch a couple of voles before I have to get going.
Firepaw followed Graypaw upstream, glad of the company and the help. The fox stench was still in the air, but suddenly it smelled stronger.
Can you smell that?
Fox, yeah. I smelled it earlier.
Graypaw sniffed again, opening his mouth slightly. He swiveled his head to look across the stream at the bushes in the woods beyond.
Look!
Firepaw looked. He saw something red and thick-haired moving among the bushes. It stepped into a clearing in the undergrowth, and Firepaw saw a low body, glinting red in the dappled sunlight. Its tail was heavily furred, and it had a long, narrow snout.
So that's a fox? What an ugly muzzle.
You can say that again.
I was following one of those when we first met.
More likely he was following you, you idiot. Never trust a fox. Looks like a dog, behaves like a cat. We must warn the queens that one has strayed into our territory. Foxes are as bad as badgers when it comes to killing young kits. I'm just glad you didn't catch up with the one you saw last time. He'd have made mouse meat out of a tiny scrap like you.
Firepaw looked a little put out, and Graypaw added,
You'd stand a better chance these days, though. Anyway, Bluestar will probably send a warrior patrol to scare it off, put the Queen's minds at rest.
The fox had not noticed them, so the two apprentices continued along the stream.
So what does a badger look like?
Firepaw asked as they prowled along, sniffing to either side.
Black and white, short legs? You'll know one when you meet one. They're bad-tempered, lumbering animals. They're less likely to raid the nursery than a fox. But they have a vicious bite. How do you think old Halfdale earned his name? He hasn't been able to climb a tree since a badger bit his tail off.
Firepaw nodded in understanding. As Firepaw had predicted, hunting was good that day. Before long, Greypaw had pounced on a small mouse and Firepaw had caught a thrush. He quickly took its life. No time to practice killing techniques today. There were too many hungry mouths waiting back at camp. Firepaw kicked earth over the prey so that it would be safe from predators until he came back for it. Suddenly, a squirrel broke cover.
After it!
Firepaw burst into action, pelting at full stretch over the springy woodland floor with Greypaw at his heels. They slid to a halt as the squirrel scampered upward into a birch.
Lost it!
Greypaw growled in disappointment. Panting, the two cats stopped to catch their breath. The acrid stench that hit their mouths and noses surprised them.
The Thunder Path. I didn't realize we'd come so far.
The two cats edged forward to peer out of the forest at the great dark path. It was the first time they had been here alone. A trail of noisy creatures growled along the hard surface, their dead eyes staring straight ahead.
Yuck! Those monsters really stink!
Firepaw twitched his ears in agreement. The choking smells made his throat sting.
Have you ever been across the Thunder Path?
Greypaw shook his head. Firepaw took a step out of the cover of the forest. A border of oily grass lay between the trees and the Thunder Path. He crept slowly out onto it, and then shrank back as a stinking monster hurled past.
Hey! Where are you going?
Firepaw didn't reply. He waited till there were no monsters in sight. Then he edged forward again, across the grass, right to the edge of the path. Cautiously, he reached out a paw to touch it. It felt warm, almost sticky, heated by the sun. He looked up, staring across the Thunder Path. Was that a pair of eyes glinting out of the forest at the other side? He sniffed the air, but smelt nothing, except the stench of the great grey path. The eyes on the other side were still shining in the shadows. Then they blinked, slowly. Firepaw was sure now. It was a Shadow Clan warrior, and was staring straight at him.
Firepaw!
Greypaw's voice made Firepaw jump, just as a huge monster, taller than a tree, roared past his nose. The wind from it almost toppled him over. Firepaw turned and ran as fast as he could back into the safety of the forest.
You mouse-brained fool! What were you doing?
I just wondered what the Thunder Path felt like.
Firepaw muttered.
Come on. Let's get out of here.
Firepaw followed Greypaw as he leapt away back into the forest. Once they were a safe distance from the Thunder Path, Greypaw stopped to catch his breath. Firepaw sat down and began to lick his ruffled fur.
I think I saw a Shadow Clan warrior.
He mewed between licks.
In the forest, on the other side of the Thunder Path.
A Shadow Clan warrior? Really?
I'm pretty sure.
Well, it's a good thing that monster came past when it did. Where there's one Shadow Clan warrior, there's more. And we're no match for them yet. We'd better get out of here.
He looked up at the sun, which was almost directly overhead.
I'd better get a move on if I want to meet that patrol on time. See you later.
He sprang away into the undergrowth, calling as he went.
You never know. Lionheart might let me come and help you with the hunting once I've delivered this message.
Firepaw watched him go. He envied Greypaw, wishing he were off to join the warrior patrol. But at least he'd have something to tell Dustpaw and Sandpaw when he returned to camp. Today, he had seen his first Shadow Clan warrior. Warriors Into the Wild, Chapter 7. Firepaw retraced his steps and headed back toward the stream. He thought of those eyes burning from the darkness of the Shadow Clan territory. Suddenly, he caught a faint smell on the breeze. A stranger, perhaps a Shadow Clan warrior? Instantly a growl rumbled in Firepaw's throat. The scent message told him many things. The stranger was a she-cat, not young and definitely not from ThunderClan. She carried no distinct scent from any of the clans, but Firepaw could smell she was tired, hungry, and sick, and she was in an ugly mood. Dropping low, Firepaw moved forward, heading toward the scent. Then he paused in puzzlement. The warrior's scent was fainter now. He sniffed again. Suddenly, with a lightning movement, a snarling ball of fur burst from the bushes behind him. Firepaw screeched in shock as the she-cat slammed into him, knocking him sideways. 2 heavy paws clamped down onto his shoulders, and iron jaws closed around the back of his neck. He grunted, already thinking fast. If the other cat were to sink its fangs too deep, it would all be over. He forced himself to go limp, relaxing his muscles as if in submission, and let out a pretend howl of alarm. The she-cat opened her mouth to give a triumphant yowl.
Ah, a puny apprentice. Easy prey for Yellowfang.
At the insult, Firepaw felt a surge of fury. Just wait. He'd show this coughed-up furball what kind of warrior he was. But not yet, he told himself. Wait until you feel her teeth again. Yellowfang bit down. Firepaw surged upward with all the strength in his powerful young body. The she-cat gave a snarl of surprise as she was thrown clear. She tumbled backward into a gorse bush. Firepaw shook himself.
Not such easy prey, huh?
Yellowfang hissed in defiance as she tore herself free from the clinging branches.
Not bad, young apprentice. But you'll need to do a lot better.
Firepaw blinked when he saw his opponent clearly for the first time. The she-cat had a broad, almost flat face and round orange eyes. Her dark grey fur was long and matted into smelly clumps. Her ears were torn and ragged. Her muzzle was traced with the scars of many old battles. Firepaw stood his ground. He puffed out his chest and glared a challenge into the intruder's face.
You're in ThunderClan's hunting ground. Move on!
Who's going to make me?
Yellowfang drew back her lip defiantly, exposing stained and broken teeth.
I will hunt, then I will leave. Or maybe I'll just stay a while.
Enough talk!
Firepaw spat, feeling the stir of ancient cat spirits deep inside him. There was no trace of the house cat in him now. His warrior blood was up. He was itching to fight, to defend his territory and protect his clan. Yellowfang seemed to sense the change in him. Her fierce orange eyes sparked with new respect. Dipping her head and breaking eye contact, she started to back off.
No need to be hasty now.
Firepaw wasn't fooled by her trickery. Claws extended and fur on end, he leapt forward, his war cry ringing out. With a hiss of rage, the other cat responded. Snarling and spitting, young cat and old locked together. They rolled over and over, teeth and claws flashing, ears pressed flat to his head. Firepaw fought to get a grip, but the she-cat's clumpy fur snagged in his claws and he couldn't break through to skin. Then, Yellowfang reared up on her back legs, with her filthy tail bristling. She looked even bigger. Firepaw sensed Yellowfang's huge jaws lunging toward him. He leaned backward just in time. Snap! Bared teeth closed on the air next to his ear. Instinctively, Firepaw lashed out with a back swipe. His paw caught the side of Yellowfang's head. The force of it sent shockwaves up his front leg. Stunned, Yellowfang dropped onto her paws. She shook her head to clear it. In the single heartbeat before the she-cat recovered, Firepaw saw his chance. He threw himself forward, crouching low, and clamped his jaws tight on Yellowfang's back leg. The taste of the matted fur was horrible, but he chomped down hard. Yellowfang screamed in agony and whipped around to snap at Firepaw's tail. Her teeth connected, and pain lanced up Firepaw's spine, but it only made him angrier. He ripped his tail from his opponent's grip and lashed it back and forth in rage. Yellowfang crouched, ready for a fresh attack. Her breath seemed to wheeze up from her foul-smelling lungs. The scent blasted Firepaw's nose. Up close, the message of desperation and weakness and the aching void of the she-cat's hunger was almost painful. Something stirred inside him, an unwarrior-like feeling he didn't want. Pity. He tried not to dwell on this instinct. He knew his loyalty must be to his clan, but he couldn't shake free of it.
You speak from your heart, young Firepaw. This will make you a stronger warrior one day.
Lionheart's words echoed in his head once more. Then Tiger Claw's warning rang in his ears.
Or it might make him give in to kitty pet weakness right at the moment of attack.
Yellowfang lunged forward, and Firepaw jerked instantly back into aggression. The bigger cat tried to reach up onto his shoulders and get a killing grip, but this time she was hampered by her wounded leg. Firepaw arched his spine, but Yellowfang managed to dig in her claws and hug on tight. The bigger cat's weight forced him into the ground. Firepaw tasted earth on his tongue and spat out a mouthful of grit. He twisted nimbly to avoid Yellowfang's thrashing back legs and the thorn-sharp claws that were trying to rake at his soft underbelly. Over and over they rolled, biting and snapping. Moments later, they broke apart. Firepaw was gasping for breath now, but he sensed that Yellowfang was weakening. The she-cat was badly wounded, and her back legs could barely support her scrawny body.
Had enough yet?
If the intruder gave way, he'd let her go with just a warning bite to remember him by.
Never!
Yellowfang hissed back bravely, but her injured leg gave way and she slumped to the ground. She tried to get up and failed. Her eyes were dull as she hissed up at Firepaw.
If I weren't so hungry and tired, I'd have shredded you into mouse dust.
The she-cat's mouth twisted in pain and defiance.
Finish me off. I won't stop you.
Firepaw hesitated. He'd never killed another cat before. Perhaps in the heat of a battle he would, but a mercy killing in cold blood? That was something very different.
What are you waiting for? You're dithering like a kitty pet.
Firepaw smarted at the she-cat's words. Could she smell the scent of two legs on him, even now, after all this time?
I'm an apprentice warrior of ThunderClan.
Yellowfang narrowed her eyes. She'd seen Firepaw flinch at her words and she knew she'd hit a nerve.
Don't tell me ThunderClan is so desperate they have to recruit kitty pets now.
ThunderClan is not desperate.
Prove it then. Act like a warrior and finish me off. You'll be doing me a favor.
Firepaw stared at her. He would not be goaded into killing this miserable creature. He felt his muscles relax as curiosity pricked him.
How had a clan cat gotten in such a state? ThunderClan elders were looked after better than kits. You seem in an awful hurry to die.
Yeah? Well, that's my business, mouse fodder. What's your problem, kitty? Are you trying to talk me to death?
Her words were brave, but Firepaw could smell the hunger and the sickness that were coming off the other cat in waves. She was going to die anyway if she didn't eat soon, and since she could hardly hunt for herself, perhaps he should kill her now. The two cats looked at each other, uncertainty in both their gazes.
Wait here.
Yellowfang seemed to deflate. Her hackles smoothed out and her tail lost its gorse bush stiffness.
Are you kidding, kitty? I'm going nowhere.
She grunted, limping painfully toward the patch of soft heather. She flopped down and began licking her leg wound. Firepaw glanced briefly over his shoulder at her and hissed quietly in exasperation before heading for the trees. As he padded silently through the ferns, sun-warmed odors filled his nose, and he caught the sour reek of a long-dead rat. He heard the scratching of insects beneath bark, the rustle of furry things scurrying over leaves. His first thought had been to go and dig up the thrush he had killed earlier, but that would take too long. Maybe he should go and scoop up the rat carcass. Easy meat, but a starving cat needed fresh kill. Only when times were very hard would a warrior eat crow food. Just then he paused, scenting a young rabbit ahead. A few more steps and he saw it. Flattening himself down, he stalked the creature. He was barely a mouse length away before it detected him. By then, it was too late. The white bobtail darting away sent the thrill of the chase surging through Firepaw's veins. A rush of speed, a flash of claws, and he had it. He held the wiggling body fast and finished it off quickly. Yellowfang looked up tiredly as Firepaw dropped the rabbit on the ground beside her. Her grizzled jaw dropped.
Well, hello again, kitty. I thought you'd gone to fetch your little warrior friends.
Yeah? Well, I might still do that. And don't call me a kitty.
Firepaw growled, shoving the rabbit nearer with his nose. He felt embarrassed by his kindness.
Look, if you don't want this...
No. I do want it.
Firepaw watched the she-cat rip open the prey and start to swallow it down. His own hunger rose up and his mouth filled with water. He knew he shouldn't even be thinking about eating. He still had to take back enough prey for the clan, but the fresh kill smelled delicious. A few minutes later, Yellowfang gave a huge sigh and flopped onto her side.
First fresh kill I've had for days.
She licked her muzzle clean and settled down to give herself a thorough wash. As if one wash was going to make much difference, Firepaw thought, his nose twitching. She was the arch cat of stench. He eyed the tattered remnants of the prey. There wasn't much left to line a growing cat's belly, but his fight with Yellowfang had sharpened his appetite even more. He gave in to his hunger and gulped down the scraps. It was delicious. He licked his lips, savoring every last taste, tingling from his head to paw. Yellowfang watched him closely, showing her stained teeth.
Better than the muck Two Legs feeds some of our brothers, isn't it?
She mewed slyly. Knowing she had found a sore spot, she was trying to antagonize him. Firepaw ignored her and began to wash.
It's poison. Rat droppings. Only a spineless bag of fur would accept such disgusting frog spawn. Shh. Warriors coming.
Firepaw was also aware of cats approaching. He could hear their soft paw fall on the leaf litter and the sound of fur swishing through branches. He smelt the wind brushing against their coats. Familiar smells. These were ThunderClan warriors. Confident enough in their own territory not to care about the noise they made, Firepaw licked his lips guiltily, hoping to wash away any traces of the scraps he just swallowed. Then he looked at Yellowfang and the fresh pile of rabbit bones that lay beside her.
The clan must be fed first.
Lionheart's voice rang through his head once more. But surely he would understand why Firepaw had fed this wretched creature. His mind reeled, suddenly fearful of what would happen to him. His first apprentice task, and he ended up breaking the warrior code. Warriors, Into the Wild, Chapter 8. Yellowfang growled in defiance at the approaching paw steps, but Firepaw could sense her panic. The she-cat struggled to her feet.
So long. Thanks for the meal.
She tried to limp away on 3 legs and then winced in pain.
Ugh, this leg's stiffened up while I've been resting.
Now it was too late for her to run. Silent shadows slipped out of the trees, and in a heartbeat the ThunderClan patrol had encircled Firepaw and Yellowfang. Firepaw recognized them. Tigerclaw, Darkstripe, Willowpelt, and Bluestar, all of them lean and hard-muscled. Firepaw smelled Yellowfang's fear at the sight of them. Greypaw followed close behind. He bounded out of the bushes and stood beside the warrior patrol. Firepaw mewed a hasty greeting to his clan, but only Greypaw returned it.
Hi, Firepaw.
Silence!
Tigerclaw growled. Firepaw glanced at Yellowfang and groaned inwardly. He could still smell the fear scent on her, but instead of cowering in submission, the scruffy creature was glaring in defiance.
Firepaw,
Bluestar's question was cool and measured.
what have we here? An enemy warrior, and recently fed by the smell of you both.
Her eyes burnt into him, and Firepaw dropped his head.
She was weak and hungry.
And what about you? Was your hunger so bad that you had to feed yourself before you had gathered prey for your clan? I assumed that you had a very good reason for breaking the warrior code.
Firepaw was not fooled by the leader's soft tone. Bluestar was furious, and rightly so. He crouched lower to the ground. Before he could speak, there was a loud hiss from Tigerclaw.
Once a kitty pet, always a kitty pet.
Bluestar ignored Tigerclaw and looked instead at Yellowfang. Suddenly, she looked surprised.
Well, Firepaw, you seem to have captured us a ShadowClan cat. And one I know well. You are ShadowClan's medicine cat, aren't you? What are you doing so far into ThunderClan territory?
I was the ShadowClan medicine cat. Now I choose to travel alone.
Firepaw listened, astonished. Had he heard right? Yellowfang was a ShadowClan warrior? Her filthy condition must have masked her territorial scent. He might have enjoyed tackling her more if he'd known.
Yellowfang! Looks like you fell on hard times if you can be beaten by an apprentice.
Now Darkstripe spoke.
This old cat is no use to us. Let's kill her now. As for this kitty pet, he has broken the warrior code by feeding an enemy warrior. He should be punished.
Keep your claws in, Darkstripe. All the clans speak of Yellowfang's bravery and wisdom. It may help us to hear what she has to say. Come, we'll take her back to camp. Then we'll decide what to do with her. And with Firepaw. Can you walk? Or do you need help?
I've still got 3 good legs.
The grizzled she-cat snapped back, limping forward. Firepaw saw that Yellowfang's eyes were glazed with pain, but she seemed determined not to show any weakness. He noticed a look of respect flicker across Bluestar's face before the ThunderClan leader turned and slowly led the way through the trees. The other warriors took up positions on either side of Yellowfang, and the patrol moved off, carefully keeping pace with their lame prisoner. Firepaw and Greypaw fell in step together at the back of the group.
Have you heard of Yellowfang? A bit. Apparently she was a warrior before she became a medicine cat, which is unusual. I can't imagine her as a loner, though. She has lived her whole life in ShadowClan. What's a loner? A loner is a cat that isn't part of a clan or cared for by 2 legs. Tigerclaw says they are untrustworthy and selfish.
They often live around two-leg dwellings, but belong to no one and catch their own food.
I might end up a loner once Blue Star's finished with me.
Blue Star is very fair. She won't throw you out. She certainly seems pleased to have such an important Shadow Clan cat as a prisoner. I'm sure she's not going to make a fuss about your feeding the poor old mange bag.
But they keep moaning about prey being scarce. Wow, why did I eat that rabbit?
Firepaw felt shame burn through his fur.
Well, yeah, that was mouse-brained. You really broke the warrior code there, but no cat is perfect.
Greypaw nudged his friend. Firepaw didn't answer, but trekked onward with a heavy heart. This was not the way he had hoped his first solo task would end. As the patrol passed the sentries who guarded the camp entrance, the rest of ThunderClan came running to welcome their warriors home. Queens, kids, and elders crowded on either side. They peered curiously at Yellowfang as she was led into the camp. Some of the elders recognized the old she-cat. Word spread quickly for the clan that this was Shadow Clan's medicine cat, and a steady, jeering hum rose up around them. Yellowfang seemed deaf to their taunts. Firepaw couldn't help admiring the way she limped with dignity through the corridor of stares and insults. He knew she was in a great deal of pain and hungry in spite of the rabbit he had caught for her. When the patrol reached the high rock, Blue Star nodded toward the dusty ground in front of it. Yellowfang followed the ThunderClan leader's silent command, sinking gratefully onto the earth. Still ignoring the hostile stares around her, she began licking her wounded leg. Firepaw noticed Spotted Leaf emerge from the corner. She must have sensed the presence of an injured cat in the camp. He watched the crowd part to let the young tortoiseshell through. Yellowfang glared at Spotted Leaf and hissed.
I know how to take care of my own wounds. I don't need your help.
Spotted Leaf said nothing but nodded respectfully and stepped back. Some of the cats had been out hunting, and fresh kill was brought for the returning warriors to eat. They each took some food and carried it away to the nettle patch to eat it. Then, other clan cats crowded forward to take their own share. Firepaw paced hungrily around the clearing and watched as the cats crouched in their usual groups, chewing and gulping. He longed for a morsel, but didn't dare to take anything from the pile. He had broken the warrior code. He guessed that this meant he was forbidden his share in the fresh kill. He paused beside the high rock where Blue Star was sharing words with Tiger Claw. Uncertain, Firepaw looked to his leader for a signal that he was allowed to eat, but the grey cat and her senior warriors were busy murmuring at one another in low tones. Firepaw wondered if they were talking about him. Desperate to know his fate, he strained his ears to hear what they were saying. Tiger Claw's yowl sounded impatient.
It's just too dangerous to bring an enemy warrior into the heart of ThunderClan. Now that she knows the camp, even the youngest Shadow Clan kit will hear of it. We will have to move.
Calm down, Tiger Claw. Why should we move? Yellowfang said she is traveling alone now. There is no reason for Shadow Clan to hear of it.
Do you really believe that? What on earth was that foolish kitty pet thinking of?
But think for a moment, Tiger Claw. Why would the Shadow Clan Medicine Cat choose to leave her clan? You seem to be afraid that Yellowfang will share our clan secrets with Shadow Clan, but have you thought about how many Shadow Clan secrets she might share with us?
Firepaw could see by the way Tiger Claw's fur began to flatten that Blue Star's words made sense. The warrior nodded briefly and then stalked off to take his share of the fresh kill. Blue Star remained where she was. She looked out across the clearing where some of the younger kids were fighting and tumbling playfully in the dust. Then she stood up and began to walk toward Firepaw. His heart lurched. What was she going to say to him? But Blue Star walked straight past him. She did not even glance at him. Her eyes were clouded with unknown, distant thoughts.
Frostfur?
She called out as she approached the nursery. A pure white cat with dark blue eyes slipped out of the brambles. Inside, the noise of mewling grew louder.
Hush, kids.
Purred the white cat reassuringly.
I won't be long.
Then she turned to her leader.
Yes, Blue Star? What is it?
One of our apprentices has seen a fox in the area. Warn the other queens to guard the nursery carefully, and make sure all kits less than 6 moons stay inside the camp until our warriors have driven it away.
Frostfur nodded.
I will pass on the warning, Blue Star.
Then she turned and squeezed back into the nursery to quiet the crying kids. At last, Blue Star strode over to the pile of fresh kill and took her share. A plump wood pigeon had been left for her there. Firepaw looked on longingly as she carried it away to eat with her senior warriors. Finally, his hunger drove him forward. Greypaw was with Ravenpaw, wolfing down a small finch beside the tree stump. He saw Firepaw approach the pile and flicked his head encouragingly. Firepaw bent his neck, ready to take a small wood mouse in his teeth.
Not for you.
My kids are
Tiger
missing. My kids.
Claw growled, striding up behind him and pawing the mouse away.
You didn't bring back any prey. The elders will eat your share. Take it to them.
Firepaw looked over to Bluestar. She nodded shortly.
Do as he says.
Obediently, Firepaw picked up the mouse and carried it across to Small Ear. The delicious smell of it wafted up Firepaw's nose. He wanted nothing more than to crunch it up with his strong teeth. He could almost feel its life energy flooding through his young body. With great self-control, he laid the prey down in front of a grey tom and then backed away politely. He expected no fangs and was offered none. Now he was glad that he had gobbled up the remains of the rabbit he had caught for Yellowfang. There would be nothing else for him to eat until he went out hunting again tomorrow. Firepaw wandered over to Greypaw. His friend had eaten his fill and lay with Ravenpaw outside the apprentice's den. He was stretched out on his side, rhythmically washing a foreleg. Greypaw saw Firepaw approach and paused in his licking.
Has Bluestar mentioned your punishment yet?
Not yet.
Firepaw replied gloomily. Greypaw narrowed his eyes sympathetically and said nothing. Bluestar's call sounded across the clearing.
Let all those cats old enough to catch their own prey join here beneath the high rock for a clan meeting.
Most of the warriors had finished eating and, like Greypaw, were busy grooming themselves. They lifted themselves gracefully to their paws and walked over to the high rock, where Bluestar waited to speak.
Come on,
mewed Greypaw. He leapt up. Ravenpaw and Firepaw followed him as he scampered over and nudged his way forward into a good position.
I'm sure you have all heard about the prisoner we brought back with us today. But there is something else you need to know.
She glanced down at the rattled she-cat who lay very still beside the high rock.
Can you hear me from there?
I may be old, but I'm not deaf yet.
Yellowfang spat in reply. Bluestar ignored the prisoner's hostile tone and continued.
I'm afraid I have some very grave news. Today I traveled with a patrol into WindClan territory. The air was filled with the scent of ShadowClan. Almost every tree had been sprayed by ShadowClan warriors. And we met no WindClan cats even though we journeyed deep into their heartland.
Her words were met with silence. Firepaw saw confusion in the faces of the clan cats.
Do you mean ShadowClan has chased them out?
Called Small Ear hesitantly.
We can't be sure. Certainly the scent of ShadowClan was everywhere. We found blood too, and fur. There must have been a battle, though we found no bodies from either clan.
A shocked yowl rose from the crowd in a single voice. Firepaw felt the cats around him stiffen with shock and fury. Never before had one clan driven another from its hunting grounds.
How can WindClan have been driven out?
One Eye croaked hoarsely.
ShadowClan is fierce, but WindClan is many. They've lived in the uplands for generations. Why have they been chased out now?
She shook her head anxiously, her whiskers trembling.
I don't know the answers to any of your questions. It is well known that ShadowClan has recently appointed a new leader following the death of Ragged Star. Their new leader, Broken Star, gave no hint of any threat when we met him at the last gathering.
Perhaps Yellowfang has answers,
snarled Darkstripe.
After all, she is ShadowClan.
I am no traitor. Nothing would make me share the secrets of ShadowClan with a brute like you,
growled Yellowfang, glaring aggressively at Darkstripe. The ThunderClan warrior moved forward, ears flat, eyes closed to slits, ready to fight.
Stop!
Yelled Bluestar. Darkstripe immediately halted in his tracks, even though Yellowfang goaded him on with blazing eyes and ferocious hiss.
That's enough! This situation is too serious for us to be fighting amongst ourselves. ThunderClan must prepare itself. From this moonrise onward, warriors will travel in larger groups. Other clan members will remain close to the camp. Patrols will travel the boundary edges more frequently, and all the kits must stay in the nursery.
The cats below her nodded in agreement. Bluestar continued.
Our need for warriors is our greatest obstacle. We shall get around this by speeding up the training of our apprentices. They need to be ready even sooner to fight for our clan.
Firepaw saw Dustpaw and Sandpaw exchange a thrilled glance. Greypaw was gazing up at Bluestar, his eyes wide with excitement. Ravenpaw just shuffled his paws anxiously. The black apprentice's wide eyes showed worry rather than excitement. Bluestar went on.
One young cat has been sharing mentors with Greypaw and Ravenpaw. By teaching him, I shall speed up the training of all 3 apprentices.
She paused and looked down at her clan.
I shall take on Firepaw as my own apprentice.
Firepaw opened his eyes wide in amazement. Bluestar was to be his mentor? Beside him, Greypaw gasped, unable to hide his surprise.
What an honor! It's been moons since Bluestar had an apprentice. Usually she trains only the kids of deputies.
Then a familiar voice rose from the front of the crowd.
So Firepaw is to be rewarded, not punished, for feeding an enemy warrior when he should have been feeding his own clan?
Firepaw is my apprentice now. I will deal with him,
Answered Bluestar. She stared into Tigerclaw's fierce eyes for a moment before lifting her head to address the whole clan once more.
Yellowfang will be allowed to stay here until she has recovered her strength. We are warriors, not savages. She is to be treated with respect and courtesy.
But the clan cannot support Yellowfang.
Darkstripe protested.
We have too many mouths to feed already.
Yeah.
Greypaw whispered into Firepaw's ear.
And some of them are bigger than others.
I don't need anyone to care for me, and I'll split open anyone who tries.
Friendly, isn't she?
Firepaw flicked the tip of his tail in silent agreement. There were muffled meows from the other warriors as they grudgingly recognized the enemy warrior's fighting spirit. Bluestar ignored the murmuring.
We shall kill 2 prey with 1 blow, as it were. Firepaw, as punishment for breaking the warrior code, it will be your responsibility to care for Yellowfang. You will hunt for her and tend her wounds. You will fetch her fresh bedding and clear away her dirt.
Yes, Bluestar.
Mewed Firepaw. His head bowed in submission.
Clear away her dirt. Ugh.
Mocking yowls came from Dustpaw and Sandpaw.
Good idea. Firepaw had better be good at cracking fleas.
And hunting. That sack of bones is gonna need feeding up.
Enough!
Bluestar interrupted them.
I hope Firepaw will find no shame in caring for Yellowfang. She is a healer, and she is his elder. For those reasons alone, he should respect her.
She shot a sharp glance at Sandpaw and Dustpaw.
And there is no humiliation in caring for another cat when it is unable to care for itself. The meeting is over. I would like to speak with my senior warriors alone now.
With that, she jumped down from the high rock and marched toward her den. Lionheart followed her. The other clan cats began to move away from the high rock. 1 or 2 congratulated Firepaw on being chosen as Bluestar's apprentice. Others mockingly wished him luck looking after Yellowfang. Firepaw felt so dazed by Bluestar's announcement that he just nodded blankly. Longtail padded up to him. The V-shaped nick that Firepaw had cut into the tip of his ear still showed. The young warrior drew back his whiskers into an ugly snarl.
Well, I hope you'll think twice about bringing strays back into the camp next time. Like I said, outsiders always bring trouble.
The meeting is over. I would like to go drink now. Bluestar is very tired.
Warriors, Into the Wild, Chapter 9.
I'd go and see to Yellowfang if I were you,
whispered Greypaw as Longtail strode away.
She doesn't look very happy.
Firepaw glanced over at the old she-cat. She was still lying beside the high rock. Greypaw was right. She was glaring at him.
Well, here goes. Wish me luck.
You'll need the whole of StarClan on your side for this one. Call out if you need a pop. If she looks like she's going to have you, I'll sneak up behind her and whack her on the head with a stiff rabbit.
Firepaw purred with amusement and trotted off toward Yellowfang. His cheerfulness quickly evaporated as he neared the injured queen. The old cat was clearly in a terrible mood. She hissed a warning and showed her teeth.
Stop right there, kitty pet.
Firepaw sighed. It seemed he was in for a fight. He was still hungry and beginning to feel tired. He longed to curl up in his nest for an afternoon nap. The last thing he wanted was to argue with this pitiful clump of fur and teeth.
You can call me what you like. I'm just following Bluestar's orders.
You are a kitty pet, though, aren't you?
Yellowfang wheezed.
She's tired too.
Firepaw thought. There was less fire in her voice, although her spite was as strong as ever.
I used to live with 2 legs when I was a kitten.
Your mother a kitty pet? Your father a kitty pet?
Yes, they were.
Firepaw looked down at the ground, feeling resentment burn inside him. It was bad enough that members of his own clan still viewed him as an outsider. He certainly didn't have to answer to this foul-tempered prisoner. Yellowfang seemed to take his silence as an invitation to go on.
Kitty Pet's blood is not the same as warrior blood. Why don't you run home to your two legs now instead of looking after me? It's humiliating being fussed over by a lowborn cat like you.
Firepaw's patience ran out. He snarled.
You'd still feel humiliated if I were warrior-born. You'd feel ashamed whether I was a precious she-cat from your own clan or a wretched two-leg that had picked you off the ground.
He lashed his tail from side to side.
It's the fact that you need to rely on any cat that you find so humiliating. You're just gonna have to get used to being cared for until you are well enough to look after yourself. You spiteful old bone bag.
He stopped as Yellowfang began to make a low, harsh, wheezing sound. Alarmed, Firepaw took a step toward her. The she-cat was trembling all over, and her eyes had narrowed into tiny slits. Was she having some kind of a fit?
Look, I didn't mean...
He began, before he suddenly realized that she was laughing. Firepaw didn't know what to do.
You have spirit, Kitty Pet.
Yellowfang croaked, stopping at last.
Now, I'm tired and my leg hurts. I need sleep and something to put on this wound. Go and find that pretty little medicine cat of yours and ask for some herbs. I think you'll find a goldenrod poultice would help. And, while you're at it, I wouldn't mind a few poppy seeds to chew on. The pain is killing me.
Stunned by a change of mood, Firepaw turned quickly and sprinted toward Spotted Leaf's den. He had never been in this part of the camp before. With his ears pricked, he padded through a cool green tunnel of ferns that led into a small grassy clearing. A tall rock stood at one side, split down in the middle by a crack wide enough for a cat to make its den inside. Out of this opening trotted Spotted Leaf. As usual, she looked bright-eyed and friendly, her dappled coat gleaming with 100 shades of amber and brown. Firepaw shyly mewed a greeting and reeled off Yellowfang's list of herbs and seeds.
I've got most of those in my den,
Replied Spotted Leaf.
I'll fetch some marigold leaves too. If she dresses her wound with that, it'll keep off any infection. Wait here.
Thanks.
Firepaw mewed as the medicine cat disappeared back into her den. He strained his eyes, trying to catch a glimpse of her inside, but the den was too dark to see anything. He could only hear a sound of rustling and smell the heady scents of unfamiliar herbs. Spotted Leaf emerged from the gloom and dropped a bundle of folded-in leaves by Firepaw.
Tell Yellowfang to go easy on the poppy seeds. I don't want her to deaden the pain entirely. A little pain can be useful, as it will help me judge how well she is healing.
Firepaw nodded and picked up the herbs with his teeth.
Thanks, Spotted Leaf.
He mewed through the mouthful of leaves, then headed back for the fern tunnel into the main clearing. Tiger Claw was sitting outside the warrior's den, watching him closely. As Firepaw trotted over to Yellowfang, carrying the herbs, he could feel the amber-eyed stare burning the fur in the back of his neck. He turned his head and looked at Tiger Claw curiously. The warrior narrowed his eyes and looked away. Firepaw dropped the bundle beside Yellowfang.
Good. Now, before you leave me in peace, find me something to eat. I'm starving.
The sun had risen 3 times since Yellowfang had entered the camp. Firepaw woke early and nudged Greypaw, who was still asleep beside him, his nose tucked under his thick tail.
Wake up, or you'll be late for training.
Greypaw lifted his head sleepily and growled in reluctant agreement. Firepaw prodded Ravenpaw. The black cat opened his eyes immediately and leapt onto his feet.
What is it?
He mewed, looking around wildly.
Calm down, Ravenpaw. It's time for training soon.
Firepaw soothed. Dustpaw and Sandpaw began to stir too in the mossy nest on the far side of a den. Firepaw stood up. Firepaw woke early and nudged Greypaw, who was still asleep beside him, his nose tucked under his thick tail.
Wake up, or you'll be late for training.
Greypaw lifted his head sleepily and growled in reluctant agreement. Firepaw prodded Ravenpaw. The black cat opened his eyes immediately and leapt onto his feet.
What is it?
He mewed, looking around wildly.
Calm down, Ravenpaw. It's time for training soon.
Firepaw soothed. Dustpaw and Sandpaw began to stir too in the mossy nest on the far side of a den. Firepaw stood up and pushed his way out of the ferns. The morning was warm. Firepaw could see a deep blue sky through the leaves and branches that overhung the camp. Today, however, a heavy dew glistened on the fern fronds and sparkled on the grass. Firepaw sniffed the air. Greenleaf was drawing to a close, and soon it would start to feel colder. He lay down and rolled in the earth beside the tree stump, stretching his legs and tipping his head back to rub it on the cool ground. Then he flipped over onto his side. He looked across the clearing to see if Yellowfang was awake yet. She had been given a resting place at the other end of the fallen tree where the elders gathered to eat. Her nest lay tucked against its mossy trunk, out of hearing of the elders, but in full view of the warrior's den across the clearing. Firepaw could just see a mound of pale grey fur rising and falling in time to a gently rumble of sleep. Greypaw trotted out of the den behind him, followed by Sandpaw and Dustpaw. Ravenpaw appeared last, with a nervous glance around the clearing before he emerged fully into the open.
Another day looking after that mangy old flea bag, eh, Firepaw?
Mewed Dustpaw.
I bet you wish you were out training with us.
Firepaw sat up and shook the dust from his fur. He wasn't going to let himself get annoyed by Dustpaw's taunts.
Don't worry, Firepaw,
murmured Greypaw.
Bluestar will have you back in training before long.
Perhaps she thinks a kitty pet is better off staying in camp tending to the sick.
Mewed Sandpaw rudely, tossing her sleek ginger head and throwing him a scornful look. Firepaw decided to ignore her barbed comments.
What is Whitestorm teaching you today, Sandpaw?
We're doing battle training today. He's gonna teach me how a real warrior fights.
Lionheart's taking me to the Great Sycamore to practice my climbing. I'd best go. He'll be waiting.
I'll come with you to the top of the ravine. I have to catch breakfast for Yellowfang. Are you coming, Ravenpaw? Tigerclaw must have something planned for you.
Ravenpaw sighed and nodded, then followed Greypaw and Firepaw as they trotted out of the camp. Even though his injury was completely healed, he still seemed to have little enthusiasm for warrior training.
Here,
mewed Firepaw. He dropped a large mouse and a chaffinch onto the ground beside Yellowfang.
About time.
She growled. The she-cat had still been sleeping when Firepaw had entered the camp after his hunting trip. But the smell of fresh kill must have woken her, for now she had pulled herself into a sitting position. She dropped her head and hungrily gulped down Firepaw's offerings. She had developed a massive appetite as her strength returned. Her wound was healing well, but her temper remained as fierce and unpredictable as ever. She finished her meal and complained,
The base of my tail itches like fury, but I can't reach it. Give it a wash, will you?
With an inward shudder, Firepaw crouched down and set to work. As he cracked the plumbed fleas between his teeth, he noticed a gang of small kids tumbling in the dusty earth nearby. They were mauling each other and play-fighting. Yellowfang, who had closed her eyes as Firepaw groomed her, half opened one eye to observe the kids as they played. To his surprise, Firepaw felt her spine stiffen beneath his teeth. He listened for a moment to the tiny yelps and squeaks of the kids.
Feel my teeth, Broken Star!
Mewed one small tabby. He leapt onto the back of a little grey and white kid who was pretending to be a Shadow Clan leader. The two kids bundled toward the high rock. Suddenly the grey and white kid gave a mighty heave and flung the tabby from his back. With a startled squeak, the little tabby cannoned into Yellowfang's side. Instantly the old she-cat leapt to her feet, fur on end, spitting violently.
Stay away from me, you scrap of fur!
The tabby kid took one look at the furious cat, turned tail and ran. He hid himself behind a tabby queen, who was staring furiously across the clearing at Yellowfang. The grey and white kid froze where he stood. Then, paw by paw, he cautiously backed away toward the safety of his nursery. Yellowfang's reaction had shocked Firepaw. He thought he'd seen her at her most vicious when they fought after their first meeting, but her eyes burned with new rage now.
I think the kids are finding it hard being confined to camp. They're getting restless.
I don't care how restless they are. Just keep them away from me.
Don't you like kits? Did you never have kits of your own?
Don't you know menacing cats don't have kits?
But I heard you were a warrior before that.
I have no kits.
She snatched her tail away from him and sat up.
Anyway.
Her voice suddenly lowered, and she sounded almost wistful.
Accidents seem to happen to kits when I'm around them.
Her orange eyes clouded with emotion. She laid her chin flat on her forepaws and stared ahead. Firepaw watched her shoulders sink as she released a long, silent sigh. Firepaw looked at her curiously. What could she mean? Was the old she-cat being serious? It was hard to tell. Yellowfang seemed to swing from mood to mood so quickly. He shrugged to himself and went on with the grooming.
There are a couple of ticks I couldn't pull out,
he told her when he had finished.
I should hope you didn't even try, you idiot. I don't want any tick heads embedded in my rear, thank you very much. Ask Spotted Leaf for a little mouse bile to rub on them. A splash of that in their breathing holes and they'll soon loosen their grip.
I'll get some now.
He was glad of a chance to get away from the grumpy cat for a while. And it was certainly no hardship to go and see Spotted Leaf again. He walked toward the fern tunnel. Cats crossed the clearing around him, carrying sticks and twigs in their teeth. While he had been grooming Yellowfang, the camp had grown active. It had been like this every day since Bluestar had announced WindClan's disappearance. The queens were weaving twigs and leaves into the dense green wall around the side of the nursery, making sure that the narrow entrance was the only way in and out of the bramble patch. Other cats were working at the edges of the camp, filling in spaces in the thick undergrowth. Even the elders were busy, scraping out a hole in the ground. Warriors filed steadily past, piling pieces of fresh kill beside them, ready to be stored inside the newly dug hole. There was an air of quiet concentration, a determination to make the clan as secure and well supplied as possible. If ShadowClan made a move on their territory, ThunderClan would shelter inside the camp. They would not let themselves be driven from their hunting grounds as easily as WindClan had been. Darkstripe, Longtail, Willowpelt, and Dustpaw were waiting silently at the camp entrance. Their eyes were fixed on the opening to the Gore's tunnel. A patrol was just returning, dusty and paw-sore. As soon as the warriors entered the camp, Darkstripe and his companions approached and exchanged words with them. They slipped quickly out of the camp. ThunderClan's borders were not to be left unguarded for a moment. Firepaw headed down the fern tunnel that led to Spotted Leaf's den. As he entered the clearing, he could see Spotted Leaf was preparing some sweet-smelling herbs.
Can I have some mouse bile for Yellowfang's ticks?
In a moment,
replied Spotted Leaf, pawing 2 piles of herbs together and mixing the fragrant heap with one delicately extended claw.
Busy?
Firepaw asked, settling down on a warm patch of earth.
I want to be prepared for any casualties.
Spotted Leaf murmured, glancing up at him with her clear amber eyes. Firepaw met her gaze for a moment, then looked away, an uncomfortable feeling prickling his fur. Spotted Leaf turned her attention back to the herbs. Firepaw waited, happy to sit quietly and watch her at work.
Right. What was it you wanted? Mouse bile?
Yes, please.
Firepaw stood up and stretched each back leg in turn. The sun had warmed his fur and made him feel sleepy. Spotted Leaf bounded into her den and brought something out. She held it gingerly in her mouth. It was a small wad of moths, dangling at the end of a thin strip of bark. She passed it to Firepaw. He tasted her warm, sweet breath as he took the bark strip between his teeth.
The moss is soaked in bile. Don't get any in your mouth, or you'll have a foul taste for days. Press it onto the ticks and then wash your paws. In a stream, not with your tongue.
Firepaw nodded and trotted back to Yellowfang, feeling suddenly cheerful and tingling with energy.
Hold still,
he mewed to the old tree-cat. Carefully, he used his forepaws to press the moss onto each tick.
You may as well clear away my dirt now. Your paws are already foul.
She meowed when he had finished.
I'm going to take a nap.
She yawned, revealing her blackened and broken teeth. The warmth of the day was making her sleepy, too.
Then you can go and do whatever it is you apprentices do.
When Firepaw had cleared away Yellowfang's dirt, he left her dozing and made his way to the Gore's tunnel. He was keen to get to the stream and rinse his paws.
Firepaw.
A voice called from the side of the clearing. Firepaw turned. It was Halftail.
Where are you off to?
Meowed the old cat curiously.
You ought to be helping with the preparations.
I've just been putting mouse bile on Yellowfang's ticks.
Amusement flickered through Halftail's whiskers.
So now you're off to the nearest stream. Well, don't come back without a fresh kill. We need as much as we can find.
Yes, Halftail.
He made his way out of the camp and up the side of a ravine. He trotted down to the stream where he and Greypaw had hunted on the day he had found Yellowfang. Without hesitating, he jumped down into the cold, clear water. It came up to his haunches and wet his belly fur. The shock made him gasp, and he shivered. A rustle in the bushes above him made him look up, although the familiar scent that reached his nose told him there was nothing to be alarmed about.
What are you doing in there?
Greypaw and Ravenpaw were standing, looking at him as if he were mad.
Mouse bile. Don't ask. Where are Lionheart and Tigerclaw?
They've gone to join the next patrol. They ordered us to spend the rest of the afternoon hunting.
Halftail told me the same thing.
Firepaw mewed, flinching as a chilly current of water rushed around his paws.
Everyone's busy back at camp. You'd think we were about to be attacked at any moment.
He climbed up onto the bank, dripping.
Who says we won't be?
Mewed Ravenpaw, his eyes flicking from side to side as if he expected an enemy patrol to leap out of the bushes at any time. Firepaw looked at the heap of fresh kill that was piled beside the 2 apprentices.
Looks like you've done all right today.
Yeah, and we've still got the rest of the afternoon to hunt. Do you want to join us?
You bet.
He gave himself a final shake, then bounded into the undergrowth after his friends. Firepaw could tell that the cats back at camp were impressed with the amount of prey the 3 apprentices had managed to catch during the afternoon hunt. They were welcomed back with high tails and friendly nuzzles. It took them 4 journeys to carry their bumper catch into the storage hole the elders had dug. Lionheart and Tigerclaw had just returned with their patrol as Firepaw, Greypaw, and Ravenpaw carried their last load into the camp.
Well done, you 3.
Meowed Lionheart.
I hear you've been busy. The store is almost full. You might as well add that last lot to the pile of fresh kill for tonight, and take some back to the den with you. You deserve a feast.
The 3 apprentices flicked their tails with delight.
I hope you have not been neglecting Yellowfang with all this hunting, Firepaw.
Tigerclaw growled warningly. Firepaw shook his head impatiently, eager to get away. He was starving. He had obeyed the warrior code this time, and not eaten a morsel while he was hunting for the clan. Nor had Greypaw or Ravenpaw. They trotted away and dropped the last of their catch on the fresh kill that had already lay on the center of the clearing. Then each of them took a piece and carried it back to their tree stump. The den was empty.
Where are Dustpaw and Sandpaw?
They must still be out on patrol.
Good. Peace and quiet.
They ate their fill and lay back to wash. The cool evening air was welcome after the heat of the day.
Hey, guess what? Ravenpaw managed to squeeze a compliment out of old Tigerclaw this morning.
Really? What on earth did you do to please Tigerclaw? Fly?
Well, I got a crow.
How'd you manage that?
It was an old one.
But it was huge! Even Tigerclaw couldn't find fault with that. He's been in such a bad mood since Bluestar took you on as her apprentice. Hang on. Make that since Lionheart was made deputy.
He's just worried about ShadowClan and the extra patrols. You should try not to annoy
The
him.
conversation was interrupted by a loud yowl from the other side of the clearing.
Oh no. I forgot to take Yellowfang her share.
You wait here. I'll take her something.
No, I'd better go. This is my punishment, not yours.
No one will notice. They're all busy eating. You know me. Quiet as a mouse, quick as a fish. Wait here.
Firepaw sat down again, unable to hide his relief. He watched his friend trot away from the tree stump to the pile of fresh kill. As if he were carrying out orders, Greypaw confidently picked out 2 of the juiciest looking mice. Quickly, he began to pad across the clearing toward Yellowfang.
Stop, Greypaw.
A loud growl rumbled from the entrance to the warrior's den. Tigerclaw strode out and marched over to Greypaw.
Where are you taking those mice?
With a sinking feeling in his stomach, Firepaw watched, helpless, from the tree stump. Beside him, Ravenpaw froze mid-chew and crouched over his meal with his eyes wider than ever. Greypaw dropped the mice and shuffled his paws uncomfortably.
Not helping young Firepaw by feeding that greedy traitor over there, are you?
Firepaw watched Greypaw study his paws for a moment. Finally, he replied,
I was just feeling hungry. I was going to take them off and eat them by myself. If I let that pair get a look in,
He glanced at Firepaw and Ravenpaw.
they'll leave me with nothing but bones and fur.
Oh, really? Well, if you're so hungry, you might as well eat them here and now.
But
Greypaw began, looking up at the senior warrior in alarm.
Now!
Greypaw bent his head quickly and began to eat the mice. He demolished the first one in a couple of bites and swallowed it quickly. The second mouse took longer for him to eat. Firepaw thought he'd never manage to swallow it, and his own stomach clenched in sympathy. But eventually, Greypaw gave a final, difficult gulp, and the last bit of mouse disappeared.
Better now?
Asked Tigerclaw, his voice smooth with mock sympathy.
Achoo,
replied Greypaw, stifling a burp.
Good.
Tigerclaw stalked off again, back to his den. Greypaw slunk uncomfortably back to Firepaw and Ravenpaw.
Thanks, Greypaw.
Firepaw mewed gratefully, nudging his friend's soft fur.
That was quick thinking.
The noise of Yellowfang's yowl rose into the air once more. Firepaw sighed and got to his paws. He would make sure he took her enough to see her through the night. He wanted to turn in early. His stomach was full and his paws were tired.
Are you okay, Greypaw?
He asked as he turned to leave.
I've eaten too much.
He was hunched into a low crouch, squinting with pain.
Go and see Spotted Leaf. I'm sure she'll find something to help.
I hope so.
Mewed Greypaw, tottering slowly away. Firepaw wanted to watch him go until another angry yowl from Yellowfang sent him sprinting across the clearing. Warriors, Into the Wild, Chapter 10. By the following morning, a thin drizzle soaked the treetops and dripped down into the camp. Firepaw woke up feeling damp. It had been an uncomfortable night. He stood up and shook himself vigorously, fluffing out his fur. Then he left the apprentice's den and trotted across the clearing to Yellowfang's nest. Yellowfang was just stirring. She lifted her head and squinted at Firepaw as he approached.
My bones ache this morning. Has it been raining all night?
Since just after moon high.
Firepaw replied. He reached out and prodded her mossy nest cautiously.
Your bedding is soaking wet. Why don't you move nearer to the nursery? It's more shelter there.
What? And be kept awake all night for those mewling kits? I'd rather get wet.
Firepaw watched her circle stiffly on her mossy bed.
Then at least let me fetch you some dry bedding.
He offered, keen to drop the subject of kits if it upset the old she-cat so much.
Thank you, Firepaw,
replied Yellowfang quietly, settling down again. Firepaw felt stunned. He wondered if Yellowfang was feeling all right. It was the first time she had thanked him for anything, and the first time she had not called him kitty pet.
Well, don't just stand there like a startled squirrel. Go and fetch some moss.
Firepaw's whiskers twitched with amusement. This was more like the Yellowfang he was used to. He nodded and sprinted off. He almost crashed into Speckletail in the middle of the clearing. This was the Queen who had watched Yellowfang's angry outburst at the tabby kit the day before.
Sorry, Speckletail. Are you on your way to see Yellowfang?
What would I want with that unnatural creature?
Replied Speckletail crossly.
Actually, it's you I'm looking for. Blue Star wants to see you.
Firepaw hurried toward the high rock in Blue Star's den. Blue Star was sitting outside, her head bobbing rhythmically as she licked her grey fur below her throat. She paused when she noticed Firepaw.
How is Yellowfang today?
Her bedding is wet, so I was going to fetch her more.
I'll ask one of the queens to see to that.
Blue Star gave her chest another lick, and then eyed Firepaw carefully.
Is she fit enough to hunt for herself yet?
I don't think so. But she can walk well enough now.
I see.
She looked thoughtful for a moment.
It is time for you to return to your training, Firepaw. But you'll need to work hard to make up for the time you have lost.
Great! I mean, thank you, Blue Star.
You will go out with Tigerclaw, Greypaw, and Ravenpaw this morning. I've asked Tigerclaw to assess the warrior skills of all our apprentices. Don't worry about Yellowfang. I'll make sure someone sees to her while you're gone. Now, join your companions. I expect they're waiting for you.
Thank you, Blue Star.
He turned with a flick of his tail and darted toward his den. Blue Star was right. Greypaw and Ravenpaw were both waiting for him by their favorite tree stump. Greypaw looked stiff and uncomfortable, his long fur clumped by the dampness of the air. Ravenpaw was pacing around the tree stump, lost in thought, the white tip of his tail twitching.
So, you're joining us today?
Greypaw called as Firepaw approached.
Someday, huh?
He shook himself roughly to get rid of the clinging wetness.
Yeah, Blue Star told me that Tigerclaw is going to assess us today. Are Sandpaw and Dustpaw coming too?
White Storm and Darkstripe took them out on warrior patrol. I suppose Tigerclaw is going to look at them later.
Come on, we should get going,
urged Ravenpaw. He had stopped pacing and now hovered beside them anxiously.
Fine by me. Hopefully some exercise will warm me up a bit.
The three cats trotted through the gorse track and out of the camp. They hurried to the sandy hollow. Tigerclaw had not arrived, so they hung around in the shelter of a pine tree, their fur fluffed up against the chill.
Are you worried about the assessment?
Firepaw asked Ravenpaw as the young cat padded backward and forward with quick, nervous paw steps.
There's no need to be. You're Tigerclaw's apprentice, after all. When he reports back to Blue Star, he's going to want to tell her how good you are.
You can never tell with Tigerclaw,
mewed Ravenpaw, still pacing.
For goodness sake, sit down. At this rate, you'll be worn out before we begin.
By the time Tigerclaw arrived, the sky had changed. The clouds looked less like thick grey fur and more like the soft white balls of moss that queens used to line the nests of their newborns. Blue skies couldn't be far behind, but the breeze that brought the softer clouds carried a fresh chill. Tigerclaw greeted them briskly and launched straight into the exercise details.
Lionheart and I have spent the last few weeks trying to teach you how to hunt decently. Today you'll have a chance to show me how much you have learned. Each of you will take a different route and hunt as much prey as possible. Whatever you catch will be added to the supplies in the camp.
The three apprentices looked at one another, nervous and excited. Firepaw felt his heart begin to beat faster at the prospect of a challenge.
Ravenpaw, you will follow the trail beyond the Great Sycamore as far as the Snake Rocks. That should be easy enough for your pitiful skills. You, Greypaw, will take the route along the stream as far as the Thunder Path.
Great. What pause for me?
Tigerclaw's stare silenced him.
And finally you, Firepaw. What a shame your great mentor couldn't be here today to witness your performance for herself. You shall take the route through the tall pines, past the tree-cut place, to the woods beyond.
Firepaw nodded, frantically tracing the route in his head.
And remember, I shall be watching all of you.
Tigerclaw finished, fixing them all with his pale-eyed stare. Ravenpaw was the first to sprint away toward the snake rocks. Tigerclaw took a different track into the woods, leaving Greypaw and Firepaw alone in the hollow, trying to guess who Tigerclaw would follow first.
I don't know why you think Snake Rocks is an easy route. That place is crawling with adders. Birds and mice stay away from there because there are so many snakes.
Ravenpaw will have to spend his whole time trying not to get bitten.
Oh, he'll be okay. Not even an adder would be fast enough to catch Ravenpaw at the moment. He's so jumpy. I'd better get going. See you back here later on. Good luck.
Greypaw raced off toward the stream. Firepaw paused to sniff the air, then bounded up the side of a hollow and began to head to the tall pines. It felt strange to be going in this direction, toward the two-leg place he had been raised in. Cautiously, Firepaw crossed the narrow path into the pine forest. He looked through the straight rows of trees, across the flat forest floor, alert for the sight and scent of prey. A movement caught his eye. It was a mouse, scrambling for the pine needles. Remembering his first lesson, Firepaw dropped into the stalking position, keeping his weight in his haunches, his paws light on the ground. The technique worked perfectly. The mouse didn't detect Firepaw until his final leap. He caught it with one paw and killed it swiftly. Then he buried it, so that he could pick it up on his return journey. Firepaw traveled a little farther into the tall pines. The ground here was deeply rutted by the tracks of the huge two-leg monster that tore down the trees. Firepaw took a deep breath, his mouth open. The monster's acid breath had not touched the air here for a while. Firepaw followed the deep tracks, jumping across the ruts. They were half filled with rain, which made him feel thirsty. He was tempted to stop and take a few mouthfuls, but he hesitated. One lap of that muddy trench water and he'd taste the monster's foul-smelling tracks for days. He decided to wait. Perhaps there would be a rainwater puddle beyond the tall pines. He hurried onward through the trees and crossed the two-leg path on the far boundary. He was back amid the thick undergrowth of oak woods. He moved onward until he found a puddle and lapped up a few mouthfuls of the fresh water. Firepaw's fur began to prickle with some extra awareness. He recognized sounds and scents familiar from his old watching place on the fence post and knew instantly where he was. These were the woods that bordered the two-leg place. He must be very close to his old home now. Ahead, Firepaw could smell two-legs and hear their voices, loud and raucous like crows. It was a group of young two-legs, playing in the woods. Firepaw crouched and peered ahead through the ferns. The sounds were distant enough to be safe. He changed direction, skirting the noises, making sure he was not seen. Firepaw stayed alert and watchful, but not just for two-legs. Tigerclaw might be somewhere nearby. He thought he heard a twig snap in the bushes behind him. He sniffed the air, but smelled nothing new. Was he being watched now? Out of the corner of his eye, Firepaw sensed movement. At first he thought it was Tigerclaw's dark brown fur, but then he saw a flash of white. He stopped, crouched, and inhaled deeply. The smell was unfamiliar. It was a cat, but not a ThunderClan cat. Firepaw felt his fur bristle with the instincts of a clan warrior. He would have to chase the intruder out of ThunderClan territory. Firepaw watched the creature moving through the undergrowth. He could see its outline clearly as it skittered between the ferns. Firepaw waited for it to wander nearer. He crouched lower, his tail waving back and forth in slow rhythm. As the black and white cat neared, Firepaw rocked his haunches from side to side as he prepared to spring. One more heartbeat, then he leapt. The black and white cat jumped into the air, terrified, and raced away through the trees. Firepaw gave chase.
It's a kitty pet,
he thought as he raced through the undergrowth. Smelling its fierce scent, he was closing in rapidly on the fleeing animal. It had slowed its headlong rush, preparing to scramble up the wide, mossy trunk of a fallen tree. With the blood roaring in his ears, Firepaw leapt onto its back in a single bound. Firepaw could feel the cat struggling beneath him as he gripped on with all his claws. It let out a desperate and terrified yowl. Firepaw released his grip and backed away. The black and white cat cringed at the foot of the fallen tree, trembling, and looked up at him. Firepaw lifted his nose, feeling a ripple of disgust at the intruder's easy surrender. This soft, plump house cat, with its round eyes and narrow face, looked very different from the lean, broad-headed cats Firepaw lived with now. And yet, something about this cat seemed familiar. Firepaw stared harder. He sniffed, drawing in the other cat's scent. I don't recognize that smell, he thought, searching his memory. Then it came to him.
Smudge!
How do you know my name?
Stammered Smudge, still crouching.
It's me!
The house cat looked confused.
We were kittens together. I lived in the garden next to you.
Rusty?
Mewed Smudge in disbelief.
Is that you? Did you find the wild cats again? Or are you living with new housefolk? You must be if you're still alive.
I'm called Firepaw now.
He relaxed his shoulders and let his fur fall flat into a sleek orange pelt. Smudge relaxed too. His ears pricked up.
Firepaw? Well, Firepaw, it looks like your new housefolk don't feed you enough. You certainly weren't this scrawny last time we met.
I don't need 2 legs to feed me. I got a whole forest of food to eat.
2 legs?
Housefolk. That's what the clans call them.
Smudge looked bewildered for a second. Then his expression changed to one of complete astonishment.
You mean you're really living with the wild cats?
Yeah. You know, you smell different. Unfamiliar.
Unfamiliar? I suppose you're used to the smell of those wild cats now.
Firepaw shook his head, as if to clear his mind.
But we were kittens together. I should know your smell like I'd know the smell of my birth mother.
Then Firepaw remembered. Smudge had passed 6 moons. No wonder he looked so soft and fat, and smelled so strange.
You've been to the cutter. I mean, the vet.
Smudge shrugged his plump black shoulders.
So?
Firepaw was speechless. So Bluestar was right.
Come on then. What's it like living wild? Is it as good as you thought it would be?
Firepaw thought for a moment. About last night, sleeping in a damp den. He thought about Mouse Bile and cleaning away Yellowfang's dirt, and trying to please both Lionheart and Tigerclaw at once during training. He remembered the teasing he suffered about his kitty pet blood. Then he remembered the thrill of his first catch, of charging through the forest in pursuit of a squirrel, and of warm evenings beneath the stars sharing tongues with his friends.
I know who I am now.
Smudge tipped his head to one side and stared at Firepaw, clearly confused.
I should be getting home. Mealtime soon.
Go carefully, Smudge.
Firepaw leaned forward and gave his old friend an affectionate lick between the ears. Smudge nuzzled him in return.
And stay alert. There may be another cat in the area who's not as fond of kitty pets, house cats, as I am.
Smudge's ears flicked nervously at these words. He looked around cautiously and leapt up onto the trunk of the fallen tree.
Goodbye, Rusty. I'll tell everyone at home that you're okay.
Bye, Smudge. Enjoy your meal.
He watched the white tip of Smudge's tail disappear over the edge of the tree. In the distance, he could hear the rattle of dried food being shaken and a 2-leg voice calling. Firepaw turned, his tail high, and started back toward his own home, sniffing the air as he went.
I'll find a finch or 2 here, then I'll catch something else on the way back through the pines.
He felt bursting with energy after meeting Smudge and realizing just how lucky he was to live in the clan. He looked up at the branches above him and began to stalk silently across the forest floor, every sense alert. Now he just needed to impress Bluestar and Tigerclaw, and the day would be perfect. Warriors, Into the Wild, Chapter 11. Firepaw returned with a chaffinch gripped firmly between his teeth. He dropped it in front of Tigerclaw, who stood waiting in the hollow.
You're the first one back.
Meowed the warrior.
Yeah, but I got loads more prey to fetch.
Firepaw mewed quickly.
I buried it back.
I know exactly what you did. I've been watching you.
The swish of bushes announced Greypaw's return. He was carrying a small squirrel in his mouth, which he dropped beside Firepaw's chaffinch.
Yuck!
He spat.
Squirrels are too furry. I'll be picking hairs out of my teeth all evening.
Tigerclaw paid no attention to Greypaw's grumbling.
Ravenpaw's late. We'll give him a bit longer and then return to camp.
But what if he's been bitten by an adder?
Then it's his own fault. There's no room for fools in ThunderClan.
They waited in silence. Greypaw and Firepaw exchanged glances, worried about Ravenpaw. Tigerclaw sat motionless, apparently lost in his own thoughts. Firepaw was the first to scent Ravenpaw's arrival. He jumped to his paws as the black cat leapt into the clearing, looking unusually pleased with himself. Dangling from his mouth was the long, diamond-patterned body of an adder.
Ravenpaw, are you okay?
Greypaw rushed forward to admire Ravenpaw's catch.
Did that bite you?
I was too quick for it.
Ravenpaw purred loudly. Then he caught Tigerclaw's eye and fell silent. Tigerclaw fixed all three excited apprentices with a cold stare.
Come on, let's collect the rest of your prey and get back to camp.
Firepaw, Greypaw, and Ravenpaw entered the camp, strolling behind Tigerclaw. Their impressive day's catch hung from their mouths, although Ravenpaw kept tripping over his dead snake. As they emerged from the gorse into the camp, a group of young kids scrambled out of a nursery to watch them pass.
Look,
Firepaw heard one of them say.
apprentices, just back from hunting.
He recognized the little tabby the Yellowfang had hissed at the day before. Sitting next to him was a fluffy grey kit, no more than 2 moons old. A tiny black kit and a small tortoiseshell stood beside them.
Isn't that the kitty pet, Firepaw?
Yeah, look at his orange fur. They say he's a good hunter. He looks a bit like Lionheart. Do you suppose he's as good as him?
I can't wait to start my training. I'm gonna be the best warrior ThunderClan's ever seen.
Firepaw lifted his chin, feeling proud at the kid's admiring comments. He followed his 2 friends into the center of the clearing.
An adder!
Greypaw mewed again, as the apprentices dropped their catch for the other cats to share.
What shall I do with it?
Asked Ravenpaw, sniffing the snake's long body that lay beside the heap.
Can you eat adders?
Trust you to think of your stomach.
Firepaw joked, butting Greypaw with his head.
Well, I wouldn't want to eat it. I mean, my mouth tastes pretty foul after carrying it back.
Let's put it on the tree stump then, so that Dustpaw and Sandpaw can see it when they get back.
They each carried a piece of their fresh kill and the adder back to their den. Greypaw carefully placed the adder onto the stump, arranging the snake so that it could be seen clearly from all sides. Then they ate. When they had finished, they sat close together to groom one another and talk.
I wonder who Bluestar will choose to go to the gathering. It'll be full moon tomorrow.
Sandpaw and Dustpaw have been twice already.
Perhaps Bluestar will choose one of us this time. After all, we've been training for almost 3 moons now.
But Sandpaw and Dustpaw are still the eldest apprentices.
And this gathering will be an important one. It'll be the first time the clans have met since WindClan disappeared. No cat knows what ShadowClan is going to say about it.
You are right, youngster.
Tigerclaw's low meow interrupted them. The warrior had strolled up to them unnoticed.
By the way, Firepaw, Bluestar wants to see you.
Firepaw looked up, startled. Why would Bluestar want to see him?
Now, if you can spare the time.
Firepaw jumped up immediately and bounded off across the clearing toward Bluestar's den. Bluestar was sitting outside, her tail flicking restlessly back and forth. When she saw Firepaw, she stood up and looked steadily down at him.
Tigerclaw has told me that he saw you talking with a cat from the Two-Leg Place today.
But
he said that you began by fighting with this cat, but ended up sharing tongues with it.
That's true.
Firepaw admitted, feeling his fur prickle defensively.
But he was an old friend. We grew up together. When I was a kitty pet.
Bluestar looked at him for a long moment.
Do you miss your old life, Firepaw? Think carefully now.
No.
How can Bluestar think that? His head was spinning. What was Bluestar trying to make him say?
Do you wish to leave the clan?
Of course not.
Firepaw was shocked by her question. Bluestar didn't seem to hear the passion in his answer. She shook her head, looking suddenly old and tired.
I won't judge you if you do leave us, Firepaw. Perhaps I expected too much of you. Perhaps my judgment has been clouded by the clan's need for new warriors.
Panic swept through Firepaw at the thought of leaving the clan forever.
But my place is here. This is my home.
I need more than that, Firepaw. I need to be able to trust in your loyalty to ThunderClan, especially now that it looks like ShadowClan is planning an attack. We don't have room for anyone who isn't sure where their heart lies in the past or the present.
Firepaw took a deep breath and chose his next words carefully.
When I saw Smudge today, that's the house cat Tigerclaw saw me talking with. I saw what life would have been like if I had stayed with the Two Legs. I felt happy that I had not stayed. I was proud I left. Meeting Smudge made me feel certain I made the right decision. I could have never been satisfied with the soft life of a kitty pet.
He held Bluestar's gaze without flinching. Blue Star looked very closely at him for a moment, her eyes narrow. Then she nodded.
Very well. I believe you.
Firepaw dipped his head respectfully and let out a sigh of relief.
I spoke to Yellowfang earlier. She thinks a lot of you. She's a wise old she-cat, you know. And I suspect she wasn't always bad-tempered. Indeed, I think I could grow to like her.
Firepaw felt an unexpected glow of pleasure at these words. Maybe, in caring for Yellowfang, his admiration for her had grown into affection, despite the she-cat's ill temper. Whatever the reason, he was glad Blue Star liked her too.
But there is something about her that I don't trust. She will stay with ThunderClan for now, but remain as a prisoner. The queens will care for her. You must concentrate on your training.
Firepaw nodded and waited to be dismissed, but Blue Star hadn't finished.
Firepaw. Although you showed